Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Girl Who Borrowed His Warmth? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This is a superhuman society. In this world, superpowers called quirks became common generations ago. What started as a single glowing baby soon turned into a worldwide phenomenon, with nearly 80% of the population developing unique abilities. Some could fly. Others could breathe fire. Some could twist metal or walk through walls. Society changed. Crime changed. And to fight back, a new profession was born, heroes. They became the protectors of peace, pillars of justice, and symbols of hope. In a world overflowing with power, the best of the best trained at one place, UA High School. This story did not start with a prodigy or a powerhouse. It started with a girl who was easy to overlook. Her quirk was not flashy. It did not level cities or summon storms. But it was steady, quiet. Aika Enjouhi had heat in her palms and softness in her heart. She never raised her voice, wore fuzzy socks even in summer, could melt wax with a touch, and could make a room feel just a little bit safer. She was the daughter of a man with molten hands and a woman with a sunlit core. Her family spoke English, Spanish, and sometimes Japanese when her mother made tamales and her father nodded along in silence. They did not have money or fame, but they had warmth. A quiet kind of strength. She was not born for battle, but she was born with purpose. When she stepped onto the campus of UA for the first time, the world barely noticed. But one day they would. Because this was not just the story of a hero in training. This was the story of how Aika Enjouhi fell in love with the boy who would one day become the world's greatest hero. Aika Enjouhi. Her quirk, heat manipulation. She could hold and release heat through her hands, but she could not create it herself. She needed warmth from an outside source. Sunlight, a heated object, even another person. Once she had it, she could store it in her palms and release it in steady pulses or short bursts. It was not flashy, but in the right hands it could be powerful. Before she ever stepped into UA High School, before her name appeared on any roster or training log, Aika Enjouhi was simply her mother's little son. Their mother, Reina, greeted her every morning with a hand on Aika's cheek and a kiss to the forehead, always saying "Good morning, my son." Reina Enjouhi. Her quirk, solar core. Her body naturally collected and retained heat from the environment and her own metabolism. She did not radiate intense warmth, but her skin always felt sun-warmed, steady, soothing, unshakable. She was immune to burns and extreme temperatures, and while she could not weaponize her heat, her presence alone could calm a room. Some heroes rescued with power. Reina rescued with peace. That morning in Arizona, the little house smelled like warm tortillas and lemon tea, sunlight pouring through the kitchen windows in wide, golden slants. Aika sat cross-legged on the counter, never the stool, cradling a handmade mug between her glowing hands. The warmth shimmered faintly at her fingertips, just enough to keep the tea at the perfect temperature. Mateo told her to keep her feet off the surface while he hunched over a welding schematic at the table. His voice was gravel and ash, but not unkind. Aika grinned and insisted her toes were not touching. Mateo muttered something under his breath and adjusted his reading glasses. Mateo Enjouhi. His quirk, molten touch. His hands generated intense heat strong enough to melt steel. He did not need tools to weld, just focus. The heat built quickly and dangerously, but years of DSPN had made him a master of control. His palms were calloused from the constant use of his quirk in his work as a welder. Across the room, Miharu, 8 years old and still half asleep, shuffled into the kitchen in a fluffy robe with little suns on it. She climbed onto a stool, yawned, and tucked herself against Aika's hip without a word. The moment her forehead pressed to Aika's side, Miharu gave a soft sigh. Aika felt it before she saw it. A faint pulse of warmth radiating outward from Miharu's chest, like a sunbeam under her skin. Miharu Enjouhi. Her quirk, radiant comfort. She naturally held warmth in her body and could release it in soft waves. She could not raise the temperature much, and she was not immune to extreme heat, but when she was calm, her glow spread gently from her chest, like a warm summer breeze in human form. Her warmth was subtle, emotional, and impossible not to lean into. Aika told her sister that her glow was showing and brushed back Miharu's bangs. Miharu observed that Aika seemed cold. Aika realized she had been pouring a little too much of her own heat into her mug. She cradled the warmth of Miharu's gentle glow and swept her hands over her arms, dispersing it into herself. Then she reached over and stole a piece of toast off Miharu's plate, and Miharu glowed brighter in retaliation. Their mother entered then, humming something under her breath, eyes scanning the kitchen. She wore her hair in a loose braid and moved with the slow grace of someone who lived in rhythm with the sun. Without asking, she opened the fridge, pulled out a bowl of tamale dough, and set it on the counter beside Aika's feet. She instructed Aika to warm it. Aika flattened her palms over the bowl and let the warmth trickle in, not too fast, not too hot. Just right. Reina's solar core kept her body temperature steady, but she could not pass heat the way Aika did. And Mateo's molten touch was too strong for delicate things like dough or wax. This part of the morning routine was always Aika's job. The dough softened perfectly, and Reina gave an approving hum and kissed Aika's cheek. Reina confessed that she would miss Aika when she left. Aika replied that she was not leaving yet. Reina teased that it did not mean she would not miss her early. Mateo folded up his plans with a quiet grunt of agreement and reminded Aika not to forget the shoes he had packed, the ones with the thicker soles. Aika complained that they made her feet look weird. Mateo said they would protect her quirk. Her hands needed heat, her feet needed insulation. Miharu tugged on Aika's sleeve and said she did not want her to go. Aika promised she would call every night. Miharu pleaded for video calls, and Aika nodded, leaning in to let her little sister press her warm forehead to Aika's chest. The heat between them was soft and steady, no flare, no surge. Just home. By the time Hero Basic Training rolled around, Aika's brain already felt like it had sprinted a marathon. Moving to Japan had been overwhelming. In ways she hadn't expected, even staying with her great-aunt felt like walking on eggshells made of etiquette. Shoes lined perfectly. Doors slid shut just so. Every sentence carried invisible rules she was terrified of breaking. And the names. Everyone here said last names first, and she kept mixing them up. She nodded at people she wasn't sure she had met yet, bowed when she probably shouldn't have, and accidentally used first names at awkward moments. Her first day had been a blur of introductions, rules, and adrenaline. She met a few other students who were loud and curious, especially about her quirk. Kaminari asked if she could throw heat and remarked that it sounded cool. Mina laughed when her classmates joked about frying cold fries, and Aika smiled weakly and thanked Denki. When Denki stumbled over his words and panicked about using her formal name, he laughed it off and told her she did not need to be so nervous. Mina told Aika that she sounded very formal until she blurted first names. The other students teased and made Aika groan into her hands. She mentioned the strictness of the relative she was staying with, and Ciro teased about strict aunt vibes while Aika described her great-aunt as very proper. Ochako, the girl from the entrance exam who could float, approached with the boy Aika had noticed earlier. He sat down next to her. Aika realized with a jolt that he was Izuku Midoriya. He looked up and met her eyes, both of them blushing and greeting each other awkwardly. Ochako complimented Aika on her performance during the exam, and Aika deflected, relieved that she had not melted the test object. All Might taught foundational hero studies, and for the first time everyone appeared in their hero costumes. Aika felt warmth in her cheeks before anyone spoke. She stood awkwardly in her bright orange, flame-themed outfit with a sunburst emblem on her chest, swirling gold designs along the hem, and her hair tied high with a red band. She instinctively lifted her hands to her face, dispersing the heat in her cheeks as if brushing away dust. Mina gasped and found Aika adorable. Ochako compared her to a little sun goddess. Denki complimented the swirls on her costume. Aika felt like shrinking into herself. Ciro praised the costume as stylish and functional. Mina bounced closer and compared Aika to a lively summer festival. Aika admitted the outfit was brighter than she expected and clutched the hem. Izuku stepped closer and quietly said that it suited her, that she seemed warm and comforting in a way that would make people feel safe. He looked embarrassed afterward, and Aika blinked in surprise at the kind, earnest compliment. Aika told herself she would watch the training analytically as a serious tactical exercise. That resolve lasted only briefly. Izuku dropped from the second floor like a determined protector, while Katsuki Bakugo charged in with explosive force. Aika's assessment went rapid-fire. Bakugo was fast, powerful, intense. Izuku was strategic, kind, and willing to risk himself for others. Her thoughts kept swinging between tactical observations and an unexpectedly flustered reaction to both young men. She watched Izuku counter Bakugo with wide, determined eyes, and she felt a swell of admiration for his bravery. Bakugo's aggressive, confident style was compelling in its own way. Aika struggled to reconcile how both could be so different and yet both so appealing. Mina leaned over and asked who she had been rooting for. Aika, embarrassed, could only admit that she had been invested in both. The match ended with Izuku exhausted but triumphant in helping his teammate, and Aika's hands twitched as she kept reminding herself to remain focused on heroics. When Denki appeared and commented that she seemed to be glowing, Aika jumped and explained nervously that her warmth was just part of her quirk. Denki shrugged and walked away, and she continued to feel warm. After school, Aika stretched on the lawn near the track with her hoodie sleeves rolled up, her hands naturally warm. Denki plopped down beside her and leaned his weight on her arm. He asked hypothetically whether she would fall for a supportive classmate who cheered for her during training, teasing to see if his question applied to himself. Aika stared ahead, flustered, and Denki winked to press the joke. She laughed nervously and admitted that she might feel a little flustered, and then clarified that she meant she would literally get warm because of her quirk and would need to be careful around others. Denki took her explanation in stride, and they sat quietly as the afternoon light faded. A student asked Denki to move. Denki scooted 2 inches to the left with a dramatic gasp, clutching his heart, and declared that she burned his soul but not his hand, calling it the duality of woman. School library, late afternoon. Aika was looking up materials on thermal conductivity and slowly overheating with anxiety. Izuku approached with his notebook in hand, clearly trying to be casual but failing. He greeted Ms. Enjouhi and asked, during her training, how she regulated internal temperature variance between her hands and external materials without overheating her skin. Aika blinked, then brightened. She explained that she had to match the surface temperature gradually, like when she had heated a metal panel during drills, and warned that if she surged too fast the temperature would rebound and she could burn herself. She added that there was a limit to how long she could store radiant energy. She gestured with her hands, eyes bright, and pulled out a napkin to draw a heat transfer diagram. Izuku nodded so fast his curls bounced and sketched in his own notebook at the same time, concluding that she was storing heat rather than generating it and comparing her quirk to a capacitor. Aika agreed enthusiastically that capacitor was the exact word she used with her father. They fell completely into a mutual nerd spiral. The next morning, Aika stood just to the left of the classroom door, backpack clutched tightly in both hands, face pink as her thoughts spiraled. Denki appeared like a cartoon pop-up and slid between her and the doorframe. He crouched so they were eye level and put his hands up as if diffusing a bomb, teasing that she seemed to be vibrating with big feelings and a brain full of static. She nodded mutely. He coached her through a deep breath, miming dramatically, and she followed, her anxiety easing a little. He asked for one more breath and a small half-smile, and she muttered that he was making her nervous on purpose before offering the faint smile he wanted. He crowed that he had won. Kirishima strolled up with a protein shake and asked if she was spiraling again. Aika blinked and said it was just class, existing, pressure, the usual. Kirishima offered her a fist bump and told her she was doing great just standing there, and she returned the bump, her hands still faintly warm. Denki straightened and insisted he believed in her, and Kirishima added that he was saying it because it was true. Aika flushed and covered her cheeks with her hands. Denki leaned in conspiratorially and offered to fake a small spark show so she could have an excuse to step out of class, and she told him not to get electrocuted on her behalf. He refused to promise. Aika walked into class flanked by both of them, two wildly different but equally supportive bodyguards, and though her heart was still nervous, she was not alone. After school, Denki cut through the courtyard because he had forgotten his pencil pouch again. He heard laughter and paused. Behind a tree, Aika sat with her shoes off, legs curled beneath her, phone pressed to her ear. She spoke loudly and warmly to her sister, telling Miharu not to make that face because she could hear the pout through the phone and scolding her not to get bangs again after the last disaster. Denki ducked instinctively behind the wall and listened as Aika laughed freely, an alive, open sound very different from the shy girl who flinched at loud jokes. She teased her sister gently, called her a baby broom for the last haircut mishap, and said she missed her, adding that she had made some good friends who made things easier now, and that one of them was charmingly dumb. She sighed quietly, promised to see Miharu soon, and ended the call. Aika sat still for a moment with the sun catching in her hair, then put her socks and shoes back on and headed toward the front gate without seeing Denki. Denki peeked around the corner only when she was gone, hands in his pockets and a little grin on his face. He breathed out slowly and thought to himself that this was the real her. He decided, silently and without telling anyone, to help bring that version of Aika out into the world, the one who laughed loud, scolded her sister with warmth, and glowed for herself, not just for her quirk. If he had to play the lovable idiot to get there, so be it. He turned toward the gate whistling as if he had not just fallen a little for her. Before class, Denki sat cross-legged on the couch with his hands steepled like a cartoon villain and squinted in mock secrecy. Mina, Toru, Sato, and Shiro sat around him holding snacks as if it were a reality show. Denki announced that Operation Sunbeam was officially in motion. Toru raised an eyebrow and asked if he had just named a mission after his crush. Denki corrected her that he had named it after his friend and admitted she was cute but insisted that was not the point. Sato urged him to continue mid-cookie bite. Denki said he had overheard Aika on the phone with her little sister the day before and had noticed she sounded different, loud, confident, teasing. Mina leaned in, asking how she was different, and Denki described the moment as like seeing the sun without clouds. Shiro teased that Denki was feeling feelings and took a pretzel thrown at him that missed. Denki concluded that Aika did not act fully like that with them and suspected she might be afraid or unsure she could. Toru asked what they should do, and Denki answered that they would do nothing yet because this one was his for now. Denki decided to try to bring Aika out of her shell gently, making it clear there would be no pressure and no pushing, only space for her to be herself. Sato nodded slowly and agreed that Aika needed to feel safe. Mina softened at the plan, calling it sweet, and Denki protested jokingly about ruining his tough reputation. Shiro pointed out the time Denki had shocked himself opening a soda, and they clinked juice boxes in a playful pact. No one told Aika. Denki leaned against the school gate, waiting as students left for the day, idly tossing a pen and catching it with a flourish. Kirishima arrived with his backpack slung over one shoulder and agreed to join Project Sunbeam. Denki explained their simple plan: walk Aika home, stay casual and friendly, and be gentle support. When Aika appeared, sleepy and hugging her binder with her fingertips glowing faintly as if recharging, Denki and Kirishima stepped forward to walk with her. Aika froze and then hesitantly agreed. Kirishima offered a warm, non-threatening smile and insisted that company made the walk nicer. The walk became an awkward but earnest attempt at normal conversation. Denki asked about favorite cheeses, Kirishima joined with his own commentary, and when Aika admitted brie, Denki whispered that she was classy while Kirishima noted she was soft but had a strong emotional core. Aika fidgeted with her sleeves and spoke little, but she laughed once at a reenacted joke and then buried her face in her binder. As they reached the corner where she usually turned off, she thanked them and hurried away, cheeks flushed. Denki and Kirishima agreed it had gone well and celebrated the small victory. At lunch, Mina animatedly discussed things while Toru laughed beside her and Sato shared homemade melon pan. Denki slid into his usual spot and noticed that Aika had placed her lunch on the edge of the bench, not in a corner and not hiding. She sat with them, curled a little and holding her thermos like a charm, but she was present. Mina asked Aika what her comfort food was, and Aika, after a moment, said that her father made honey sugar rolls that were warm and sticky and made it hard to be sad while holding one. Sato acknowledged this solemnly and Mina declared that sweet food heals. Denki leaned in to ask if Aika baked them too. Aika admitted she tried and enjoyed melting the butter and sugar by hand, though she did not consider herself very good. Toru asked if she used her quirk to help, and Aika nodded quietly. Toru genuinely admired that. Izuku appeared apologetically at the edge of the group with a tray and asked to join. Mina made room and Aika tensed slightly, pulling her thermos closer. Izuku greeted her politely and complimented her control, marveling at the thermal science behind her quirk and the discipline it must take. Aika mumbled her thanks and explained modestly that she studied heat science to avoid accidentally causing trouble. Izuku responded with genuine enthusiasm and laughter followed around the group. Mina and Toru noted Aika's rare lightheartedness with excited whispers. Aika glanced between everyone, not panicking, only a little flushed and warmer from the attention. At hero training class later, Aika stood frozen in front of the digital pairing board when her name appeared. Aika Enjouhi versus Katsuki Bakugo. She panicked internally about Bakugo's aggressive explosive style, imagining loud, dangerous attacks. Denki immediately moved to her side and encouraged her to breathe. Mina reminded Aika that Bakugo often underestimated quiet opponents and that could be an advantage. Aika steadied herself, focused her heat into her palms, and guided her breathing to match the warmth she felt, repeating a quiet affirmation that she could try. Across the field, Katsuki cracked his neck and strode to his starting point with a fierce, determined air. He did not look at her, he only stood at the mark, crackling with energy. Aika took her place, legs trembling slightly, and clenched her fists as she concentrated her heat into controlled, steady output. She told herself he was loud and angry but not invincible, and tried to calm the whirlwind of thoughts distracting her. From the sidelines, Denki loudly whispered that she had seemed to swoon, and Mina muttered that Aika was extremely relatable as they watched. When the buzzer sounded, Aika flinched but rose to meet the moment. Bakugo lunged, propelling himself forward with an explosive burst from his palm, low to the ground and trailing smoke like a rocket. Aika's breath caught and she did not dodge. Aika planted her feet. She raised both palms, the flickering glow focusing, and unleashed a short-range sun pulse that dispersed the heat wave of Katsuki's explosion in midair. A small shockwave flared between them and steam curled as heat met force. Katsuki landed and skidded sideways, eyes narrowing. He noted dryly that she was a little heater. He launched again, angling for an overhead strike with his gauntlet ped. Aika stumbled back and brought her glowing palms up into a radiant hold. She did not try to grab him. She sent a burst of heat toward his gauntlet, disrupting his timing so he fired too soon. Katsuki cursed under his breath. He became a blur of black and orange, circling with bursts, trying to flank. Aika countered not by meeting his blasts with raw power but by redirecting them. When he fired to her right, she stepped left, absorbing the heat in her palms and dispersing it into the air. She redirected each attack the same way, steady like a candle in a storm, swaying but not going out. She remembered Fujiko's advice to fight the space around his power rather than the power itself, and she followed it. Katsuki zipped low and feinted left. Aika followed the heat and he faked. He spun and blasted from behind. The blast struck, knocking her forward. She cried out, threw herself and tumbled, hitting the ground hard. Pain and dizziness blurred her thoughts for a moment as smoke hung in the air. Katsuki advanced through the smoke with his gauntlet raised. He growled that she was not bad and reminded her that this was not dodgeball, demanding she hit him or stay down, calling her glow stick. Aika blinked through the haze, sweat running down her face, hands trembling with nerves and embarrassment. The heat lingered like charred wool on her clothes. Her palms flared hotter. She told herself not to only redirect but to show she was not afraid. With a wobbly, unbalanced push, she launched a sun pulse jump, propelling herself off the ground in a motion that surprised Katsuki. She flew sideways and skidded to safety as light trailed behind her. She panted that it counted as offense. Katsuki laughed that it was barely anything, but for the first time he allowed a small smirk. They circled again, slower now and visibly tired. Her glow had dimmed, he panted. Both knew this match had never been about victory. It had been a test of guts. She had brought it. When the bout ended, Aika collapsed backward with a breathy exhale, arms splayed, cheeks flushed with pride. Katsuki glanced at her, shrugged, and admitted he had not expected her to hold up that long, nicknaming her toaster oven. From the ground she said she was going to lie in a freezer forever. Chapter end. The field still held warmth. Smoke curled lazily from cracked concrete and the air was heavy with scorched dust. Katsuki stripped the straps from his gauntlets and dropped them onto the bench with a dull clang, making a sound of dissatisfaction before grabbing a water bottle and draining half of it in one go. Kirishima stretched and observed that it had been something. Katsuki said she should have moved faster. Kirishima replied that maybe, but she had not frozen. They sat in silence, watching the field clear. Aika now sat on a bench, Mina crouched beside her and reenacting the match with dramatic gestures. Aika looked wrecked but was laughing. Katsuki clicked his tongue and muttered that she fought stupidly pure defense with no follow-through, taking hits head-on instead of dodging clean, almost daring someone to push harder. Kirishima chuckled and agreed he had noticed the same. Katsuki continued that the jump had been sloppy and unbalanced, that she had been lucky. Kirishima pointed out that it still worked. Katsuki only said barely. Shoto knelt in front of Aika with one hand hovering just above her palms. Frost bloomed slowly across his fingertips in a controlled, precise manner, easing the remaining heat. Aika exhaled and let her shoulders drop, thanking him. Shoto noted that her output had spiked at the end and advised her not to let it climb like that again. She offered a tired thumbs up. Katsuki muttered that she was not smart. Kirishima raised a single eyebrow and reminded him he had said that already. They listened to teachers calling wrap-up instructions and the scrape of boots on concrete while Mina loudly declared Aika a certified menace. Katsuki remarked half to himself that if she continued standing in front of blasts like that she ought to learn to handle more than one. Kirishima teased whether he was volunteering. Katsuki scoffed that he was not. Kirishima only lifted his hands and pointed out that Katsuki had been the one to make the observation. Aika barely had time to sit up before Denki dropped down in front of her and solemnly noted that she had lived, making sure that fact was on the record. Mina draped an arm around Aika and enthused that the display had been intense and heroic. Izuku jogged over, eyes bright and careful, complimenting her control and saying she had not panicked. Aika admitted she had just reacted, and he told her that counted. She pressed her palms to her cheeks to disperse lingering warmth and glanced back toward the field. Katsuki was already walking away and had glanced over his shoulder once. Chapter end. The school grounds were nearly empty by the time Aika reached the gate. The sky was streaked orange and long shadows stretched across the concrete. Katsuki Bakugo leaned against the wall with his backpack slung over one shoulder. She froze and managed an awkward greeting as he stood still, without exploding outward or making a scene. He told her she had done all right in the match, then muttered that she glowed too much and that it was distracting. Without another word he disappeared down the path. Aika exhaled and told herself okay to no one in particular, feeling the warmth in her hands. Before class the next day Aika sat at her desk unpacking her things. Izuku flipped to a blank page in his Quirk notebook and labeled it with her name and a Quirk study. Aika peeked and turned pink. Izuku asked politely if he could ask questions about her Quirk, calling it fascinating. She agreed. He asked whether it was heat-based rather than fire. She confirmed that it was not combustion and that she could not ignite anything directly. He asked about limits and she explained that she could hold a certain amount of heat in her palms, gathering it from her surroundings to keep for later, but if she held too much or for too long her skin became red and uncomfortable. Aika explained that sometimes her touch could overheat or burn, and that occasionally her body trembled like a warning. Izuku blinked and asked whether it shook. She confirmed that it was a warning sign, her body panicked, and if she pushed past it she could burn herself or faint. He murmured that her Quirk had a thermal threshold, and she smiled, surprised at how good it felt to be understood. He tapped his pen and asked whether she could generate her own heat. She shook her head and said she could not create heat at all. She had to draw it from something: warm sunlight, a mug, a heated surface, and sometimes another person. When he looked surprised and asked if she could draw heat from people, she widened her eyes and clarified that it only happened if the other person allowed it. She emphasized she would not take it without consent. When he asked how it worked, she explained that it required skin contact but that it was different. She could not pull much from someone without hurting them unless they were intentionally radiating warmth, like someone who runs hot or whose quirk kept them warm inside. Izuku paused, then smiled gently and praised her control. Aika glanced down at her fingers and admitted she was trying, that it was easy to use her quirk for comfort but that in battle she had to be careful and tactical. He nodded and told her she was smart, and she blushed, pressing her hands to her cheeks. When he asked if she felt warm right now, she hesitated and then thought she might be glowing a little. Later that day, Aika realized she had been daydreaming. Denki appeared beside her, waving both hands as if landing a plane, and she flinched so hard she dropped her bag. Denki teased that he knew that look and guessed it had been a boy daydream. Aika denied it, saying she had been thinking about thermodynamics, and Denki joked about whether the thermodynamics involved a shirtless model. She snapped at him to stop reading her aura, and he crouched to pick up her bag, clearly suppressing a grin. At lunch, Aika sat at the table like a nervous deer. Izuku was already there, smiling and blushing faintly, and Aika tried not to think about him. Denki slid into the seat beside her and offered to switch seats, noting she looked like she might pass out. Aika insisted she was fine and that she was just sitting, but when Denki teased about her pink cheeks she choked on her rice. Izuku startled and leaned forward, concerned, asking if she was okay and whether she needed water. Aika waved him off, still coughing, and explained that she had misaligned her swallowing as usual. Across the table, Mina leaned to Toru and observed that Aika had gone deep into a delusional zone. Aika later sat cross-legged on the grass in a patch of sunlight, smoothing a wrinkled worksheet. Her palms glowed faintly as she warmed the paper. Denki spotted her and called out, and she blinked up at him. He teased that the paper was lucky to be warm and close to her, and Aika blinked before her lips twitched into a small smile. He admitted he was flirting and, when she looked puzzled, said he would keep trying until it worked. The teasing made her flush, but she did not hide completely. Denki settled beside her with hands behind his head and said he liked seeing her smile too much to care how he looked. Aika insisted she had not been smiling, and he told her she had. She told him to shut up, but she stayed where she was. They walked side by side afterward, sneakers on pavement and vending machines humming in the distance. Aika clutched her water bottle while Denki walked with his hands in his pockets, half bouncing from nervous energy. He told her she had been pretty on fire that day, and she blushed. When she called him deceptively terrifying, he laughed and insisted he was a nervous marshmallow who glowed. He joked that she had a cozy vibe that could also be dangerous, and she laughed softly. When Denki pointed out that she had just flirted back, she panicked quietly and asked if she had. He said she had and that he was proud. She looked away, flustered and glowing faintly at the tips of her fingers. He told her she was just warming up. In the class group chat, Denki teased the others about what had happened, and Mina demanded an explanation. Toru wanted to know who, when, and what, and the others chimed in with playful commentary. The conversation was noisy and full of questions until Denki sent a casual reply and the thread carried on. After the training camp, the scare with Katsuki, and the teachers announcing new dorm arrangements, Aika unpacked her last box in the quiet golden light of afternoon. She stood barefoot in the center of her dorm, hair pinned up in a loose twist and sleeves rolled, a faint glow pulsing from her palms as she gently melted the bottom of a candle into its container. The candle sat perfectly on her desk now, filling the air with vanilla and honey. The room felt like hers at last. String lights were draped along the window, a chunky knit blanket was folded neatly. At the end of the bed, and a handful of mugs her most loved, chipped, and handmade ones lined a floating shelf. Her favorite red clay Sedona mug had its own coaster, and her fuzzy socks were tucked away in the drawer. Her sun charm from Dad dangled near her bedside lamp. She took a deep breath, sank onto her beanbag chair, tucked her legs underneath her like always, and held her warm mug to her chest. The door burst open loudly. Denki announced that they were doing a dorm room contest, and Mina, Kirishima, and a very unamused Ida protested that one could not just burst into someone's room, but it was already too late as half the class flooded in behind them. Aika squeaked and stood up, nearly spilling her tea, asking what was happening. Mina knelt in front of the mug shelf, calling the room adorable and asking if that was a sunshine mug. Zero flopped dramatically onto Aika's spare beanbag and remarked that the room felt like a hug. Aika panicked and warned them not to touch the candle because it was still soft. Jaira muttered from the doorway that she had excellent blanket taste and rated it 10 out of 10. Denki leaned against the wall, grinning and teasing that her socks were probably alphabetized. Aika turned red and denied it. Toru asked if the sun-shaped candle was something she had made, and Aika admitted that she had. Mina reacted in amazement and asked how she could be real. Izuku then peeked his head in, his eyes sweeping across the glowing candles and soft blankets. He smiled and said that it was really nice. Aika looked down at her mug, thanked him softly, and said that it had become her favorite place. Most of Class 1A was still half asleep, judged by scattered yawns and the soft shuffle of slippers. Someone had a blanket draped over their shoulders like a cape, and the faint hiss of rice steaming came from the kitchen. Aika closed her door gently, her fingers warm inside the cuffs of her sleeves. She had already made her bed, fixed the curl in her ponytail, and reheated her tea, the second cup she'd warmed with her hands that morning. She stepped into the hallway, moving slow and quiet. She turned a corner and nearly walked straight into Izuku. Both apologized at once. Aika said good morning while Izuku admitted he had not been looking where he was going. He looked softer that early, hair still unruly with a pencil tucked behind his ear and a notebook already open in one hand, half filled with scribbles. They fell into step without quite meaning to. Aika asked if he was already writing. Izuku confirmed that he was taking notes and explained that Kaminari had almost zapped his partner again the day before. He thought Kaminari's arc widened when he laughed. Aika hummed and relayed that Kaminari claimed it was part of his charm. Izuku laughed and asked if he really did, and Aika added that he claimed everything was part of his charm. Aika said she woke up early only when it was quiet, before everyone else burned up all the good energy. Izuku teased more academically that thermodynamics did not quite work that way, and she replied lightly that for her, that was exactly how it worked. He chuckled and they walked on. Near the kitchen, Izuku frowned at his paper cup and remarked that his tea seemed to have given up, cooling much sooner than expected. Aika looked at the cup and then at him. She considered helping. She usually did things like that without thinking, but this time she hesitated. Izuku quickly said it was fine, that it was probably still drinkable. Aika stepped closer and cupped her hands gently around the sides of the cup, letting the quiet warmth spread slowly through the paper. Izuku stopped walking and watched her hands with an almost startled focus. He told her that it was much better and then admitted, with surprise at his own words, that she was kind of amazing. Both of them froze. He stammered, trying to clarify, and then quickly told himself that nothing had been said. Embarrassed, Aika hid her face in her hands and they continued to the kitchen in careful silence. Aika sat next to Izuku at breakfast, telling herself it did not mean anything even as her eyes fixated on the crooked fold in the back of his uniform collar. Izuku had not noticed, absorbed in his notes with his pencil tapping softly against the table and his food untouched. She leaned closer and called his name to get his attention. He turned and she pointed out that his collar was wrinkled. Izuku attempted to fix it awkwardly without looking back. Aika paused, pressed 2 fingers to the fabric and warmed it. The crease smoothed instantly as heat threaded into the fibers. She pulled her hand back as if caught doing something dangerous and admitted that she had just ironed his collar. Izuku sat still, cheeks flushed, and neither of them touched their food. Later, Izuku glanced over as Aika smoothed her skirt and unwrapped her chopsticks, lining them up neatly against the edge of her tray. He asked if she was always so precise with breakfast, and she joked that she only was when thermodynamics were involved. He laughed quietly at his tea. Footsteps approached and Mina called a warning to Kaminari, but it was already too late. Denki arrived carrying his tray like a waiter and greeted the room, noting the cozy table before asking if he could sit. He pointed to the space beside Aika. She looked at the bench, hesitated, and then agreed, scooting over a few inches to make room. It did not occur to her to question it, though Aika suddenly noticed how close Izuku had become on her other side. By the time Denki reached the table, the space to her left was clearly not meant for a third person. Denki squeezed into the gap with exaggerated effort, shoulders bunching as if this were absolutely the correct choice. Their elbows bumped and he did not move away, instead leaning forward with a pleased grin. He cheerfully declared that it was a perfect fit. Izuku stared at his tray and felt the warmth of Aika's arm through the thin fabric of her uniform. He straightened, suddenly rigid with embarrassment. Denki glanced between them and grinned, commenting that they looked comfortable. Izuku protested awkwardly while Aika flushed and ducked her head, adjusting her chopsticks. Denki sighed theatrically and said he would behave, but he did not stay quiet for long. He mentioned, as casually as if it were normal, that he had dreamed he was a toaster and then added with a laugh that it had been a very attractive toaster. Aika let a soft laugh escape. Izuku made a strangled sound into his tea. Then noticed and leaned closer before asking what Aika was doing after school. She admitted she might watch a movie and eat candy but also had homework. Denki immediately offered to come along and promised to bring gummy worms. The day dragged. Aika barely made it through class without overwarming her pen. Her hands flared with residual heat more than once, especially when she had sat a little too close to Izuku during lunch. He kept smiling at her, not flirtatious, not intense, just kindly and sweet, and by the final bell her nerves felt frazzled. At dusk, the dormitory corridor was quiet. Aika's door sat open a sliver to let the scent of her citrus candle drift out. She sat cross-legged on her bed in oversized fuzzy socks, hair damp from a shower, a warm mug cupped between her hands. A knock sounded, and then Denki's unmistakable cheerful call asked if she was alive in there. She opened the door to find him grinning and holding 2 bags of candy, still in his uniform with his tie undone and hair messier than usual. He announced that he had brought gummy worms as if it were a sacred offering and stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, explaining that if he was snacking she should be snacking too. Aika hesitated and asked what made him think she wanted to hang out. Denki flopped onto her beanbag chair and, with a dramatic groan, claimed he was irresistible and that she liked to pretend not to notice. She rolled her eyes and called him exhausting. He tossed her a bag and suggested she warm a gummy worm because they tasted different when melty. She stared and told him he was the strangest person she had ever met. He replied that he was better than forgettable, a comment that made her pause long enough for him to notice and smirk. Later, walking through the dorm hallway, Aika caught up to Izuku and said she had been thinking about her hero costume. Izuku's attention sharpened immediately and he asked whether she meant her hero costume. She confirmed and described an idea that felt warm rather than hot, like sunlight or a cozy fireplace rather than searing flames. He beamed at the concept and said it sounded perfect for her quirk, fitting her personality. She explained that she was working out the features and could not use gloves because her quirk did not pass through fabric. Maybe fingerless arm guards could protect her forearms without covering her palms. Izuku nodded thoughtfully and suggested insulation for cold climates, noting that a lot of heat escaped from the core and layering heat-reflective materials around the torso could help while keeping thinner fabric along the arms for mobility. He added that built-in thermal coils powered by a low-risk rechargeable core might serve as an emergency heat source that could be manually activated to avoid overheating. Aika stopped walking, impressed, and Izuku admitted sheepishly that he thought about these things a lot. She smiled and offered him her sketchbook, asking him not to laugh. He opened it carefully and studied the page showing a figure in flame orange with soft gold swirls and a sun motif on the chest. He told her immediately that he loved it and that it felt like her. She blushed and mumbled thanks, then they walked into breakfast together. Later that day the common room was unusually quiet, filled only with the hum of the heater and the occasional turning of a page. Aika sat cross-legged on the floor with her sketchbook spread out, surrounded by pencils and an eraser worn down to a nub, a warm mug of something cinnamony beside her. She was absorbed in a half-drawn diagram of a thermal coil and did not notice the footsteps until they stopped beside her. Izuku arrived, breath a little short from hurrying, and greeted her. Izuku brought the printouts he had mentioned, heat-conductive alloy layouts and insulation testing results from the sports festival data, and asked if he could sit. Aika blinked up at him, surprised that he had found them. He pulled a few crinkled pages from his hoodie pocket and offered them to her. She patted the floor beside her, and he folded into a seat, his notebook opening across his lap. Izuku explained that placing the coils along her outer thighs and upper chest would avoid stressing the torso directly and would be safer for her core temperature. He added that designing the coil pattern in a spiral could let heat travel inward before dispersing. Aika stared at him, then smiled crookedly when he realized he had said we, which made him flustered. She admitted she liked the idea of working together and reached over to brush his hair back when it had fallen into his face. He thanked her with a pinked face. They returned to the sketches. The heater buzzed in the background and at some point, their shoulders brushed. Both of them froze for a moment before getting back to work. In the quiet of the common room, their collaboration deepened. Later that night the dorms were nearly silent. Aika's lamp cast a warm halo over her desk and her candle flickered beside it. She sat barefoot with one leg folded under her while she scribbled. Izuku sat to her right, shoulder touching hers, and squeezed his handwriting into the margins of her notebook as they worked through another design for her winter hero costume. Izuku suggested that the copper mesh should curve along the collar. Aika objected that a tight curve would trap the pulse too close to her throat and risk overheating, and insisted it had to fan outward instead. He immediately sketched her version and proposed buffering the curve with ceramic insulators while routing the heat across the back. Aika considered his drawing and agreed that it could work. They traded pencils and ideas, adding and refining symbols and vents. Izuku's hand slowed when Aika's socked foot bumped his shin and then tucked itself partly under it, as if content to rest there. Neither commented, and both kept sketching. Aika added a sun-shaped symbol beside one of his vent sketches and named it the sunburst pressure zone. Izuku joked that it was not an official term, and she declared that it was, and they continued with their steady rhythm of design. At one point their heads tipped toward each other over the notebook and their temples lightly bumped. Izuku apologized, and Aika laughed and teased him for hogging the diagram. They returned to drawing with easy companionship. The next day the training field at Ground Beta hummed with residual dust and the quiet attention of onlookers as a new match was announced by the instructor. Aika Enjouhi vs. Katsuki Bakugo stepped forward with coils on her chest and thighs faintly shining in the sun, thinking back to their previous match where she had barely managed to deflect his blasts. Izuku watched with concern, hoping her new costume adjustments would perform as intended. Bakugo cracked his knuckles and made a curt remark about seeing her again. Aika offered a polite bow and stated she would try harder this time. The spectators reacted. Denki complained to Mina that he would be upset if Bakugo made Aika cry while Cementos signaled for the match to begin. Bakugo exploded into motion with a sharp burst of speed, already charging an attack. Aika pressed the button on her collar and felt the coils warm, using the heat in her palms as she ducked under his swing and launched a small palm pulse that pushed him off course. Izuku cheered, relieved that the systems were working. Bakugo recovered quickly and taunted her again, but Aika's restraint snapped. She activated her coils with a sharp movement and brought warmth into her hands until her palms glowed orange. She stepped forward and caught his wrist mid-swing with a move she called Radiant Hold. The sudden contact forced Bakugo to curse as he pulled away. Aika breathed hard but steady and challenged him again. The crowd reacted with surprised excitement at her newfound assertiveness. Bakugo tested her, flexing his hand and then erupted into the air with a powerful blast that sent dust and debris spiraling outward. Aika raised her hands and did not dodge. She took the blast, absorbing and channeling it through her coils. It was not a perfect catch, but it demonstrated the effectiveness of her design and her growth in confidence. Her arms trembled as the searing wave slammed into them, heat burning against her skin. Instead of flinching, Aika drew the energy in, condensing it tighter and tighter. Her palms shimmered orange gold as the heat whipped between her fingers and she stumbled back, teeth gritted. She held it, then spun, dropped low, and launched the stored power. Aika unleashed a sun pulse, a tight burst of condensed heat arcing from her hands and slamming into Bakugo midair. He grunted, caught off guard as the blast hit his shoulder. Smoke curled from the mark and he landed hard, sliding backward. Aika panted, chest heaving, one knee threatening to buckle. Her hands glowed and shook, her ponytail stuck to her cheek with sweat. Bakugo wiped soot from his chin and laughed, a fierce, exhilarated sound rather than cruelty. He said that he had been waiting for a fight. He charged again, blasts pounding toward her. Aika dodged two and caught the third with her palm, teeth clenched as heat spilled through her joints. Her legs faltered, her limits were screaming. She pushed one last time, slamming both palms to the ground and blasting the stored heat downward in a palm pulse jump, a lopsided leap that gave her enough height to launch another strike midair. The final explosion sent her sprawling into the dirt, shoulder first. Her spirals dimmed and one hand was raw from absorbing too much too fast. Cementos declared the match over and announced Bakugo as the winner. The class did not cheer, they only stared. Bakugo stalked toward her, smoke still curling from his hands, face unreadable. Aika sat up slowly, coughing through grit, her palms still faintly glowing. Bakugo looked down at her and smirked, telling her that next time she would have to dodge faster. Aika blinked, then reached up and took his offered hand. From the sidelines, Denki ran both hands through his hair and yelled that he had done everything, and yet Bakugo was the one who unlocked her final form. Mina whispered that Aika had been so cool, and Siro echoed that sentiment. Denki muttered that he was going to explode emotionally out of spite. The next afternoon was breezy. The class had a rare break between lessons and Aika sat under a sakura tree with a sketchbook on her lap, doodling tiny sunbursts and swirls, knees tucked up. A single petal drifted from the branches and landed on her page. She smiled, lifted a hand, and gently warmed the air around the sketchbook, not enough to burn, just enough for the petal to flutter upward, catch the thermal lift, and float away like a lazy butterfly. Izuku, passing by with a notebook in hand, stopped mid-step when he saw her. He watched her make the air bend and send a petal on its way as if it were nothing. Aika murmured that heat could move things if you were careful. Izuku nodded shakily, notebook clutched to his chest and face flushed, then continued on with unsteady steps. Later, they sat at a study table with papers and books spread between them. The late light cast long shadows. Aika curled her feet under her and held a mug of tea beside her notebook, sleeves slipping over her hands as they glowed faintly while she warmed the cup. Izuku reached for his drink, but Aika told him it was too hot. She cupped it in both hands, warmed it a breath more, and returned it, saying that it was perfect now. Izuku stared at the cup as if she had offered him something more than tea. For a moment Aika felt as if she had given him her heart. In the lounge, Aika curled on the couch with a mug between her hands, coaxing the warmth out of it. Izuku tried to write in his notebook but only managed 5 straight lines and no words. A soft sip and a quiet hum drifted over as Aika tasted the tea. She noticed his stiff, cold hands and asked if he always ran cold. He admitted that he did. She asked for his hands, took them in both of hers, and warmed them without flinching. She told him he should ask next time. That night the rain had drizzled nearly all day and a storm rolled in fast over the UA dorms. Winds bowed the kitchen windows and fluorescence flickered out as the power failed. Aika sat cross-legged on the counter, melting beeswax in a chipped yellow mug she had salvaged. Her palms glowed low and steady, warmth seeping into the wax. She counted the remaining candles in her head, determined not to waste any. When the lights cut out, she did not panic. She spread her hands wider and let the glow bloom, casting a soft light across jars, wicks, and the little bottles of oils she had lined up. Footsteps sounded and a figure paused in the doorway. Aika looked up and recognized Todoroki. He stepped in, half shadow, half reflected lightning, and noted that she was still working. Aika pointed out that the power was out and that she was almost done, then asked if she could borrow his left side to finish the candles without overheating them. Todoroki's eyes flicked to her glow, then to the mug. He held out a finger and produced a small, controlled flame. Aika winced when the flame proved too strong for her plan and swatted the candle away, saying the heat was too much and that she only needed gentle warmth. He adjusted, making a tiny flame on his fingertip. Aika cupped her palms near it and drew the radiant heat into her hands without letting the flame touch the mug. The wax loosened. She poured, centered the wick, and sealed it with a brief pulse. She smiled and they worked together in efficient silence as rain and thunder filled the night, her glow steady and calm. His flame. When the candle set, a young man closed his fist and the fire vanished. Aika thanked him, explaining that she had really wanted to finish that one. He replied that it was no problem and, turning to leave, told her not to stay up too late. Aika smiled and promised she would not. She eyed the counter. One last shard of beeswax remained, small but too precious to waste. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then told herself she would be careful. She fed just enough borrowed warmth into the final mug. When it set, she exhaled in triumph. The room temperature dropped a few degrees and the hairs on her arms rose. It was time to go. She tucked the finished candle under one arm, lifted her free hand and brightened the glow to light her way. Warm radiance pushed back the dark in a small sphere around her hand. She passed the laundry room and climbed the short stairs, 2 more doors to go. The air felt colder with every step. The glow in her hand threatened to dim. She pushed it brighter so she would not trip, unaware that she was drawing heat from the reserve she used to keep her core stable. Her vision narrowed. She told herself to keep walking. The walls seemed to warp, then lurch. Static roared in her ears. The glow in her palm guttered, flared, and guttered again. Cold ran up her arms. She stopped, swayed, clutched the candle to her chest and dropped it. Ceramic thudded and rolled, wax smeared across the tile. Her fingers would not close. Heat bled out of her faster now as her ability auto-dumped warm light into the dark to help her see, then yanked from inside when the store ran dry. Her stomach pitched, her knees hit the floor. A sharp inhale froze in her chest and did not leave. The hallway tilted. She reached for the wall and missed. The glow blinked out. Everything went black and cold. Izuku could not sleep. Storm nerves and training replays crowded his head until he gave up and headed for the common kitchen, hoodie thrown over sleep pants and hair in a tangle. Halfway down the stairwell, he nearly walked into Todoroki. Todoroki said that he had been downstairs a little while ago and that Aika had been making candles. He added that she had said she was done, but it had been some time. Something tightened in Izuku's chest. He picked up his pace and called good night as he passed. The kitchen was empty. The counter was still warm in one spot, a thin film of wax and the ends of wicks left behind. No Aika was present. He called Aika's name and received no answer. Turning back toward the dorm wing, he almost slipped on a streak of pale wax across the tile. His stomach dropped, he followed the smear. Lightning flashed through a window and, in that strobe, he saw her half collapsed in the hall with one arm outstretched. He shouted her name and slid beside her, hands shaking. Her skin felt ice-cold and lifeless. Her hands flickered once and then went dull. Izuku realized she could not generate heat on her own. She could only store it and borrow some from contact. Panic hit him. He forced himself to think, get her warm, now. He slid his arms under her shoulders and knees, lifted her as if she weighed nothing and ran. He kicked her door open with his foot, laid her on the bed, and pulled the blankets over her. The air in the room felt like ice water. He rubbed her arms through the blanket with no response until a memory of Quirk's study week clicked into place. She had said that if her hands touched someone warm, she could borrow a little to help her recover. He stripped off his hoodie and shirt despite shaking hands. Sliding under the blankets, he lifted her wrists and pressed both of her palms against his bare chest, offering his heat. When there was no immediate effect, he tightened his hold and wrapped himself around her to share as much surface warmth as possible. He breathed against her hair and counted, trying to radiate calm as well as heat. Minutes crawled. Slowly, he felt pressure in his palms as her fingers curled. She murmured his name, barely audible, and asked for just a little. He told her she could take what she needed. Her palms flared weakly and he felt warmth begin to move from him to her, slowly at first and then more steadily. His skin chilled and goosebumps rose along his arms, but he held firm. Color returned to her cheeks and the blue at her lips faded. Her breathing lengthened and steadied. When her hands went slack in relief, he eased back and climbed out from under the covers. He pulled the blankets up to her chin and tucked them in around her shoulders, then put his shirt and sweatshirt back on to warm himself. The sensation of part of his warmth leaving him felt odd, like having something drawn out, but he was relieved she seemed to be recovering. Not ready to leave, he sat against the wall outside her door with his legs stretched out and arms crossed against the shiver running through him. He intended to stay awake, but sleep took him. Early light filtered gray through storm clouds when Aika blinked awake. She felt heavy warm, the deep warmth of someone who had been wrapped and rested. Her room smelled faintly of melted wax and rain. She wondered how she had gotten there. Her last clear memory was finishing the final candle and the dark hallway. The cold began at her fingers and then nothing after that. She pushed the blanket back and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Izuku Midoriya was asleep on the floor just outside her open door, a hoodie bunched under his head, arms folded tight against the chill, hair everywhere. Her throat tightened. She fetched her thickest blanket and draped it over him carefully, then sank down beside him, knees tucked under her chin, watching his steady breathing. She did not remember what had happened, but she knew who had stayed. Aika was staring at the candle flame when a knock came. She watched the way the wax pooled and reformed, the wick bending slightly to one side. She was warm enough, wrapped in her softest blanket with the room smelling like vanilla and citrus, but her hands were folded tight beneath the fabric. Denki called through the door, asking if she was alive in there or had finally ascended into candle heaven. She blinked, pulled back into herself, and told him to come in. Denki poked his head in, his eyes immediately flicking to her face. He hesitated for a fraction of a second and then brightened. He asked if she had anything sour that night. Aika lifted the gummy citrus rings and said she only had the good stuff. Denki responded warmly that there she was. He slid inside and flopped down beside her without hesitation, tugging the blanket over both of them. He told her she had set a record for not answering 3 knocks. Aika offered a quiet apology, and Denki bumped her shoulder and said she did not need to apologize because it meant he could be louder. He held up a gummy ring and challenged her to guess the flavor. Aika said it was orange. Denki declared she lied after tasting it and made a face. Aika smiled and sipped from her mug as tension eased from her shoulders. At some point, Denki ended up fully inverted with his legs hanging over the top of the beanbag, his hoodie riding up just enough to reveal the waistband of novelty boxers. Aika asked if he was comfortable. Denki said he was extremely comfortable and explained in his usual way that this was how geniuses thought. Aika teased that blood circulation did not work that way. Denki made an explosion sound and quipped that his brain needed to drain because it was full of lightning. Aika snorted and warned him he was going to short-circuit. Denki replied that he had already short-circuited when he ate a sour ring she had labeled extreme. Aika protested that the label was a challenge, not a warning. She reached into the bag, pulled out one of the extra sour ones, and popped it into her mouth without flinching. Denki told her she was terrifying. Aika responded mildly. Denki rolled upright again and slumped against her side, all loose limbs and sugar crash. He told her that her room was his favorite place in the whole school because it smelled good, had snacks, and felt warm like a built-in safe zone. Aika paused and then said she liked when he came over. Denki grinned and called himself awesome. Aika shoved him gently. They settled like that with candy wrappers crinkling and the candle steady, and this time when Aika looked at the light it did not pull her under. In the morning, Aika opened her door to find Izuku already standing there with his hand halfway raised to knock. He greeted her with a surprised good morning. She smiled softly, holding her thermos against her chest a little longer than usual as if holding onto something not yet settled. They began walking together, their familiar rhythm falling into place. The hallway felt warm despite the cold forecast. Izuku glanced at her and noted she looked rested but thoughtful. He asked if she was okay and observed that she seemed lost in thought. Aika said she remembered something, or part of something, from the night the power went out. Izuku kept his steps steady but his chest grew tight. Aika explained she remembered being very cold and scared, and then feeling warm and safe with him there. She admitted she did not remember everything but heard herself saying, just a little bit, and felt like she had meant it. She confessed she wanted to remember someday. Izuku felt his throat tighten. He wanted to tell her everything, that she had collapsed, that she had reached for him instinctively, and how terrified he had been, but he did not. He recognized that she was asking for trust, not answers. He nodded slowly and told her he would be there when she was ready. Aika smiled then, not one of her playful smiles or shy ones, but something steady and new. It was the kind of thank you that meant thank you for holding this with me. They walked again. As they reached the top of the stairs, Aika glanced at her hands and noted that they were not glowing but felt warm. Izuku smiled and said that they always did. The sky was the color of steel. The training grounds had been cleared of snow, but frost clung to the edges of the fencing like brittle lace. Cold air bit through uniforms, and most students bounced on their heels or clapped their hands together to stay warm. Aika stood near the edge of the line in her summer costume. Her winter suit had been sent back for modifications. Her breath puffed visibly as she exhaled. Everyone was waiting for instructions, but she was not listening. She was not really cold yet. She had drawn a little warmth from her thermos earlier and held it in her palms. The wind was sharp today, the kind that slid under collars and curled around spines. Her fingers twitched. The cold always made her think of that night, not the collapse exactly. She still could not see that clearly. The exhaustion, the darkness, the way warmth had bloomed in her chest and spread outward felt familiar. She remembered her own voice, small and soft, pleading for just a little bit more. She swallowed and shifted her weight. She remembered asking Izuku if she could feel that warmth again, not the moment itself, but the feeling. She remembered placing her hands on his chest and the way he had not flinched, the way he had simply let her. It had felt like nothing and like everything at once, and she could not remember why. Her stomach knotted. It was not guilt exactly, it was grief for a moment she knew had mattered to both of them and was gone. Shoto appeared beside her, breath faint and white in the air, and called her name before noting that she was shaking. She looked down and realized her hands were trembling. She told him she was fine, though her voice held little weight. Shoto observed that she had not drawn enough warmth before coming out and gently suggested that she should have asked him. Aika shook her head and said she was used to it. Shoto studied her without judging and then told her softly that she did not have to be. Izuku jogged toward them, cheeks flushed from the cold and a thermos in hand, announcing that he had brought extra tea in case anyone needed it. He slowed when he saw her and, taking in the tension in her shoulders and the faint tremor in her hands, did not ask questions. He simply held out the thermos and offered that it was still hot. Her hands closed around it automatically and brushed his. The touch sent an instant echo through her body, not a memory but an impression. Steadiness, warmth, the way he felt. She looked up at him, surprised and wishing she could remember more, because she knew he could and it mattered. The field was freezing. She felt it in her teeth, behind her eyes, and in the joints of her fingers as she held the hot thermos. She had not meant to become so flustered, but her chest ached emotionally, as if something pressed against her from the inside and begged to surface. The voice from that night echoed in her mind. She wanted to remember. She needed to. A call across the field ordered everyone to pair up. Shoto stood beside her while Izuku and Ida took positions across the snowy field for a 2-on-2 simulated combat. Shoto asked if she was all right. She affirmed him quietly, though her fingers tightened around the thermos. The horn blared. Ida surged forward like a bullet. Izuku hung back, eyes sharp and calculating angles. Shoto reacted instantly, ice SNG across the ground to funnel movement. Aika followed his lead, hands gathering warmth as she tried to hold formation and focus. But she knew Izuku was there. She could feel his steadiness and warmth, everything but his face. Her palms trembled. The heat she pulled from herself, the thermos, and the ground no longer calmed her. It fed a spiral. Shoto reported that Ida had broken left and was flanking. Aika did not answer. Shoto turned, frowning as her glow spiked too bright and too fast, and called her name in alarm. She tried to hold the warmth in, but she had pulled too much and kept pulling. Her knees hit the ground hard, then her hands. Snow hissed and steamed beneath her palms. Shoto was at her side instantly, alarm sharp in his voice as he urged her to stop and asked what was happening. Her vision swam and her fingers felt as if they were burning. Her chest tightened. She tried to speak but could not find the words. Izuku was already running. Teal sparks of energy flickered faintly as he dropped to his knees beside her without waiting for explanation and called her name. She rasped that she was okay and began to say something more, but Izuku gently interrupted, hovering a hand near her shoulder and insisting that she was not all right. Her hands glowed violently, now unstable, caught between release and collapse. She cried that she had not meant to, that she had only wanted to remember. Tears spilled freely as she explained that she remembered being cold, remembered Izuku, and remembered asking to feel it again, but could not recall the moment itself. She could feel it but not see it, and the lack tore her apart. Her glow flared dangerously. Shoto realized he could not fix this with ice or fire. Izuku leaned closer, voice steady though his heart hammered, and suggested that she might be trying to hold everything at once: the heat, the memory, the fear, all of it. Aika shook her head weakly and began to say that if she let go, but words failed her and the sentence trailed off. A short, steadying pause followed as everyone around her adjusted to the fragile quiet. Izuku told her he did not know what would happen. He then offered to carry the burden for her, asking only for a place to keep it safe. Aika's eyes widened at the offer. He explained that if she did not let it go, she would keep hurting herself trying to contain it, and he insisted he could handle the heat and help her. She stared at the boy who always stepped forward when he should have stepped back. She moved toward him and reached out for support. He steadied her, letting her draw what she needed without hesitation. The memory snapped into place for her: the dark hallway, the cold biting deep, the candle shattering, her legs giving out, and arms around her. There had been no fear then, no panic, only him holding her and letting her draw from him when she needed it most. She remembered asking for just a little help, small and real, and his answer being immediate and unquestioned. Aika whispered that she remembered. Izuku looked down at her, breath uneven and sweat tracking at his temple, and asked if she did. She nodded, tears falling as she told him he had stayed and let her hold on, even when she had not known she needed him. His hands hovered near her arms, steady but not restraining. He said he would do it again as many times as it took. The glow inside her chest faded. The panic softened into something grounded and safe. She slumped forward, exhausted but conscious, her forehead resting against his collarbone. Izuku held her, not because she was weak but because he could, because she had carried it long enough. Chapter end. Aika trembled, not from heat anymore but from the emotional release. Her arms went limp and her knees could not hold. The crash of exhaustion came fast, like her body realized it did not have to hold anything any longer and let go all at once. Izuku held her as long as he could, though he began to sway. His face was flushed and damp with sweat. His jaw tightened as he steadied himself. Shoto stepped forward, his concern sharp, and told Izuku he was not fine. Izuku tried to insist he was all right but faltered. Shoto moved to Izuku's side instantly, placing a hand on his shoulder to steady him and using his quirk to cool the worst of the heat with careful precision. The relief for Izuku was immediate. Shoto asked quietly if Izuku had taken it all, and Izuku nodded once, still cradling Aika like something fragile. Shoto softened his voice and told Izuku he had done everything right, then offered to carry Aika to the nurse. Aika stirred as Shoto took over. She barely noticed the change, only that the chest she leaned against had become cooler and steadier and familiar. She did not protest, she allowed herself to be held. Shoto lifted her carefully. Izuku staggered back, breath ragged, wiping his sleeve across his forehead. Ida was already at his side, insisting Izuku needed water and rest. Todoroki told Izuku that Aika was safe and that he had her as he headed toward the nurse's building. For a brief moment their eyes met and their expressions said what words did not: trust. Izuku had saved her. Shoto would carry her the rest of the way. Shoto walked slowly and kept one hand on Aika's back. She murmured something against his collar. He bent his head and told her he had her. She did not speak again, but she did not let go. The room was dim, sunlight filtered through the blinds like melting gold. Aika lay curled under a fleece blanket in Recovery Girl's office, one arm above her head and the other loosely against her chest. Her breathing was soft and even. Her fingers held a faint glow in her sleep, as if her body was still learning how to be fully still. Recovery Girl had stepped out for a break, and the door opened quietly as Izuku entered. He stood by the door for a while, then sat by the window, and finally moved to her side. He said nothing. He watched the way her fingers curled near her chest and the way her breath slowed when he was close. He reached for her hand and let his fingertips touch her palm just barely, enough to feel the faint warmth. Izuku whispered that he was still holding it and reassured her that she could rest because he had her. Aika did not stir, but her hand relaxed, and for the first time since training the glow in her fingers faded. Izuku managed a small smile. Aika dreamed, her mind awake even as her body slept. Chapter end. In her dream she stood in a familiar darkened room with the floor glowing faintly beneath her hands. A shape moved at the edge of her vision and Izuku stepped forward. He offered support again, and she stepped closer and reached out. This time she saw the hallway, the cold, the way her knees had given out, and the arms that had steadied her. She heard her own small voice asking for a little help, and his steady, real answer that he was holding on and would not let go. The words struck true, and Aika's eyes snapped open. She sat up quickly, heart racing and palms warm, the room tilting for a second. Izuku was there at her bedside in the dim recovery room, eyes wide with concern, hair damp and sleeves rolled up, hands folded awkwardly in his lap as if unsure how close he was allowed to be. He asked if she was okay and reached partly toward her. Aika stared at him, chest heaving and palms faintly glowing, the dream and his presence still lingering in the room. Her throat was dry. Izuku stood, flustered, and told her she had been glowing again. Aika did not wait. She reached forward blindly and shakily and pressed her hand against his chest, right where she had in the dream and where she remembered. His breath caught. Her glow flared, then steadied. For one terrifying second, Izuku thought she might cry, but she did not. Aika realized it had been him. Izuku acknowledged that it had. Her shoulders dropped in relief. Her other hand followed the first, palms resting over his heart as she leaned forward, forehead dipping toward his collarbone. She told him she had seen it, all of it, finally. Izuku did not move or speak. He let her touch him and remember. Her hands glowed warm and controlled, like a heart that finally knew where to put its light. She noted that he had stayed. He admitted he would do it again. The warmth between them pulsed gently, syncing with his heartbeat. He remained perfectly still because the moment belonged to her. Their breaths mingled, slow and steady, and he met her halfway. They shared a quiet, tender moment of closeness that offered comfort rather than taking anything. Her hands curled lightly into his shirt and his fingers brushed her arms as if not to disturb the glow she was now carrying. After a moment, they separated. The light in her hands was still there, and so was the calm between them. Izuku murmured that he was still holding it, and she confirmed that she knew. He gave a small, warm smile meant only for her, then hesitated and reached to hold her. She nodded, and he held her not because she was falling apart, but because she was allowing herself to be held. The warmth settled into calm rest. Aika shifted so her cheek rested against his shoulder and her body loosened, the fire inside her curling inward like it was finally safe enough to sleep. She confessed that she had feared being too careful and ruining things if she got too close. Izuku brushed his fingers through her hair and told her she had not ruined anything. A small anxious thought flickered through her mind about whether she had gone too far or misread his intention, but the warmth in her palms did not fade, only softened at the edges. Her eyes drifted shut. Izuku asked if she wanted him to stay, and when she said yes, he promised to be right there. Her breathing evened out, her glow softened, and she slept. Izuku stayed. Chapter end. Izuku sat with her in his arms for a long time, but eventually he knew he could not hold her forever. He shifted carefully, apologized quietly as he slid his arm out from behind her shoulders. Her breath hitched but she did not wake. He stood slowly, like she was made of glass and starlight, and laid her back onto the bed gently and deliberately. The crease between her brows smoothed as she settled. He knelt beside the bed and brushed a stray lock of hair from her cheek and told her she was okay. The door then slammed open and Denki burst in, calling for Aika. Izuku spun and hushed him frantically, warning that she was sleeping. Denki froze, snacks crinkling in his hand, then realized the situation and stepped back, exaggeratedly tiptoeing as he leaned in to look at her. The glow in her hands was barely there now, soft and steady. Denki asked if she was okay. Izuku nodded and explained that she had pushed herself too far. Denki muttered that it fit his expectations and then, quieter, asked if Aika knew that people noticed her. Izuku did not answer. Denki snorted, dropped into the chair by the window, and then checked that Izuku was all right. Izuku said he would be. Denki told him to hydrate before collapsing from exhaustion, and Izuku slipped out quietly. Alone, Denki watched the faint glow in her hands and realized it was not about a joke or something he had done. It was about honesty, trust, and letting herself be seen. He took a lemon gummy from his bag, her favorite, set it gently on the table beside her, and left. Aika woke slowly with no panic, only warmth and the quiet hum of being safe. Her thermos sat beside her, refilled, and another cup was nearby. On the table lay a folded green note that read that he was still holding it and that she did not have to carry it alone. Her hands trembled as she folded the note shut. The door opened and Katsuki Bakugo stepped in, looking as though he had walked into the wrong room and decided to deal with it anyway. He took one look at her hands, red and with faint blisters, and his jaw tightened. He demanded to know what it was. Aika pulled her hands under the blanket and tried to say it was not bad. He told her he did not care and crouched in front of her with eyes sharp and furious, not at her, but at what had been done to her. He asked why she had not stopped. She said she had thought she could. He replied that she could not. She admitted she had been trying to remember something important. Katsuki looked away, dragged a hand through his hair, and then stood. He told her that tomorrow morning she would train with him. She reacted with surprise and he reiterated the plan. She would not burn herself out again, not on his watch. He insisted they would fix this and that she would learn control. When she asked if he would really do that, he said he was not offering hugs, but results. A small stunned smile crossed her face. He scowled and warned her not to make him regret it, then left. Chapter end. The sun had not fully risen. Golden light bled slowly across the edge of the UA training grounds, catching on dew-soaked turf and casting long shadows across the open field. The air was cold and clean. Quiet. Then a sharp, controlled explosion snapped against a training dummy across the field. Katsuki barked that she was late from 30 feet away. Aika jogged over anyway, arms tucked into the sleeves of her hoodie. She insisted that she was literally 2 minutes early. Katsuki muttered that she should have been 5 minutes early and ordered her to stretch. She stretched immediately, no arguing, no commentary, trying very hard not to notice that he was already sweating, his tank top clinging, shoulders and arms cut like they'd been sculpted out of pure aggression. She stared at the sky instead. Birds. Clouds. Anything but him. Katsuki snapped for her to listen, and she focused instantly. He explained that she should push heat into her palms, just enough to feel it, then hold without releasing or trying anything fancy. She was to contain it. 30 seconds. No flinching. He would check her hands afterward, and if she wasn't burning herself they would go again. She agreed and they started slow. First round, 18 seconds before her fingers shook. Second, 27 seconds. Third, 34. Katsuki's pacing slowed. His eyes sharpened, not looking for mistakes, but measuring her, reading her breathing, her posture, her limits. At 40 seconds she dropped to one knee, panting softly, steam curling off her hands. He was beside her instantly, not touching, just close enough to ask if she was okay. She said she was fine, only very hot, and regretted the admission the second it left her mouth. His eyes flicked up, and she went bright red. Katsuki scoffed and told her to drink water. She did, thinking while she drank that he was a good teacher, in his own terrifying, explosive way. She also thought that he was very attractive, but she kept that part to herself. Aika jogged up the dorm steps 2 at a time, hoodie half-zipped, cheeks flushed from wind and exertion. She was faintly glowing and had exactly 1 minute to get inside and pretend she hadn't just spent the last hour being barked at by someone she absolutely refused to analyze any further. She reached for the doorknob and stopped when Izuku was already there, standing just outside her door with a backpack slung over one shoulder and 2 thermoses in hand. Izuku froze at the sight of her and said her name in surprise. Aika returned a quiet greeting. They both stood there a second too long. Her glow hadn't faded yet, soft and unmistakable at her collarbones, and he noticed before looking away almost immediately. He started to ask if she had been inside, then changed course and asked if she had come from outside or gone for a run. She said she had been training with Katsuki. He nodded once, then hesitated, saying quietly that Katsuki was a good teacher. Aika agreed that he was useful in his explosive way. Izuku let out a soft, nervous laugh and neither of them moved. An awkward, tender tension lingered between them. Izuku glanced down at the thermoses and then back up, then looked away again, saying that he had brought her citrus tea and hadn't been sure if she was still resting. The question tightened her chest. He had remembered. She reached out to take the thermos, and their fingers brushed for half a second. Her glow pulsed faintly. Izuku inhaled sharply and pretended he hadn't. She thanked him and apologized for not being inside. He said she didn't have to explain and then, more softly, that he was glad she was okay. She nodded, gripping the thermos like an anchor. They stood in a gentler silence. Izuku asked if she wanted breakfast, and she agreed immediately. They walked side by side, not touching but very aware of how close they were. After a few steps he observed that she was still glowing. She admitted she knew and drank her tea while neither of them said anything else. They walked in silence for a bit, the kind of silence that used to feel easy, warm and familiar, but now felt like standing on one foot, waiting to shift and settle and decide. Aika sipped from her thermos. The citrus warmth helped, but her hands were still too warm. She caught Izuku glancing at her like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to look. She finally told him that he didn't have to wait in the mornings outside her room if she was going to train with Katsuki. He blinked and clarified, asking if she meant the morning walks. She explained that she liked walking with him but that she also needed to keep training with Katsuki for a while until she got stronger. Izuku said that made sense and that Katsuki would push her. He offered to meet her after training with coffee so they could still walk together later. She studied him and then gave a small, careful, real smile and said she would like that. His shoulders eased and they started walking again. The path split ahead, half in shadow, half in sunlight, and without thinking Aika drifted toward the brighter side, closing her eyes briefly as the warmth touched her skin. Izuku noticed. She brought up a private meeting they had had earlier and fell silent. Izuku listened and nodded slowly, thanking her for telling him. He reassured her that he wanted to support her while she figured things out and that if all she wanted right now was to walk together, that would be enough for him. He added that he would be there. She exhaled without realizing she'd been holding her breath. They continued on, the morning light a quiet companion to the steps they took together. Izuku said it would take however long it took. Aika smiled, relief loosening something in her chest. When Izuku returned the smile, it was not nervous. It began in his chest and reached his eyes. The sun had barely risen, but heat was already in the air. Aika jogged onto the field with her hoodie sleeves rolled up, palms warm and breath visible in the morning chill. Katsuki waited with his arms crossed and a tank top on. Intensity turned up to full. Katsuki urged them to start and tossed a practice target into the dirt, accusing her of holding back. Aika groaned but smiled and asked for a moment to say good morning first. Katsuki refused. Training with Katsuki was explosive, punishing, and somehow grounding. He never let her settle. He saw her limits and demanded better, not out of cruelty but because he refused to watch her break again. She trained through the burn, sweat, and grit. When she finally hit 45 seconds of steady heat control, Katsuki muttered that it was not bad, which felt almost like a hug. After training, she was still warm and flushed and faintly glowing when she saw Katsuki waiting by the field's edge. He smiled as she jogged up and handed her a hot coffee, noting that she was glowing. Aika replied that she had just been scolded by someone explosive. They walked together in companionable silence, shoulders brushing slightly, and they did not speak about the kiss. Back in her room later that afternoon, she pulled on fuzzy socks to find Denki already stretched across her beanbag chair as if he owned the place. Denki demanded sour worms and Aika told him they were in the middle drawer, prompting him to leap up instantly. They spent the next hour sprawled on the floor, trading candy and silly jokes, flipping through her sketchbook and half watching a movie they had both seen multiple times. The chaos felt perfect. When Denki tossed a gummy that stuck to her forehead, Aika laughed until she snorted. Denki grinned and declared himself the highlight of her day, and she shook her head, still giggling. Later, Aika muttered about too much torque while flipping through her sketchbook at the common room table, her thumb tapping the corner of a half-finished page labeled Sun Pulse Jump, version 3. Izuku peeked over her shoulder with a cup of tea and asked if that was the new draft, then asked what she had changed. Aika explained that she had tried adjusting the release angle again because Katsuki kept pushing her to go higher and faster and she could not stabilize the lift on her own. Izuku laughed softly, set his mug down, and reassured her that she was almost there. Her heat output was consistent. It was the launch control that was messy. Aika muttered thanks and flipped to a page of spirals and hastily drawn stick figures. Izuku quickly clarified that he meant it and explained gently that she was compensating with output because she lacked a control buffer, which was not sustainable. Aika proposed adding spring soles to her boots, a mechanical toggle in the heel that would engage with her sun pulse to aid landing. Izuku eagerly agreed that it sounded like a support item for launch prep that would not interfere with her heat flow. He leaned in, musing about balance thresholds and shock absorption, and Aika bit back a smile. Their heads bent together over the paper, steam curling from the tea, and as Aika sketched the new spring-loaded idea, Izuku quietly became a little more invested. On a clear afternoon at Training Ground Gamma, Aika announced the first spring test. Izuku paced nervously while Aika stood in her prototype boots, crouched with her eyes on her feet as if they were holy relics. She told herself the springs were armed, the sun pulse primed, and the trajectory was probably a disaster. Izuku adjusted the stopwatch and cautioned her to go easy because she had not tested this with full heat before. Aika insisted that she was built for bouncing. With a blinding pulse of golden light from her palms and a heel click as the springs engaged, a loud burst propelled Aika into the air. She rose not gracefully but like an exuberant firework with no plan, arms flailing and hair streaming behind her. Midair she shouted with exhilaration before gravity took over. She landed hard some 30 feet from the launch point in a tangled, laughing heap. Izuku ran over in a rush, alarmed and asking if she was okay. Aika rolled onto her back, chest heaving, staring at the sky. For a moment the world was quiet, then she laughed not because it was funny but because she felt alive. She declared that she wanted to do it again. Izuku stopped beside her, flustered and worried, noting how reckless she had been, and she admitted that she was slightly scared too but excited. She said she wanted to tweak vent pressure and try a reverse bounce off a wall. Izuku muttered to himself about always falling for the ones who weaponize gravity. Aika limped back toward the starting point with boots clicking as she sketched her next approach in the air with her hands, and Izuku followed, a mix of concern and admiration in his step. The cafeteria buzzed when they arrived. Sada waved them over to the usual table where Mina was in the midst of a rant about underfluffy pancakes and Denki was trying to negotiate a trade of orange slices for strawberry jam. By the time Aika sat down, she had a plate of rice and egg drop soup, all perfectly warm and slightly cooled with her palm before taking a bite. Mina chimed in with a comment about Aika's hair looking windblown, and Aika replied that she had been out for a morning jog. Kirishima perked up beside her. Aika ran, nodding with warm cheeks. It felt easy and safe. Across the table, Mina was trying to convince Siro to let her bedazzle his combat boots. Denki was putting 2 grapes up his nose. Kirishima caught Aika's eye and grinned, handing her a packet of red bean paste. She smiled softly and sipped her tea. This moment belonged to her too. Katsuki watched from a few feet away, arms crossed, jaw tight. Training ended and she was already walking off as if it were automatic, a nerd with a notebook at her side, head tilted toward her like whatever he said mattered. Deku murmured and drew diagrams. Denki flanked her half the time with jokes to keep her smiling. Even Kirishima watched her as if she were fragile and needed guarding. They all orbited around her. He thought of how they looked at her like she was a miracle, oblivious to how she tripped when she was tired, how she apologized for other people's mistakes, how she laughed things off instead of letting them land. The worst part was that she did not notice. She did not see the way Denki studied her hands when she spoke, how Deku slowed his pace to match hers, or how Kirishima hovered as if waiting for permission to step in. Katsuki clicked his tongue and told himself they were idiots. He hated that she treated everything like it was casual, like nothing stuck. But then, despite himself, he glanced back at her and saw a faint glow at her fingertips as she laughed at something Kaminari had said. She did not look down and did not notice. That was what angered him most. Her mouth said she was fine, but her quirk did not lie. It flared whenever she was flustered or pushed, whenever something hit too close and she did not know what to do with it. She acted like she did not feel it. He exhaled and turned away, deciding silently that if she wanted to pretend the way everyone circled her did not matter, that was on her. Still, he thought someone ought to tell her she glowed like a signal flare when she was overwhelmed, and someone ought to make sure she stopped letting people get that close. The training field still held warmth from the last exercises. Aika stood with her hands on her knees, breath fast, palms glowing faintly as the heat bled off. When the glow finally faded, Katsuki told her she was better and that she had stopped herself before burnout. She straightened and brushed sweat from her face and thanked him, and he corrected her quickly that it was not a compliment, only a statement of fact. She hesitated, then stepped closer and asked him a question about her quirk, whether she could make fire. He raised an eyebrow and warned that if this was about yoga, he would refuse. Aika hurried to clarify that she meant heat rather than flame, and whether, if someone else's quirk provided a spark like his, she could sustain it. He went quiet and then asked if she had ever actually ignited anything. She admitted she had only made a sleeve smoke once. Katsuki explained that she did not make fire on her own, but that if he provided a spark and she had enough heat to feed it, an ember could live, briefly. Aika's chest tightened with a mix of excitement and the need for control. She asked him to try it with her. He scoffed and said he would only do it if she stopped looking like she was about to ask him to a dance. Still, he knelt and produced a small square of char cloth from his bag and told her to heat it slowly with no flashy movements. She complied and, when his spark touched the cloth, the ember flickered and steadied under her careful warmth. For a single, breathless moment she held something alive in ember rather than a full flame. She whispered that she had done it. He warned her not to move and not to be reckless. The ember died seconds later, leaving a thin curl of smoke. Katsuki told her she could not make fire but that she could help it be born. She nodded, though her hands still buzzed with the aftereffect. That night, rain whispered against the dorm windows. Aika sat at her desk in the dim room, stormlight flashing through the glass. The memory of a night when control had slipped from her stayed with her, the cold, the collapse, the way certainty had once felt like warmth that answered when everything else went dark. She hated how small that loss made her feel. On the desk were only a tin, a dropper, and a lighter. Her hand was steady in a way that felt too steady. She told herself she only wanted that control back, the certainty and warmth that had steadied her. She did not measure carefully and did not stop. The flame caught faster than she expected. Heat raced up her wrist and fire leapt across her palm. Startled, she waved her hand instinctively and the flame brushed the side of her torso. Fabric caught and she reacted, smothering the blaze against a towel and beating it down with shaking hands. The room filled with the sharp smell of scorched fabric and fuel, and she stared at her trembling hand in a moment of acute fear. She realized this was not strength but fear wearing confidence. She thought he would not be proud of this and began to cry. Before sunrise, she stepped onto the field again. Katsuki noticed immediately that she was limping. She denied it at first, but when he told her to show her hand she hesitated and then revealed fresh burn marks. His jaw tightened when he saw the singed fabric and blistered skin. He observed that she had hurt herself again and listened as she tried to explain that she had panicked. He saw how stiffly she stood and how her hoodie sat oddly over her side, then asked her to lift the hem so he could see the reddened patch along her ribs. A cold knot formed in him when he realized she had set herself alight alone. He told her plainly that she was not supposed to do this by herself and asked if she understood. When she struggled to answer, he said she could not hurt herself like that again without telling him, and that if she did, he would lock her in her dorm to keep her safe. She nodded. From the edge of the training field, Katsuki watched Aika walk away with Deku. A bandaged hand was tucked into her sleeve. Her smile remained gentle as she tried not to worry anyone. Later that day, Katsuki noticed it again. Denki stood across the quad, mid-sentence, then stopped when his eyes caught on Aika's bandaged hand the same way Izuku's had that morning. He lingered, quiet and worried, fingers curling around the edge of his hoodie sleeve as if he wanted to fix something he did not know how to touch. Katsuki's jaw tightened. He realized she did not notice how many people watched her, how she seemed to pull others into her orbit simply by existing, and he realized what she was doing to him. He turned away with his hands shoved deep into his pockets, telling himself to let them hover. If she burned again, he would be there to yell, to stop her, to fix it. He muttered a harsh word under his breath and felt the feeling like an explosion in his chest. Izuku noticed during their walk. Not the glow that had become normal, but the bandages. White gauze was wrapped carefully around Aika's palm, tucked just far enough beneath her sleeve that most people would miss it. He did not miss it. He slowed, chest tightening, as she continued talking about the weather and how Midnight always made announcements feel like declarations. Her voice faded under the rush in his ears. He did not call her name or speak, not wanting to make her flinch. He filed the detail away and walked beside her. Classroom 1A buzzed with energy. Everyone had a blank whiteboard on their desks, a thick marker, and the restless excitement of people about to define themselves. Midnight stood at the front of the room, grinning as if this was her favorite kind of chaos. She explained that today they would claim themselves and that their hero names should reflect their quirk, their spirit, and their brand. Denki whispered dramatically that he was going to throw up, and Aika snorted behind her hand, while being careful not to jostle her palm. Midnight told them to take their time, but not too much time, because the goal was heroes, not existential crises. Across the room, Ida wrote with militant precision. Siro leaned too close into Denki's space, and Mina doodled hearts, stars, and something suspiciously explosive. Aika sat very still, marker in hand, staring at the blank rectangle on her whiteboard. Her palms hummed faintly warm, controlled, present, the same careful balance she had been trying to relearn since the earlier incident. Her gaze drifted down to the edge of the bandage beneath her sleeve. The thought of fire felt wrong. Fire was hungry and took without asking. She had chased that force alone the night before, reckless and desperate to feel powerful, and it had burned her not out of malice, but honestly. Her quirk was not fire, she did not create or ignite. She held. She thought of hands pressed to a chest, of warmth given rather than taken, of staying steady when something fragile needed time. She sought a name that was quieter, something that remained when everything else burned away. She closed her eyes and breathed out slowly, letting the hum in her palms settle. When she opened her eyes, the word was already there. In soft, careful strokes she wrote Ember, the heartwarming hero. Midnight walked the rows, humming thoughtfully, and paused at Aika's desk. She tilted her head and commented that Ember sounded soft but strong and that it suited her. Aika's heart thudded, not panicked, just present. Her fingers curled slightly around the marker, warm and steady. For the first time since arriving at UA, the name did not feel like something she was reaching for, it felt like something she had already chosen. Later, Izuku walked a few steps behind Aika as she conversed softly with Kirishima. Her hands were tucked into her hoodie sleeves as she always did when cold. She laughed at something Kirishima said and lifted one hand to gesture, then immediately tugged her sleeve down when the glint of white gauze flashed at her wrist. When they reached the table, Izuku sat beside her instead of across, close enough to see. Kirishima asked if she did not want to sit in the sun that day because she was already glowing, and Aika replied that she would melt. Denki slid in across from her like a human rumor and announced that he had heard a thing and wanted confirmation. Izuku arrived quietly and found his gaze drawn to her hands before he could stop himself. He sat with his knee brushing hers. Denki suggested dramatically that she had trained that morning with Bakugo. Aika froze mid-bite and admitted that she had done early training to work on control. Kirishima asked for clarification, and she explained that she had practiced stability and that someone had helped her with it. Izuku, noticing her bandages, questioned whether she had held something. She confirmed that she had held a spark for a few seconds. Izuku's expression softened with respect. He observed that she had not made it but had protected it. Kirishima whistled low and connected that this was why she had chosen her name. Aika hesitated and agreed. Denki collapsed dramatically onto the table, claiming he could not emotionally survive the conversation. Kirishima laughed and said that she was kind of incredible. Aika hid behind her rice ball and said she was just eating lunch. Denki asked if Bakugo had exploded, and Aika said that he had, but not at her. Denki groaned. Izuku found the sight terrifying. He glanced at her sleeves one more time, said nothing and stayed close. After lunch, Izuku trailed behind the others. He watched Aika laugh with Denki, scold him gently for calling her baby Ember, and brush crumbs from her uniform. Her sleeve slipped again to reveal fresh bandages. He had not seen the fire or the spark, but he could see the cost. She did not notice his silence. She kept glowing and smiling the way she always did when she did not want anyone to worry. Izuku whispered her name. Not because of the flame, but because she kept holding things that burned. Later, Denki flopped onto the common room couch and stared at the ceiling. He thought about how Bakugo had trained her, how she held fire, and how everyone now seemed to orbit around her. The bandages nagged at him. He muttered that she would kill him with how wholesome she was, and added that if she burned herself again he would steal all the lighters on campus. He admitted that he still called her baby Ember. The next day in the cafeteria, Denki cut across the tables, warning Aika not to overdo it and calling her baby Ember as he teased that she should not use her last working hand. Izuku froze near the drink station. She was at the usual corner table, the bandaged hands now out in the open. His chest tightened. The glow had become normal, the bandages had not. Denki sat at her side and placed a piece of candy in front of her as a playful offering, announcing that it was a sugar bribe for the cutest little candle girl in the world. Aika huffed that it was not even a thing. Denki replied that it did not have to be a thing and joked that she was too hot for grammar. Something twisted low in Izuku's chest, sharp and unexpected. Kirishima arrived with napkins and a small bottle of aloe, saying he had brought the good kind and reached to help. He gently unwrapped the gauze while insisting she needed to stop hurting her hands because they were precious. Aika smiled and thanked him. Izuku did not move, the cafeteria blurred and his mind betrayed him. He remembered the storm, rain hammering the windows, her hands glowing too bright, her forehead pressed to his collarbone. He remembered the gentle, careful kiss they had shared, a moment he was still holding on to. The memory made him wonder why it felt less certain now. He forced himself to breathe. That night had not been a promise, it had been trust. They all hovered around her without realizing it, Denki nudging candy closer, Kirishima rewrapping the bandage, and she sat with tea steaming between her palms as if this were ordinary. Izuku stepped back just enough so his shadow would not fall across the table. He told himself it was fine, she was safe and surrounded by people who cared about her. That mattered more than his own feelings. Aika stirred her tea and laughed at Denki's joke about flammability and lawsuits. Then the absence of someone tugged at her, and she glanced around the cafeteria. She saw Izuku waiting by the drink station, tray untouched, deciding which choice would hurt less. Called him by his nickname and invited him to come sit. He blinked, surprised at being noticed, walked over, and slid into the seat across from her. When the others turned away, Aika leaned forward and asked if they were okay. Izuku looked at her and understood that she was not pulling away but still learning where she stood, so the pace had to be hers. He relaxed slightly and told her they were okay, then quietly asked if she was all right. Her eyes shimmered and she said she was now. After class, the group scattered in the common area. Kirishima had snacks out, Denki argued with Siro about which soda flavor was more appealing, and Aika sat cross-legged on the couch with her hoodie sleeves tucked over her fingers, poking at a warm rice cake Rikido had made. Katsuki leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, eyes tracking everything, especially Aika. Aika winced as she picked up the rice cake and switched it to the other hand. Katsuki snapped from across the room, telling her not to pick it up like that and warning that her left hand was still worse, so she should hold things with her right until it healed. The group paused. Aika blinked up in surprise and asked if he had noticed that. Katsuki scoffed, annoyed with himself for caring, and said he had noticed because she had been favoring the right hand since yesterday and kept clenching it between sets. He added that she should not be training yet. Aika softened and thanked him. Katsuki looked away and told her not to thank him. Denki warned them not to be stupid, then pushed off the wall and walked past, muttering under his breath about rice cakes and idiots and complaining about burned hands. When the door shut behind him, Denki turned to Aika and asked whether she knew how much she did not know. Aika blinked and asked what he meant. Denki threw his head back and groaned. The hallway outside the cafeteria fell from noise to a dull echo once the doors closed. Katsuki strode ahead with his hands in his pockets and shoulders tight. Kirishima followed more casually, finishing something crunchy. Kirishima observed that the cafeteria had been wild today. Katsuki dismissed it and called it full of idiots. Kirishima asked if he meant the usual ones. Katsuki said the girl was always surrounded by loud, clueless people who tripped over each other as if it were a daycare. Kirishima blinked and asked which girl. Katsuki told him not to be dumb. Kirishima smiled and said he was only noticing. They turned the corner, footsteps echoing past lockers. Katsuki clicked his tongue and said she missed half the important things because she was too busy smiling and apologizing as if that fixed everything. Kirishima asked what important things he meant. Katsuki said he meant when she was hurt. Kirishima prompted, and Katsuki gruffly added that it and everything else were what he was talking about. Kirishima raised his hands and clarified he wasn't saying it was bad, he was just surprised Katsuki noticed. Katsuki said someone had to. They walked in silence for a few steps. Kirishima mentioned that people had been talking. Katsuki grunted that people always talked. Kirishima explained he meant everyone from business course kids to support students, and that he had heard first years debating which of Enjouhi's quirks worked better against heat or impact. Katsuki scoffed and called them morons. Kirishima added that they had also been talking about Katsuki, about how he trained with her, how he did not go easy on her, and how she kept getting back up. That caught Katsuki's attention. He asked what they had said about him. Kirishima said it was about those things. Katsuki's jaw tightened as he reached the stairwell and gripped the rail. He said she took hits she should not and did not dodge when she should, standing as if trying to prove something. Leaning against the wall, Kirishima listened. Katsuki muttered that she did not need cheering, she needed to stop burning herself to keep up. Kirishima watched him for a long moment and then warmed to the idea that Katsuki wanted her to get stronger. Katsuki glared and said obviously. Kirishima added that he wanted that without her breaking. Katsuki conceded quietly. The bell rang somewhere distantly. Katsuki started down the stairs and Kirishima followed. Neither spoke again. Aika had heard the voices in the hall laughing, casual. Some students asked if the girl with the glowing hands had gotten burned trying to spar him, and another observed she might not be cut out for real combat. They said it without cruelty, that only made it worse because it treated her as a passing assumption. She did not cry, but her glow flickered out for the rest of the day. Later that night, after 10, Denki had just left, leaving candy wrappers and the scent of mango taffy behind. Aika sat cross-legged on her bed with a mug of tea cupped between her healing hands. Her side still ached. A firm knock sounded at her door. Katsuki entered without waiting for an invitation, arms crossed and scowling. Katsuki bluntly asked whether she was going to cry over what the background students had said. Aika began to protest that she was not, but he cut in, saying she had heard them. She looked down and her mug dimmed in her grip. She muttered that maybe they were right, that maybe she was not cut out for it. Katsuki told her to shut up. He stepped forward and planted himself like a wall, insisting that she had held her fire and burned herself but was still glowing like an ember, and that was not weakness. He pointed to her chest without touching it and said she had heat and power and should not waste it on worrying about other people's opinions. Aika started to argue. Katsuki interrupted, calling her a dumbass and telling her to listen. He insisted she was not soft or fragile but fire, and she needed to learn to use it or she would keep getting burned. He said he would not watch her shrink because of what some background students said. She sniffed, overwhelmed. Katsuki explained he had come because he would sit with her all night if he had to so she would remember who she was. He did not leave right away. He asked to see her hands to check whether she was healing properly. Aika hesitated, then offered them, and he inspected the bandages and the edge of the gauze closely from a respectful distance, deliberate and efficient in his observations. He noted that she was still holding too much heat when she blocked, trying to absorb and parry, and that was why the skin had been damaged. She said she was trying to improve and he said that was why he was. He asked to see the side that had been bandaged and asked her to lift her hoodie at the request to show the bandage. She complied, revealing the gauze across the healing area. He examined the dressing without unnecessary contact and commented that Recovery Girl had good instincts and that the injury could have been worse. He warned her it would hurt again if she continued to overuse her core without properly discharging. She nodded. Katsuki remained close but professional, focused on the injury rather than teasing or flustered behavior. Aika noticed the gentleness in his approach and found herself surprised by it. Katsuki muttered that he was being gentle, reflecting on how he had behaved. Denki told her she had earned it. Aika's cheeks flushed completely. He stood and said they would take a break from training. She was still healing and should not do anything reckless. She nodded, still glowing. He gave her a final look that was neither a smirk nor a scowl but something firm and steady. Denki said that the next time someone called her weak, she should send them to him. She nodded again. He said that was good and left. Aika's room smelled faintly of citrus wax and vanilla. She sat curled up on the beanbag, fuzzy socks on, one hand deep in a bag of popcorn and the other tossing individually wrapped caramels into a shared bowl beside Denki. He was sprawled sideways on the floor, head resting against her beanbag, fingers lazily flipping through a manga without really reading it. Aika remarked that he was quieter than usual while she tossed popcorn. Denki said he was just thinking. She told him that was dangerous, and he teased her for being rude. She grinned but did not press further. They sat like that for a while, low music playing and the lamp casting soft shadows, the comfortable quiet that came from many nights of snacks and company. Then, almost casually, Denki asked how she could not see something about the way people treated her. Aika blinked and asked what he meant. He looked up at the ceiling, searching for words, and suggested that she did not notice what everyone else did. She stared at him with popcorn halfway to her mouth and said his name in mild reproach. He rolled onto his stomach, propped his chin on his arms, and offered a small crooked smile while saying that she tended to think everyone was just being nice. She argued that they were nice. He said not like that, and when she asked what he meant he made a theatrical groan and pretended he had said nothing at all. Aika nudged his foot with hers and called out to him, but he only grinned lazily and teased her with a playful nickname. She told him to stop using that name, and he dared her to do something about it. She launched a popcorn kernel at his face, and he shrieked in exaggerated mock outrage. The moment passed quickly, folded back into the comfort of wrappers and joking wounds and the easy chaos that made her laugh. Later that night, while tidying the wrappers and putting away the candy bowl, Aika paused and repeated the question that had simmered earlier. She shook her head with a smile and told herself he was just being weird. Denki remained dramatically flopped across the floor, one arm over his eyes from the popcorn assault. He mumbled that she was dangerous because she weaponized snacks. Aika protested that she only used snacks in self-defense. He said she was lucky she was cute, which made her roll her eyes and smile. He kept teasing and reminding her of a past incident with Bakugo in which she had startled someone with her ember, and she laughed and settled deeper into the beanbag. When Denki said she was not Baby Ember anymore but simply Baby, she mocked the idea though she was unbothered. He tried the nickname again and waited for a reaction. Nothing came. He bit a candy with a triumphant little noise and tossed the wrapper like confetti. She yawned and began picking out candle supplies. Denki felt victorious at the casual nickname change and thought of it as a small successful operation. The room was strewn with snack wrappers like the aftermath of a tiny sugar-fueled festival. The scent of her candles lingered and the lights were soft and golden. Denki showed her a ridiculous meme on his phone involving a squirrel, a lightsaber, and a loaf of bread, and Aika nearly choked on a gummy while laughing. He said he had shown it to test her reflexes. She shoved his arm and called him the worst, and he pointed out that she invited him back every night. She smiled and did not deny it. Denki offered her a chocolate-covered pretzel, holding it between his fingers. Aika leaned in and playfully bit it straight from his hand, their hands brushing briefly. Her lips brushed the skin at his knuckles for a second, and he forgot how to breathe. She chewed, enjoying the snack, and said the pretzels were good. Denki tried to keep his composure while claiming the pretzels were indeed the good ones. Aika noticed Denki looking odd and asked if he was all right. He joked about updating his will, then dismissed it as nothing and used a softer nickname. She leaned her head against his shoulder and said she enjoyed his company. He wanted to say something more than that, something deeper, but he held back from speaking words that could change everything. Instead he said he felt the same. Aika stretched with a soft groan and shifted under the blanket, which revealed a sliver of skin before she adjusted. Denki caught sight of it and looked away, then looked back with a brief flush of regret at letting his attention wander. She settled into a cozy position and announced she was comfortable. Denki pretended not to be but reached for another candy. She offered him the last gummy and held it up to share. He nodded weakly, and she held the candy between her lips for a moment in a playful tease, prompting him to laugh and reach for it. The scene stayed light-hearted and silly, more like a friendly game than anything else. He told her again that she should send anyone who doubted her to him, and she agreed. They continued to pass snacks back and forth, trade jokes, and enjoy the quiet evening. The easy companionship between them was warm and steady, full of teasing and small gestures that felt significant without becoming anything more than they were ready for. Denki told himself it was his. He felt like he was going to die in the room. He leaned in cautiously, thinking maybe this was it, maybe she did know. She placed the candy in his hand and giggled, calling him good boy in a teasing tone. Denki stared. She grinned. Then told her she was going to kill him, and when she pretended not to understand he brushed it off and said it was nothing. She yawned and leaned against his side, saying she should stop with the candy because she might combust. Denki muttered that he was already combusting. She settled into the blanket with a happy sigh, her head near his shoulder, and her hand found his sleeve. She thanked him for always coming over and said she liked their routine. Denki answered that he did too. She fell asleep there, warm and steady, and Denki didn't move because there was nowhere else he would rather be. Eventually he let her sleep. The door clicked softly as Denki stepped into the hallway. He stood frozen for a moment, then braced his hands against the wall as if to steady himself. He whispered loudly to himself that he had no idea what had just happened, careful not to make too much noise past curfew. He paced down the corridor, hoodie half-zipped and hair sticking up, replaying the evening in his head. He complained to the empty plant about how close she had been, how warm her hand had felt, how her legs had been right there, and how he had felt like his soul might levitate. He covered his face dramatically and argued with himself about what he could have done, kissed her, said something, then sighed in frustration. He told himself that she had no idea and that if he confessed it might ruin everything, but if he stayed quiet he would keep suffering. At his door he admitted to himself, bluntly, that he was in love with her. He opened his door, flopped onto his bed face first, and groaned into his pillow, thinking that she didn't even realize how captivating she was. Aika sat on her bed in comfortable pajamas with a half-empty mug of lavender tea on the nightstand and fairy lights dimmed. A faint warmth lingered in her palms like home, but her heart felt loud. Her thoughts kept returning to the way Katsuki had touched her hand and sighed, not as if she were fragile, but as if she mattered and he didn't want the same injury to happen again. She remembered someone telling her she had earned it and found that no one had ever said that to her before. She noticed that other people had been acting strangely around her lately, Denki with his teasing softness, Izuku with careful looks and steady warmth, and Katsuki with a hard edge she didn't understand. Aika asked herself why their voices changed when she smiled, why Denki called her baby, why Izuku had stopped sitting with them at breakfast that one day, and why Katsuki had looked upset when she got burned. She pressed her chin to her knees and wondered what love even felt like. It made her chest tight and her palms warm when no one touched her, and it hurt when she feared she had done something wrong. Love should be sweet and gentle like a warm hug or a favorite song, she thought, but it felt complicated. She curled in on herself, frustrated, and admitted she didn't know the answer yet. Denki lounged across Aika's beanbag chair while Aika sat on her bed, carefully peeling the foil from a caramel. Aika asked Denki a casual, slightly embarrassed question about flirting and how to recognize it. Denki froze, the chip he had been eating paused halfway to his mouth, and he reacted with a mixture of shock and teasing panic. Aika tilted her head innocently and asked if he was all right. Denki coughed into his sleeve and joked that he was choking on her lack of self-awareness. He sat up clutching a throw pillow and pointed out, half serious, half mortified, that her manner while eating had been extremely flirtatious. Aika blinked and then grinned, asking if what she had done had actually worked. Denki covered his face with his hands and muttered that this was emotional terrorism. Aika laughed and flopped sideways on the bed, insisting she would figure flirting out eventually. Denki watched her, cheeks flushed and eyes soft, and quietly admitted that he already knew she would. The night went on. Denki had eventually agreed to help with some harmless lessons on flirting, and now he was sitting at the edge of her bed trying to steady himself and avoid short-circuiting from the emotional overload. He placed his hands on his knees and attempted to breathe through the crisis he had willingly signed up for. Aika sat across from him in her oversized hoodie and fuzzy socks, the exact opposite of a seductress, and yet somehow the most disarming person he had ever seen. Aika asked Denki for the real lessons, insisting she wanted something beyond the basics. Denki spluttered that he had never called the basics childish, and then, after a moment, agreed to demonstrate. He told her there were 3 drills. He described the first drill as a confident posture meant to convey ease, the second as a soft, NTMT whisper meant to share a small secret, and the third as a relaxed stretch that signaled comfort around someone else. Aika tried each drill in turn, following his directions exactly. When one of the demonstrations involved a position that made Denki visibly flustered, he reacted with a high-strung, embarrassed laugh and insisted there were no takebacks. Aika continued, puzzled but curious, asking whether she was performing them correctly. Denki, unable to hide how affected he was, kept telling her she was doing fine, his face reddening and his voice catching at odd moments. At one point Aika whispered a single silly word because she misunderstood the tone he wanted. Denki reacted as if he had been unexpectedly jolted, bewildered and overwhelmed. Later, when she relaxed and stretched out, doing little more than appearing comfortable, Denki turned away, put his face into the carpet, and muttered that he felt hopelessly smitten and not sure how he was going to make it through the semester. Aika rolled her eyes and dismissed him with a laugh, though the exchange left both of them charged with a flustered, awkward energy. Later, alone in the bathroom and still damp from a quick rinse, Aika replayed the entire session in her head. She frowned and admitted to herself that she still did not understand what was supposed to feel flirty about the steps. She had followed everything Denki told her, but she hadn't felt anything different. She reminded herself that he had said she was doing it right, but that only raised more questions about why she felt nothing in return. Katsuki did not knock. He entered with the same force he used for everything. Aika opened the door in a towel and a loose top, hair damp at the ends and muscles sore from training. Katsuki asked if she had bandages and then dropped a pouch of supplies on her desk. He told her to sit, and she did. Katsuki inspected her hands and the burn on her side with a frown that was not anger but worry shaped into something rough. He applied aloe and wrapped the gauze carefully, fingers warm and steady. He noticed how quietly she sat and the uncomplicated way she met his gaze, and he asked if she was sitting like that on purpose. Aika blinked at the question and shrugged. He finished tending her wounds and reminded her to get some sleep before he left. She thanked him softly, and he paused at the door a beat longer than usual before going. She stared at the closed door and told herself it probably had not worked, that he likely had not noticed anything unusual. She flopped back onto the bed and stared at the ceiling, unsettled by the intensity of small moments. The next morning Izuku waited for Aika as he always did, a warm cup of coffee in his hands. They walked together toward breakfast in the soft light of early morning. Aika's cheeks were flushed from training and she moved with the habitual confidence of someone still processing yesterday's lessons. She felt a sudden impulse to try one of the drills again, a whisper more than anything, and leaned toward Izuku to share a single, silly word. Izuku stopped in surprise and blushed, laughing breathlessly a moment later. He told her, with a smile, that if she ever tried to flirt with him properly, he would be very flustered. Aika smiled back at him, pleased by the easy, honest reaction, and the two continued on toward breakfast together. Aika told herself that it would still be true even if she said something ridiculous. She covered her face with her sleeve, which did nothing, and decided she was never doing that again. By afternoon Denki had returned to her room. Candy was scattered everywhere, the beanbag claimed, and the air felt like chaos was imminent. Denki grinned as he popped chocolate into his mouth and asked how the drills had gone, using the familiar pet name he liked to throw around. Aika looked haunted and admitted that she had said the word popcorn out loud to Izuku. Denki choked in surprise and then collapsed into laughter, calling it art rather than a failure. When the laughter faded, Aika asked quietly whether she was actually attractive. Denki sobered instantly and suggested a final, no-drills test. They would just talk. Aika really looked at him without planning anything and told him gently that he was cute when he pretended not to be flustered. Denki went still and then fumbled, saying he liked when she used that nickname. He grabbed a pillow and covered his lap like a shield, declaring the game over. Aika pointed out that she hadn't even been trying yet. He complained that she stopped thinking when she tried. He described her as accidentally appealing when she wasn't trying, and that when she did try, something broke. Aika blinked and called that stupid, but slowly she began to understand. She still didn't fully get it, but she was close. Later Denki lay flat on the floor like a defeated outline, arms splayed and a pillow clutched over his lap. Aika sat nearby with her notebook, pen uncapped, studying him like a scientist examining a failed experiment. They had been running these drills for nearly half an hour. Aika questioned whether the whole thing had been a candy metaphor. Denki insisted that everything had been the candy metaphor until she demanded to know which part. He begged her to stop, grinned when she said she wanted data for science, and argued good-naturedly when she claimed she was only keeping accurate records. She laughed, flopped onto her belly beside him, and pretended the pen was a microphone as she asked him to rate the experience on a scale from 1 to 10. Denki groaned that he could not numerically rank the moment his soul had tried to leave his body, but when pressed he muttered 12 as a minimum. Aika scribbled in her notebook, amused and delighted. He joked that she would weaponize this. She said she was simply recording observations. He lamented that he had taught a gremlin how to charm people and called it his fault. She smirked and later prodded him about what flirting felt like. He compared it to an electric shock in a good way, and then suggested they were done for the night. Aika changed into clean, dry clothes, oversized sleep shorts and a soft, loose top knotted at her hip. The faint scent of vanilla lingered on her, and freshly bandaged hands rested in her lap as she stared at herself in the mirror above her desk. Her notebook lay open beside her with a pen across the page. Aika told her reflection that she had this, squared her shoulders, and reminded herself that Denki had nearly passed out. That was progress and evidence that she was learning. She glanced at the clock, knowing Katsuki would be arriving any second to check her burns the way he always did now, quiet, grumpy, and reliable. She wondered whether she could provoke even a small reaction from him and softly imagined that understanding one little flinch might help her understand what love felt like. A knock at the door made her heart jump, this time with anticipation rather than nerves. She opened the door with a soft smile. Her sleep shorts were casual and her off-shoulder shirt fell effortlessly at her collarbone, damp hair framing her freshly washed face. She greeted Katsuki, and he blinked once before averting his gaze and stepping inside with a stiff grunt. He said he had come to check her burns and told her to sit. Aika noted that he no longer bothered with formalities and sat at the edge of her bed. Katsuki sat on the beanbag and took out his small kit as he always did. He did not meet her eyes at first. Aika padded across the room and sat cross-legged on the bed in a way that looked perfectly accidental. Without another word, he unscrewed the aloe, uncapped the bandages, and reached for her hand. Aika placed her hand in his palms and watched him work with a careful precision that suited his rough fingers. He inspected the healing skin and muttered that the blisters had faded to faint pink splotches and were almost gone. She thanked him, and he responded only by applying the aloe gently, rubbing it in with the pads of his thumb. She sighed softly with contentment at the comforting motion. Katsuki's hand froze. He asked quietly whether that was okay, and Aika whispered that it felt good, especially when he was the one doing it. He went still, almost as if he had stopped breathing. Aika tilted her head and smiled without fully realizing her posture, back arched slightly, knees turned in, hands in her lap, one hand lightly holding the hem of her shorts. Katsuki shifted to give her space and asked her to turn to the side. She hesitated, then tugged up the hem of her hoodie to expose the wrapped spot along her ribs and lifted her arm with care. He leaned forward to inspect the burn. Close enough, she could feel his warmth and the scent of his soap, sharp and clean with a faint smoky citrus note. He asked whether it was still tender. She admitted it was a little and promised she was only doing light movement in training. Katsuki grunted again, not satisfied but not scolding, as he continued to tend to her with focused attention. He unwrapped the bandage, examined the healing burn with eyes narrowed in concentration, and then began applying a fresh layer of ointment. She remembered Denki's drill. Her brain nudged her to try it, just to test it. She took a breath, intending to whisper something to him but couldn't think of words, so she simply exhaled softly in his direction. Her chest tightened with anxious anticipation. Katsuki's hands paused for a second, then resumed wrapping her ribs, slower now, more focused and less efficient. He did not speak. She waited, heart thudding, and thought she had messed it up. When he finished and gently pulled the hoodie back down over her waist, he packed up the supplies and stood, then turned toward the door. Katsuki said that she was healing and that was good. She started to say something more, but he glanced back. She said thank you, more sincerely this time. He studied her for a second, warned her not to be stupid again and threatened to take her to Recovery Girl himself if she did, then dismissed her with a rough good night and a teasing insult. The door shut behind him. She sat frozen for a moment. She reached for her other notebook, not the candle log, not the schedule planner, and wrote on the cover, "Why are boys weird around me?" She opened it and labeled the page "Flirting Reactions." Data inconclusive. Katsuki shut the door behind him and exhaled hard. He was not tired, he had nearly choked back there. He stomped down the dorm hallway, paused, and pressed one hand to the wall as if catching his breath after a spar. He kept replaying the scene in his head. She had been sitting there quiet as ever, hoodie sleeves too long over her hands, cheeks a little pink from when he checked her burns. That part was normal. Then she had shifted and sat there breathing, sweet and oblivious, and the sight of her had thrown him off balance. His jaw clenched. He scolded himself for overreacting. He told himself he had wrapped her side without flinching, that he had done well, even though his hands had slowed and he had barely remembered how to finish the bandage. He worried that she would think he did not care, because reacting would mean letting himself fall, and Bakugo Katsuki did not fall for girls by accident. He admitted to himself that she had no idea what she did to him, and if she ever did, he imagined it would be disastrous for him. He muttered that she would be the death of him, then decided to head straight to the training grounds and punch something hard enough to clear his head. The morning air was crisp and the sky was just starting to brighten. Aika tugged her sleeves over her hands as she walked slowly down the path from the training grounds, her steps lighter than usual. Izuku was already waiting at their usual spot with a backpack slung over one shoulder and hair still a little messy from sleep. His eyes brightened when he saw her. Izuku greeted Aika cheerfully. She offered a small, easy smile in return and tucked a bit of hair behind her ear, not trying to be anything in particular. They fell into step together. Izuku carried 2 drinks, one steaming coffee for her and a tall, frosty mocha frappe topped with whipped cream for himself. He explained that he had seen it on the cafe menu and thought it looked good. Aika's eyes lingered on the frappe like it was a treasure when he handed her the warm drink. Aika asked what the cold drink was and leaned closer to peer at the caramel swirl. Izuku stammered that it was a mocha frappe and offered the drink to her, clearly nervous. She accepted it with a delighted hum and took a small sip, content. Izuku cleared his throat and offered to switch drinks if she preferred the cold one. She declined with a smile, saying she liked warm drinks and that his looked tasty. He noticed something different in her posture that morning. When he glanced at her, she met his eyes and held the look for a moment, long enough to catch his words in his throat. Izuku asked if she had slept okay, sounding a little flustered. She replied that she had had good dreams. He responded that that was great, clearly relieved. She observed that he seemed flustered, not teasing but curious, and offered reassurance that it was okay. Izuku fell silent, struggling to form words. He said her name breathlessly and noted that she seemed different that day. She considered the question, thinking about Katsuki storming out and Denki's awkwardness the previous night, and then said quietly that maybe she was just learning who she was. Izuku smiled and said he hoped she kept learning. They walked the rest of the way in a comfortable, warm silence. That night in Aika's dorm, the building was quiet and the soft hum of nighttime settled around her like a blanket. She sat cross-legged on her bed, fingers curled around her favorite red mug and cocoa gone lukewarm, and thought about the events of the past days. Katsuki had flinched when he tended her burns. Denki had blushed and bitten his tongue. Izuku had been stunned and wide-eyed. Each had reacted differently to the same simple, honest moments. She reflected on those different moments and how they made her feel as she sipped her cooling drink. All unconnected, technically, but they had all looked at her the same way, as if she were dangerous, as if she were fire. She blinked slowly while heat pulsed gently in her palms and the mug reheated in her hands. She noted that it worked not proudly, not arrogantly, just as a fact. Tilting her head, she replayed every moment, every reaction, every pause in their speech, every twitch of a finger, every soft gaze she thought they did not notice. She had not understood it at first, but now she realized that when she did something, they reacted. A beat passed and her cocoa warmed again. Looking into the steam, she wondered whether that meant she had power. The thought did not make her grin. It made her think, and thinking led her somewhere darker, deeper. She considered that, to understand love, she might keep doing what produced those reactions. Her thumb brushed the rim of the mug and her glow faded into the clay. Simple, clear, without malice, this was her truth. In the quiet she allowed the possibility that others might grow attached to her before she grew attached to them. She did not plan to hurt anyone, she planned to learn. One of them would teach her what love was, and perhaps when she finally understood, she would know who she wanted. Until then, she resolved to begin. The morning air was soft and cool against Aika's cheeks. Izuku glanced over as he always did, not shy, not bold, just himself. He greeted her with his earnest morning voice and she replied with her own sweet greeting, using his nickname. He handed her the warm coffee he had brought and the tall, frosty mocha frappé she recognized instantly. Aika's eyes went straight to the frappé and she teased him about getting the same thing as yesterday while leaning in briefly to look at the caramel swirl. He blinked, caught between defending himself and handing it over. She plucked the cup from his hand without waiting, took a slow, exaggerated sip as if reviewing it, and then handed it back with a satisfied hum. She bumped his arm deliberately and asked if he had slept okay. She said she had not, and that she had been thinking about him, letting the pause carry the meaning. His steps and breath faltered. He stammered at being addressed directly. She mentioned the way he had held her when she had been cold in the past, and the memory was enough to turn his face pink. He tried to respond, but she only tilted her head, her eyes soft and curious, and asked whether he had meant his earlier praise. He assured her that he had, and she moved closer so their shoulders brushed. She asked if she could stay that close, not pressing for an answer but listening to the space between them. She could feel his heart quicken and he did not pull away. Denki was sprawled sideways on her bed with his feet dangling off the edge and a half-empty bag of sour gummies between them. Aika entered fresh from a shower, cheeks flushed, hair still damp at the ends, and wrapped a fuzzy blanket around her shoulders. She told him casually that she had been thinking about him. He reacted with surprise, his eyes tracing her damp hair and the soft smile at her lips, and asked what she meant. She sat down beside him so their knees brushed and said she had been thinking about the way he looked at her, reaching for a gummy as she spoke. He asked what that look was like and she replied that it felt electric. Denki's reaction was immediate and overwhelmed him. He dropped the gummies and muttered that it was working, that she was affecting him strongly. She blinked up at him and explained that she was trying to learn. He flopped back onto the bed, half exasperated and half entranced, and she reached for another gummy with a faint glow in her cheeks, already counting small successes. Later, she sat on the edge of her bed with her hoodie sleeves rolled up, hands clean and bandage-free for the first time in days. He knocked and entered without waiting for permission, then asked to see her hand. She held it out and he sat beside her, the bed dipping under his weight. His rough, scarred palms were warm and familiar as he inspected her healing. He noted the progress and asked if she had been using the ointment he had given her. She confirmed that she had and thanked him for checking. He asked quietly whether she had been reckless again. She said not today. He reached for the aloe to apply it, focused on the task. She leaned back slightly, adjusting her posture simply to be comfortable, and he paused in his application, concentrated and attentive. He checked another spot to see how it was healing, and she told him that he could check if he needed to. He looked up at her with a skeptical but concerned expression, and she smiled, telling him she trusted him. His tension softened at that simple admission. Completely. He applied the aloe in silence, hand firm but careful, every motion efficient. His hands lingered longer than necessary and her skin tingled. When he finished, he stood up abruptly and warned her not to do anything reckless without him. She agreed quietly as he reached for the door. She called his name once more to thank him for taking care of her. He did not answer or look back, though his ears flushed. 3 victims. 3 reactions. Aika felt the buzz of something new. She did not yet understand love, but she understood power, and she was not about to stop. Denki had already flopped dramatically onto his beanbag, munching candy from the jar like it was a ritual. He offered a lazy grin and asked what drill they were failing today. Aika walked past him, quiet and composed, closed the door gently, then turned and smiled a small, confident, dangerous smile. She walked toward him slowly and sat down on the floor cross-legged in front of the beanbag, calm and casual. She told him she was not there to fail today and was there to win. Denki almost dropped the sour gummy in his hand in surprise. Aika reached into the candy jar, plucked out a chocolate-covered pretzel, and held it up for him. She asked him to open his mouth, and he froze before taking the offered snack. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, chin in her hands, and reminded him that he had said not to try too hard, so she was deliberately taking a relaxed approach. Denki blinked as a faint orange glow flickered where her palms met her cheeks. He muttered that she was dangerous, and she pointed out that he had trained her, so it was partly his fault. He conceded he might have improvised. She offered another pretzel, took a bite herself, and held the other half out teasingly. Denki threw himself back onto the beanbag, flinging a pillow over his lap in mock defense, and declared, with theatrical flair, that he was done for. Aika laughed softly and settled on the floor, content and smug. Denki peeked over the pillow, eyes narrowed but smiling, and invited her to play. He reminded her that he had taught her some of her moves and suggested returning the favor. Before she could react, he grabbed a long ribbon gummy and dangled the end for her to bite. She bit it, and for a moment they were very close, breath caught. Denki's golden eyes were locked on her and his smirk trembled. He hushed her with a playful warning that speaking would ruin the game, then leaned back with arms behind his head and teased that she was not the only one with tricks. Aika said she was learning, with a tone that felt like a promise. Denki grinned and noted he had more resilience than she might expect. Aika narrowed her eyes in response and promised that he would see how far she could go. She toyed with a gummy between her fingers and then slowly liked the sugar-coated candy, meeting his gaze with a challenge. She remarked that the candy was still sweet. Denki tried to match her calm, sputtered that he could be sweet too, then caught himself and laughed it off. When challenged to prove it, Denki reached forward in a flurry of ridiculous, panic-driven energy and planted a childish raspberry on her cheek to break the tension. Aika blinked in surprise and wiped at the spot with her sleeve, calling the act preschool level. Denki leaned in more seriously and asked to take things further, letting his hand brush her knee once as a deliberate, gentle touch. Aika raised an eyebrow and tugged at the collar of his shirt as a teasing test, commenting in a playful way about whether it looked shockproof. Denki admitted she was the one glowing and he was just trying not to get overwhelmed. She leaned in and told him to take the risk, and for a beat they held that closeness. Denki instead reached down, grabbed a marshmallow from the snack pile, and offered it to her like a silly peace offering. Aika accepted it and murmured that she liked snacks, which left Denki breathless and flustered until he collapsed back onto the beanbag, draping the pillow over himself. Aika flopped down beside him, smug and composed, hands behind her head and steady despite her racing heart. Denki breathed into the pillow dramatically and told her she was lethal. She humored him and told him not to be dramatic. He sat up slowly, flipped his messy blonde hair back, and signaled that if she wanted to play rougher, he was ready. He leaned over her, pinned a hand casually beside her head, and reached for a red lollipop from the snack pile. He unwrapped it, put it in his mouth, then pulled it back out and presented it to her, challenging her to respond. Aika blinked, surprised by his boldness. She opened her mouth a fraction of an inch, and he pulled the lollipop away with a teasing shake of his head, instructing her to beg in a playful manner. She laughed in mock offense and demanded clarification, and he simply smirked and repeated that she had heard him. Aika narrowed her eyes and asked Denki to say please. She grabbed his wrist and held his gaze. She leaned in and did something playful and bold that startled him. Denki recoiled so quickly that he bumped the headboard and pressed a hand to his chest, protesting that it was unfair and that she had cheated. Aika sat up calmly, swinging her legs, and reminded him she was still learning. He panted, wide-eyed, and argued that what had just happened was no mere lesson but a final exam. She shrugged and said she was an honor student. He steadied himself and, hoarse, asked for one more round. Aika smirked and accepted the challenge, using the nickname that always made him fluster. Denki climbed back onto the bed, flushed and tense, and declared that the winner would take all. They moved closer, and the air between them charged. He reached out with purpose, then paused. They held each other's gaze, breathing hard. There was no kiss, only a close, electric moment that was more about wanting than acting. Denki murmured that she was dangerous, and Aika met his eyes and told him not to play with fire. They stayed like that until they both exhaled and separated. Denki stood up, legs weak, and laughed it off as if he needed to cool down. He tried to grab a snack on his way out but dropped it, looked at it, and decided not to pick it up. He told her leaving felt right, hesitated at the door, grinned faintly, and asked if she still thought she had won. Aika replied that she knew she had. He groaned, warned himself he had to leave before he did something foolish, and then he bolted. Aika was left alone on the bed, hands in her lap and warm where he had touched her. She wondered what had just happened. No answers came, only heat and static. A knock sounded at the door. Aika jolted upright, heart still racing. She scrambled off the bed, nearly tripped over her hoodie, caught herself on the desk, smoothed her shirt, fixed her ponytail, and shoved Denki's candy wrappers out of sight. She called out that she was coming, then opened the door. Katsuki stood in the doorway with a jar of aloe and a bundle of gauze, one hand in his hoodie pocket and his expression all business. He reminded her that he had said he was coming. Aika, still flustered and flushed, stammered that she had simply lost track of time. He stepped inside and set the supplies on her nightstand, then reached for her hands to tend to the burns he had treated before. As he worked, his face concentrated and a little guarded, he noticed that she was fidgeting and pointed it out. Aika claimed she had been practicing how to sit cutely and shifted her posture into the pose that often made Denki stumble. Katsuki's eyes flicked to her face, and he cleared his throat, trying to hide the way his expression softened. Aika looked down at her hands. Katsuki muttered that she was always cute, his voice too low for her to hear properly. She pretended not to notice, but the instant she registered it her heart stuttered. It was not nothing. It was a slip from the most guarded boy she knew. She wondered if he really thought she was always cute. Her fingers twitched beneath the fresh bandages and a slow, sly smile slid across her face. If this was how she would discover what love felt like, if this was the way to crack open someone like Katsuki Bakugo, then she resolved to play the part. Katsuki remained seated, still frowning, as if the room itself had warmed by 10 degrees. He asked warily why she was looking at him like that. Aika answered with a syrupy tone that suggested mischief. He narrowed his eyes and accused her of planning something. She leaned forward slightly and allowed herself to say that maybe she was, and he flinched. She traced the edge of his hoodie sleeve with one fingertip, careful not to strain her bandages, and reminded him that he had called her cute. He swore under his breath and tried to backtrack, but she pointed out that he had said it. When she asked him to say it again so she would know he meant it, he flushed and his gaze flicked everywhere, to her hands, her legs, her lips. He demanded to know what game she was playing, Ember, and she told him she wanted to know what love was. Katsuki growled that she thought he was the one to teach her. Aika answered with a slow, deliberate nod, an unspoken challenge. He should have stepped back, stormed off, or cursed, but instead he leaned closer. She did not flinch. Her eyes dropped to his mouth as if that were the most natural thing in the world. His composure cracked. He closed the distance just enough that the air between them felt charged, then pulled back almost immediately, Both of them flushed and stunned by how close they had come. The moment was heavy with meaning and left both of them unsettled. Her breath still seemed to hang in her chest. Katsuki had approached her in a way he never had before, with a raw, dangerous intensity that felt like a challenge. Something flared inside her, a competitive heat beneath the nerves and bandages of the girl who had once simply wanted to understand love. She smiled, not shy or cute, but sharp and determined. Aika moved with dangerous calm and stepped even closer, placing her hands on his chest and stating plainly that he had crossed a line. Katsuki smirked in response and affirmed that he had. He warned her to be careful with her mouth. She teased him back, asking if he was afraid she would win. He answered that he was afraid he might make her lose. Neither backed down. Aika leaned in close enough to speak softly into his ear and challenged him to try. Katsuki's breath caught and restraint trembled at the edges of him. Instead of escalating further, he steadied himself. He put distance between them, hands withdrawing, and the tension cooled into something raw and taut but controlled. A sudden knock at the door, 3 sharp raps cut through the moment. Izuku's muffled voice asked for Aika and said he needed to talk. Aika froze and then told him she would be right there. Katsuki growled low in his throat but did not move from where he had been hovering. He remained tense, pride burning but restrained. When Aika rose and opened the door, she was composed, calm, and wearing a warm smile, as if nothing had happened. Katsuki let her go without a smirk or gloat, his warning lingering like a dare in the air. If she wanted to play, she should not flinch when she got burned. The challenge remained between them as she stepped into the hallway. Aika stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind her, speaking gently as she greeted Izuku. He stood there with his hands wringing, clearly nervous and flushed, and he apologized, saying he did not mean to interrupt and asking if she was okay. Aika laughed softly, the same sweet laugh he always knew, and assured him she was fine while inside she felt reeling because Katsuki's words still echoed in her ears. She had just been in an intense confrontation with Katsuki, and it left her shaken. Izuku fidgeted with his sleeve and admitted, awkwardly, that he realized he did not know where he stood with her anymore. He confessed that he cared about her deeply but did not want to confuse her or get in her way, and he worried about falling harder if she was unsure. Aika kept her voice warm and told him that she did not want to hurt him. Izuku smiled, asked if she would walk with him tomorrow, and said that was all he needed for now. Aika nodded, closed the door, leaned her back against it, and let out the shakiest breath she had taken in a long time. Inside the room, a heated argument with Katsuki had just taken place. Outside, someone had just offered her his heart, and she did not know what to do with either. Katsuki remained in the room, still seated and still smoldering. Aika opened her eyes and, when he asked about Izuku, she said gently that he was confused and that she felt she was making it worse. Katsuki scoffed, bitter and tense, and asked what she had told him. Aika answered honestly that she had said she did not want to hurt him. Katsuki leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and demanded what she was doing with him, pointing out the real question between them. Aika admitted quietly that she did not know. He warned her, blunt and restrained, that she needed to figure it out before she burned everyone down with her uncertainty. When she sat beside him on the bed, they did not touch. Aika said she had thought this was a war, voice a mix of statement and question. Katsuki replied that a war implied ongoing conflict and asked who had said it was over. She observed that neither of them had won, and he responded, with a low, half-smile, that it was not over unless she chose to back down. Aika met his gaze and said she was not backing down. Katsuki warned, with a challenging smile, that if she kept looking at him like that she should be ready to lose again. Aika returned his expression with quiet confidence and said they would see. The following morning was golden and cool. Aika wore an oversized sweater with the sleeves half pulled over her hands and her hair loosely tied back, still a little damp. She jogged to meet Izuku by the field and teased him about always beating her to the meeting spot. Izuku laughed and said he would wait forever for her. Aika smiled and murmured that forever sounded like a promise. They walked together, exchanging casual conversation. Izuku arrived with a warm latte for himself and a different, cold strawberry drink topped with whipped cream for Aika. He explained that he wanted to try something different, and Aika accepted her cup while teasing whether the change was for him or for her. He admitted, shyly, that it was for both of them. She sampled his drink, closed her eyes at the taste, and told him it was worth changing up. As she handed his cup back, her fingers brushed his briefly. Aika then asked him to hold her cup for a moment and took a small muffin from her pocket, wincing when steam rushed out after she peeled the wrapper. She murmured that she had heated it too much, and without breaking step she placed a hand over the pastry and focused, drawing warmth into her palm in gentle pulses. The muffin cooled as if a breeze had passed over it. She broke it in half and offered the larger piece to Izuku, holding it to his mouth so he could take a bite. He ate in surprise, and Aika explained, with a wink, that she had stored the heat in her hand. Aika asked if he wanted to feel. Before he could answer, she pressed her hand to Izuku's chest, not forcefully but simply, between his collarbones. Her fingers glowed faintly as warmth flowed into him. His shirt grew warmer and his breath caught. She withdrew her hand, as if nothing had happened, and popped the rest of the muffin into her mouth, comparing the sensation to coffee with a casual comment. Izuku was silent and his mind felt like jelly. The muffin was forgotten. He glanced down and let his hand rest where she had touched him, feeling the residual warmth. He whispered that he was going to die, though she either did not notice or chose not to react. She stepped ahead and called over her shoulder that they would miss the good eggs. He followed. The cafeteria was nearly empty that early. Izuku and Aika slid into their usual corner table with 2 trays and 2 drinks, an unspoken tension between them. Aika hummed while stirring her coffee and Izuku watched the swirl. She observed that he was quiet and he replied that he was fine, only still a little warm from earlier. She blinked as if surprised and asked if it had been too much. He assured her it had been nice and warm, and corrected himself to say that the muffin had been good. She giggled and took a sip of her coffee. Denki was already cross-legged on Aika's bed, a bag of sour belts open and untouched. There was a different glint in his eye that morning, something sharper than his usual chaotic cheer. Aika entered with a smile and moved deliberately. He noticed immediately. She greeted him with the nickname he knew she liked and sat beside him, closer than usual, their knees touching. She reached over and took a candy from his hand playfully. Denki commented that it had been his, and she said it tasted better taken that way. He thought that she was learning from him. Then he suggested a new drill. She would flirt and he would flirt back. She agreed. The rules between them shifted and they began to banter, mirroring each other's small gestures and teasing remarks. Aika grew nervous and realized she had lost track of who was supposed to be in charge. Denki observed that she was blushing and asked her to look him in the eyes and say that she did not want him to kiss her. She froze. This felt different from their practice. Her heart raced and her voice failed her. When he leaned in and insisted, she could not form the words. He leaned back, sat against the wall, took another candy as if nothing had happened, and told her she had passed the exercise. His smug grin made clear that for now he had won the exchange. Aika sat stunned, mouth slightly open and heart fluttering. Denki asked if she was okay while casually eating a candy. She noted that he had not kissed her, and he said he had not needed to. When she accused him of wanting to, he admitted that he had, but told her gently that she was not ready to understand what it would mean, so he would not do it just because he could. He tapped her chin lightly and said that when she wanted it for real, she would know. She flinched, cheeks hot and hands clenched, and muttered that she hated him. Denki grinned and disagreed. That night, alone in bed, Aika hugged her pillow and rolled from side to side. She kept thinking about his restraint and her own confusion, telling herself that she would never play with lightning again. She did not believe it. The next morning at breakfast, Aika leaned over her tray and fidgeted with a sealed juice box, sleeves too long. When she could not bite the straw open, she asked Izuku to do it. He opened the straw easily and handed it back. She set it in place and drank, the soft pop of the straw drawing his attention. Izuku watched her, wondering if she was smiling and if she was making eye contact. She asked if he was okay and he made a small affirmative sound. When she peeled the lid off her porridge, steam rose and she warmed it with a gentle glow from her palms. Izuku tried not to stare as the steam drifted around her face. She found the porridge too hot and offered him her spoon, inviting him to try a bite and tell her if it was still too hot. He accepted the spoon, and they shared the simple, comfortable moment at their usual corner table. She held the spoon to his lips and asked him to taste it. Izuku opened his mouth on reflex and accepted the spoon, then nearly choked on the porridge. She giggled and asked if it was still too hot. He stammered that it was good. He thought he was going to die. She sat back, finished her juice box, and said that breakfast with him was always so nice and that she felt warm and full. He wanted to scream. She either did not notice or pretended not to. As she stood and tossed her trash, her hand brushed his shoulder with a soft spark of stored heat, and his skin remembered the touch in a way his brain did not have words for. She called for him to come, and he nodded, stood, and walked away like he had just survived a war. Aika sat on her bed with her hair half up and a hoodie slipping off one shoulder. Candy wrappers were strewn across the blanket. Denki strolled in with a cocky grin and a bag of spicy chips, tossed the chips beside her, and teased that she thought she was hot stuff now. She shrugged, opened a piece of chocolate with her teeth, and said that she was. He pretended to stagger back in mock horror and teased her about being confident, cocky, even a little evil. She pointed out that he had taught her a lot, and he muttered that it was the mistake of his life. He flopped down beside her, arms relaxed. He suggested playing another round, one drill, full throttle, and the winner could ask anything. She accepted and told him he should go first. He leaned in, a little too close, and challenged her to say something that would show affection in a close moment. She offered a playful line about wanting to feel breath before lips, and he reacted as if shocked and exhilarated all at once. He took his turn and asked her to sit comfortably and smile like she was about to ruin him. She obliged with a lazy, glowing little smile and a thoughtful bite of her lip. He pretended to be overcome, declared that she had won, and warned that he was defeated. She leaned in innocently and said she had barely tried. When it was her turn again, she asked him to say something bold and a little dangerous. He leaned closer and lowered his voice, but they both held back from anything explicitly NTM'd. The mood shifted from teasing to something quieter and more serious. He asked her to say what she felt rather than play games. She told him to forget the rules and to be honest about his feelings. He exhaled shakily and suggested they try a normal conversation, pretending to keep their composure. They joked about pineapple on pizza to force a light topic. They sat face to face, knees almost touching, and the air between them buzzed with tension because neither of them was doing anything overt. The restraint itself was overwhelming. When she asked him to say it was delicious, he refused, then surrendered with a laugh. She reached up and rested a hand against his jaw in a playful, warm gesture. He shook his head like he was coming out of a trance and insisted he needed to leave before he got carried away. She whimpered for one more round and grabbed his wrist as he rose. He told her she already won, but they stayed where they were, staring at each other. She tapped her fingers against her thigh and reminded him that the winner got to ask anything. He swallowed hard, realizing she had actually won, and told her to ask. She leaned in close enough that their faces were almost touching and asked him to be sincere about what he felt. He stumbled over his words, then reached for her, but they decided to stop before anything more happened. Instead of continuing toward something physical, they settled into a charged but non-SXL moment, sitting quietly and close to each other. She rested her hands on his chest as a comforting, glowing presence pulsed softly from her palms. The warmth was gentle and soothing, not painful, and it seemed to spread through him in a calming way. He breathed heavily, dazed and shaken by the intensity of that shared feeling. She rested her cheek against his shoulder, reminding him that he had promised anything in the game, and then lifted a glowing hand to the side of his neck in a soft, reassuring touch. He shuddered at the sensation, aware of every small feeling it stirred. She leaned back just enough to meet his eyes. Her eyes were soft, half-lidded and curious. His heart raced so fast he felt like his quirk might activate by accident. He finally exhaled, long and ragged, and leaned his forehead against hers. He admitted that he no longer knew what their connection was anymore, voice hoarse, but that he wanted it. Aika blinked and her fingers relaxed slightly on his chest as the faint glow dimmed. Then she smiled soft, dangerous, addicting. She told him it was good and that he would help her figure it out. She stood and moved away from him. Denki remained sitting, paralyzed, hoodie askew, hands gripping the edge of the bed as if clinging to reality itself. He croaked that he had forgotten his name. Aika snorted, cheeks warm from effort and amusement. She grabbed a piece of candy from the tray beside the bed, popped it into her mouth, and asked playfully whether he was sure he was ready for tomorrow's lesson, raising a hand that glowed faintly like a taunt. He gave no answer aloud. Internally, he thought he was in love with a radiant girl and felt helpless. He stayed there for another 10 minutes, head in his hands, wondering what kind of person Aika really was. Aika, for her part, reflected that she still did not fully understand it, but that it worked. Katsuki showed up late, as he always did. Aika sat on the edge of her bed brushing her hair, the room lit by candlelight and a quiet warmth that seemed to come from somewhere deeper. He shut the door behind him and leaned against the wall, arms crossed, grumbling that he had been thinking whether he should come at all. She tilted her head and asked what had brought him after all that thinking. He said he wanted to talk about her and what she had been doing. Aika put down her brush and stood slowly, neither threatening nor esping. She asked whether he had come to accuse her or to confess. He stepped forward slightly and accused her of messing with everyone, with Izuku and with Denki. She smiled, not sweetly, and asked what if she was. He responded that it was not funny. She asked, calmly and pointedly, whether he was there to check on her injuries or to see if he still mattered to her. Something shifted in his eyes: confusion, challenge, want, restraint. She leaned in a little and locked eyes, telling him he could walk away or stay and figure out why he had come. The air thickened with unspoken things. Katsuki glanced away with a scoff, tightened his jaw, and left. Aika remained frozen for a moment, thinking about what had just happened. Katsuki walked heavily down the hall, hands shoved into his pockets, stopping in the middle of the darkness to ask himself what he was even doing anymore. He told himself she was playing games and that she did not take anything seriously, and yet he kept coming back to her room late at night, trying to understand why he felt the way he did. The room was quiet afterward. The residual warmth from earlier lingered. Aika sat on the edge of the bed, hands resting on her thighs, a faint glow about her as if she were humming with energy. She did not feel guilty exactly, she felt awake. She tilted her head back, exhaled slowly with her eyes fluttering closed, and wondered briefly whether this was what love felt like. It was not, but it was close. She smiled to herself with the slow curl of someone who felt in control and murmured that she was still winning. She stretched, moved to her desk, sipped cold tea, and smoothed her hair in the mirror. A knock at the door made her freeze. Katsuki had just left, so she did not expect anyone else. She walked to the door and opened it to find Izuku standing there, soft green eyes and sweaty bangs from late-night training, offering a gentle, nervous smile. He greeted her quietly. Aika smiled and invited him in. Izuku stepped inside, glancing around at the still warm room without commenting. Aika sat again on the edge of the bed with one leg tucked under the other, hands resting on her knee with a faint ember-like glow. She asked whether he wanted to walk together tomorrow. Izuku nodded, comfortable with the familiarity between them, though a subtle tension remained. He confirmed they would meet at the usual time, and she suggested instead that he come to her dorm to start the morning together. He blinked in surprise and asked why the change, and she replied that she wanted to see what it felt like to start the day together. He swallowed, then agreed, nodding a little too quickly. Of course I said yes. There was again that persistent feeling that he was always a step behind her in a game he did not fully understand. She smiled sweetly, and Aika told him to be careful not to be late. Izuku's steps were light, but his heart was not. It felt loud, like combat boots stomping through his chest. Something about the way she had spoken made it feel ordinary and not ordinary at the same time. He replayed her words over and over. She had said she wanted to see what it felt like to start the day warmer. Warm had always been part of who she was, but this felt different. The way she had asked him to come to her dorm had sounded like it was not a question at all, as if he had already agreed before she had even opened her mouth. He rubbed the back of his neck, flustered. Her request echoed in his mind like an ember tucked into his collar burning, confusing, intoxicating. When he reached his room, he closed the door softly and stood in the dimness, asking himself what was happening. Aika's kindness had always made him melt, but this new version of her felt sharper. She looked at him with the certainty of someone who knew more than she let on, and she spoke small, soft things that tied him up inside. Then she smiled, as if she hadn't sparked something on purpose. Was she just being kind? Was this what it was like to fall for someone, or was it just another facet of her quirk? He pressed a hand to his chest. He thought he would burn for her if she needed him to, but he did not know whether he was supposed to, or whether she even meant it in the same way. He lay on his bed beneath the blank gray ceiling, his hand resting where her palms had once pressed, remembering the times he'd helped her. After a training session in bitter cold, she had collapsed, overwhelmed by heat she couldn't release. Without thinking, he had offered his warmth and let her hold on. He remembered the sting of the cold, sweat clinging to his neck, but he had not flinched. He had told himself then that if she needed to burn to stay alive, he would burn too. He remembered the look in her eyes afterwards, soft, trusting, as if he were the only one she could see. He remembered another time during a blackout when she had gone ice cold and whispered a plea. He had given her his warmth, held her, and stayed by her side all night. She had not remembered it later, but he had. Every heartbeat, every second she had pressed against him had been seared into his memory. He would have done anything for her then and still would now. Now she looked at him with more than warmth behind her smile, confidence, perhaps even intent, and he remembered the brief kiss in Recovery Girl's office. It had been soft and fleeting and very much hers. Afterward she had apologized for initiating the kiss, as if it were something she had offered that he might reject. He was left wondering whether she meant it the same way he did. He turned onto his side, fingers curling into his blanket. He told himself he would not push her. If she needed someone to stand still while she tested whatever storm she was chasing, he would be right here. In the quiet of his room, he allowed himself the thought he never said aloud. He loved her. Next morning at 6:03 a.m., Aika's dorm room greeted him with a gentle knock at the door, quiet and hesitant. She blinked as she tugged on a soft hoodie and padded to the door barefoot, still carrying the soft glow of sleep. She opened the door slowly and greeted him. Izuku stood in the doorway with 2 drinks in hand, frozen for a moment as if he had never seen her before, despite escorting her to breakfast almost every day since the term began. He held up the 2 cups like a waiter presenting a small offering and explained that he had brought 1 hot coffee for Aika and an iced hazelnut mocha for himself, smiling shyly as he did. Aika accepted her drink while already glancing at his. She teased him with a smirk and he responded with a self-conscious smile, suggesting that she wanted a sip again. She pretended to think about it and then agreed. He handed the drink over. She tasted it deliberately and returned it with a quiet hum of approval, saying it was still good and that he had passed. Izuku laughed softly, but his attention snagged on the small, easy ways she moved and the faint shimmer of warmth that sometimes pulsed over her hands. She stepped aside and invited him in, saying she would just grab her socks. He did not move. She crossed the room with an easy, relaxed gait and bent to pick up her socks, stretching slightly as she did. She commented that the fabric warmed more that way and asked if he wanted his warmed too. Izuku, awkward and breathless, declined and suggested they should leave soon so they would not be late. Aika blinked and asked if he wanted to stay a little longer, almost certainly meaning it innocently. Almost. Izuku felt doomed. He stammered something that resembled words and half ran out the door, waiting just down the hallway while Aika shut the door behind her, rearranged her hoodie, and hid the smirk crawling onto her face. He forced himself to breathe. They were only a few minutes into their usual walk, the same route they'd taken dozens of times before, the same early morning sun stretching over the horizon. The same Aika, warm and soft and glowing beside him, standing in the sunny half of the sidewalk. But today she had a different look in her eyes, and he was very much not okay. Izuku glanced at her from the corner of his eye. She was walking a little closer than usual, shoulders brushing. Her fingers were bare despite the chill, faint pulses of warmth flickering across her palms like firelight trapped under glass. He told himself she wasn't doing it on purpose, because he needed that to be true. She turned to him and smiled, a slower, more mysterious smile that lingered. Aika offered him some warmth, holding out her hand, palm up, and asked if he wanted a little. He stared at her hand as if it might shatter him. His mind pulled him back to that night when she had collapsed in the cold, her body trembling, lips pale, barely breathing. He remembered the instant she had pressed her palms to his chest and warmth had flowed into him, steady and quickening like a heartbeat. She had begged him for a little, and the memory still burned. He mumbled that he was okay and that she should save her heat because it was important for her storage capacity and they shouldn't risk wasting it. Aika tilted her head and said she could spare a little for him. Another memory flared, then cut off before he could make sense of it. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and laughed softly, calling the idea sweet and domestic, walking to breakfast while she warmed his hands. He stumbled over a crack in the sidewalk and nearly fell. She laughed gently and reminded him that he was supposed to be the hero. He turned red and explained that he simply hadn't been looking, that she had surprised him. Earlier that morning he had been shaken and unsure whether what had happened then meant anything, but now she was looking at him again with eyes wide and soft like sunlight through curtains. She nudged him with her shoulder and asked if he was all right, noting that he was unusually quiet. He tried to say he was fine, his voice cracking on the word. She teased him about how thoughtful he looked. He wanted to tell her he was thinking about her and about the way she made his heart feel, but he only nodded and shoved his hands into his pockets to hide the trembling. They kept walking, golden light spilling across the path. Her warmth was subtle, always present, and his heart flickered with the ember of every shared moment. No matter how much he tried to put it out, that spark refused to die. Aika's hand stayed warm and steady, glowing softly just enough to keep her fingers from going numb in the morning chill. Izuku walked beside her as always, quiet, flustered, and utterly himself. Yet something about this morning felt different, something about her felt unfamiliar to him. She glanced sideways and caught the soft curve of his jaw as he looked forward, lips slightly parted as if to steady his breath. She thought he always looked like he was holding something in, like it might leak out if she got too close. His hair was a mess in the wind, curly and fluffy in a way that made him seem softer. His blazer sleeves were pushed up slightly, revealing forearms that looked capable and dependable. She felt a warmth in her chest and blushed at the realization. She found herself wondering whether this fluttering was what a crush felt like. She compared him to other people she had admired, someone exciting and bold, someone sharp and intense, and realized Izuku made her feel different, calm, curious, and unsettled in a gentle way. She wasn't sure it was love, not the fireworks people described. It felt more like admiration, longing, and confusing comfort all at once. She considered reaching for him, to see what would happen and to test what their closeness meant, but she did not. She still didn't fully understand her feelings. For now she only knew that Izuku made her blush and feel soft, and that walking beside him might help her figure it out. By the time they reached the cafeteria, Aika had her hands tucked inside her sleeves to chase the chill away. She took a glazed donut for breakfast while Izuku returned from the line with a tray of rice, eggs, and a small bowl of miso soup, steam curling from it. Sitting at their usual table, she pointed at the soup and asked if she could borrow some of its heat. He blinked and agreed. She scooted closer, cupping her hands a few inches above the bowl. The steam rose into her palms and her fingers glowed faintly as she drew the warmth in. Aika let out a quiet hum of relief and rubbed the warmth over her forearms in slow, sweeping motions until her shoulders finally loosened. She leaned back with a faint smile and ate a bite of her donut. Izuku remained still, chopsticks held loosely, his expression soft and slightly dazed as if confronted with something fragile he wanted to keep. Aika did not notice, but Izuku did, and from that morning on he always made sure to bring something warm. Denki Kaminari kicked open Aika's door as though he owned the place, 2 candy bags held up like trophies. He announced that he had brought sugar and regret. Aika, curled up on her floor cushion in fuzzy socks and an oversized hoodie, did not flinch and told him he had arrived late to the show. He flopped onto her rug and sprawled like a lazy cat, joking that if she had started without him it was not worth watching. Aika teased that if he had started without her, it did not count. She raised an eyebrow and, with exaggerated slowness, scooped honey onto a cracker. She warned him that he sounded jealous. Denki admitted he was usually jealous, mostly of the snacks and sometimes of Midoriya. Aika hummed, a spark of challenge in her tone, and pointed out that he should be jealous because Midoriya had mornings with her. Denki smiled and countered that he got Aika at her most disheveled moments, when her hair was messy and her socks did not match. He said she flirted more in the afternoon. Aika shrugged and suggested she enjoyed watching him after school when he was loose and sleepy. Denki laughed and insisted he had never lost a round against her. She fed him the cracker and her fingertips brushed his lips. He reacted with a quiet comment about the warmth. Aika teased whether he meant her or the cracker, and he said he meant both, adding in a half-joking way that one of them could be dangerous to him. They settled into a pause, tension coiling like static. Denki asked what Aika was testing today: precision flirting, controlled burns, or emotional devastation. Aika said she was merely checking for signs of a racing heart. She leaned over him and let her hand rest near his jaw, explaining that she wanted to know if anything real could be felt yet. Denki observed that she was using him to find out. There was heat in his voice but no bitterness. Aika did not deny it and asked whether he would stop her if she asked. He caught her wrist gently, just enough to make her pause, and asked whether she would stop if he requested it. Her smirk softened and she said she would. Denki told her not to stop but warned her not to hold back. She grinned like sunshine and mischief and released his face, flopping back onto her pillow as if nothing had happened, popping a candy into her mouth and declaring that he had blinked first. Denki wiped his hand down his face and grinned, muttering about her home field advantage and her mismatched socks. Aika wiggled her toes. One sock had a tiny embroidered sun and the other a lemon. She insisted her socks were not weapons, and Denki teased her outfit and the way she sat in the light, calling it a deliberate trap. Aika pointed out that he had walked in anyway after she had texted him to come over. Denki replied that he would rather be struck by his own quirk twice than miss snack time with her. Aika leaned forward and suggested that sounded like flirting. Denki agreed and tried to downplay it. He noted that she had seemed fine the last time they had been close, and Aika recalled that he had been sweet and had tasted like peach rings and regret. Denki flushed visibly. He asked whether she would do it again, half daring, half desperate. Aika asked whether he was going to beg. He narrowed his eyes. She smiled, deliberate and dangerous, and claimed the next round for herself. They closed the distance between them until their knees knocked and Denki's hand hovered near Aika's. He accused her of making him shake, blaming the hoodie, the voice, and the whole uncertain way she behaved. Aika shrugged and reminded him that he had seemed fine the last time. Denki fell silent, his expression flickering. Aika's glow dimmed a little. She told him to stop playing if he knew it was more than a game. They froze, closer than ever without actually crossing a boundary, both fully aware that any one motion could change everything. For a long moment neither moved. Then a small static snap startled them both and broke the tension. They both jerked and then stepped apart, stunned into silence by the brief jolt. The suddenness diffused the closeness, and they blinked at each other, cheeks pink, trying to find words that would make sense in the quiet that followed. Denki let out a nervous laugh and reminded himself that she had moved first. Aika straightened her hoodie and tried to recover her composure. They returned to their easy banter. The moment passed but its aftershocks lingering in the way they looked at each other. Aika tried to tuck her hair behind her ear and missed. She insisted that the miss did not count, and Denki muttered that it counted twice. She objected loudly. He called double points, and she threatened him before grabbing a pillow and smacking him in the face. Denki flopped back on the rug, grinning as if he'd won the lottery and been flattened by it at the same time. Aika huffed, cheeks flushed, and declared the round a draw. Denki swept his arms wide and declared the round belonged to destiny. She rolled her eyes but smiled, and warned that if he died of joy in her dorm she would not be explaining it to Aizawa. Aika settled back on her bed, legs curled under her, a glitter gel pen twirling between her fingers. She opened a small spiral-bound notebook with a hand-painted cover that read, "Why do boys act weird around me?" The inside pages had become a full-blown psychological map titled Observations: Emotional Disruption Through Heat-Based Proximity Warfare. She was half writing and half smirking while Denki lay on the floor staring at the ceiling. In the notebook, she noted Denki's dramatic but honest reaction after their recent close encounter and labeled it a potential destabilization. She added a new rule about keeping quirks out of personal moments. Any sparks or visible glow during those moments would count as interference and be treated as a loss. Denki protested that sounded like quirk discrimination. She insisted that sparks counted as interference. He teased that if her hands glowed he would lose. She insisted she was in control. He called her journal an evil little heartbreaker spellbook and joked that every time she wrote in it he lost another piece of his soul. When she asked him to rate that loss on a scale from 1 to 10, he answered 10 without hesitation and added that he'd do it again. She hid her face behind the notebook, smiling and deliberately flushed. When Denki finally stood and tugged his jacket on, he confirmed with a theatrical ache that he had lost the round and that the encounter had left him emotionally battered. He claimed 5 points and a soul shard. She countered with 2 shards minimum. He accused her of ruthlessness and they traded playful blame over who had invited whom. He blurted that he was in love with pain and then immediately tried to patch it, saying he meant the vibe more than anything literal. He left quickly with their usual teasing goodbyes, and Aika watched the door after it clicked shut. She looked at her warm hands, then wrote in her journal a brief note that Denki had left in a flurry and might combust later. She opened the next door before anyone could knock. She had expected him to come. Katsuki's eyes swept her up and down. She was in casual sleep clothes, hair a little messy, exactly the kind of look that suggested she had not tried and yet had. He muttered that she looked like she might be planning something dangerous. She stepped aside and let him in. Katsuki did not sit at first. He asked whether she wanted bandages or another checkup, voice taut with concern he kept trying not to show. She answered that maybe she just wanted some warmth, and when he offered to share, she accepted in a quiet, controlled way. She sat on the bed with her hands glowing faintly in her lap, calm and steady. Katsuki warned her not to play with him, but she answered that she might not be playing. He hesitated, then sat beside her. She placed a hand against his chest, a small deliberate contact meant to steady both of them, and told him he was always warm and like a fire she could not hold. There was a charged silence as they drew nearer, close enough that the tension was almost tangible, and then they stopped before crossing any line. Katsuki reached to pin her wrist gently to the bed, not cruelly but with firm intent, and demanded to know what she wanted. Aika considered for a beat, measured everything carefully, and then said she wanted him to stay. The tautness between them snapped, but nothing exploded. Not outwardly. He muttered an expletive, breathing hard. He said he had been planning to leave and asked why she had stayed. Katsuki released her wrist slowly, his hand sliding up her arm and curling at the back of her neck. He admitted she was doing something to him and he did not know if he liked it. She leaned her forehead against his and said she did not like it either. They held a charged silence that left them both shaken, then separated and let the moment settle. He guided her gently down onto the bed and stayed close, their breaths quickening but their contact remaining careful and quiet. He asked, in a low, ragged voice, what love was and offered to show her, and she met him with the same fierce calm. He rested a hand over her side and traced the scar there with reverence without crossing any boundary. She did not pull away. The intensity between them was undeniable, but it remained a private, emotional exchange rather than anything explicit. He finally confessed that she drove him insane. She brushed her fingers through his hair and reminded him that was why he kept coming back. He would. When he left the apartment, the door slammed behind him more from his clumsy fingers than intent. He stood in the hallway, eyes wide, hands clenched, heart racing. He dragged a hand down his face and half growled, then started to walk away before stopping, leaning against the wall to breathe. Her words echoed in his head, that gentle reminder that was now lodged. Under his skin, the small voice that sounded like Kirishima whispered that he loved her, and he scolded his own thoughts into silence. Aika opened her door just as Izuku Midoriya raised his hand to knock. He froze mid-reach, blinking, balancing 2 cups as usual, one steaming hot for her and one cold, beaded with condensation, for himself. He set the cups forward as if presenting them, and Aika accepted the hot coffee with a grateful smile. She still looked sleep-soft, hair in a lazy bun and hoodie sleeves halfway down her hands. She took a sip from the cold drink, smiled at the chocolate shavings on top, and remarked on how chocolatey it was. They fell into their usual rhythm on the walk, Izuku subtly shifting to the edge of the sidewalk so that Aika would walk where the sunlight poured down. He did it without thinking. She talked about her morning without noticing, and the small steady gesture became one of their quiet routines. Aika often crossed her arms with her fingers gently glowing when she was thinking, a faint warm light. Izuku did not always realize he unconsciously walked closer when she glowed. She asked casually about his favorite part of breakfast, and he considered the question far more seriously than it deserved, answering that it was getting to talk to her. She blinked at the response, and he fumbled to clarify that he had not meant she was breakfast. She laughed, a soft, real sound, and he stood there as if he might melt. Later, in the cafeteria, the air felt colder than usual and Aika tucked her hands into her sleeves as she reached for a donut. She found Izuku already seated at their usual table with a steaming bowl of miso soup. He gestured her over and pushed his tray toward her until she leaned in. The steam drifted into her palms and she gathered the warmth, letting it seep into her skin. She murmured that he was a lifesaver and smiled without looking up. Izuku watched her with a faint pink tinge to his cheeks, stirring his soup in slow, steady circles. They settled into a comfortable silence together, the sort of quiet that fit them both. Her brain raced with questions. Whether she really wanted to be playing games with Izuku, whether this was still a game to her, how far she was willing to go for answers, and why she couldn't simply be honest with him. Finally, she asked Izuku carefully what he thought love felt like. Izuku choked on his drink, suddenly frantic and flustered. He stammered that love felt warm, not in the literal sense of her quirk but like something safe and steady. He didn't have the right words. Aika watched him with steady eyes, fingers tapping the side of her mug. She did not write anything down, but she was still gathering information, still experimenting. With him, though, it did not feel like control. She told him softly that she thought his answer was a good one. Izuku blinked in surprise when she affirmed it, and Aika offered a real, unguarded smile. For once, her hands glowed no more than normal, they were still and present. Izuku did not know he was part of a study. He only thought himself lucky to walk her to breakfast every morning. Aika, meanwhile, was still searching for the truth, and he had become the part of the question she was starting to protect. When Aika had asked what love felt like, Izuku could no longer stop thinking about it. He was not lying when he had struggled to answer. He simply could not find the right words without sounding foolish. Every time she walked beside him, he felt more grounded than ever before, more wanted. Her warmth was more than physical. It was the way she looked at him as if he mattered and the way she listened, even when he rambled. He did not know for certain that this was what love felt like, but he hoped it was. He remembered intense moments between them, the night he had found her alone and faintly glowing, cold and needing warmth. He had only known that she needed help and that he had to be the one to give it. He remembered how small she had seemed against him and how her fingers had curled into his hoodie as she offered a quiet, apologetic plea. He had never told her how it made him feel, how close he had come to kissing her, or how afraid he was that it might mean something real. There were other times she had reached out in ways that steadied him during training, in the middle of conversation transferring heat and calming herself. His heart always skipped, and he did his best to pretend it was not obvious. Sometimes he wondered whether she behaved like this with everyone, whether she knew what she was doing. He noticed how others looked at her and how they appeared drawn into her orbit. Still, when she was with him, it felt different. Quiet, safe, honest. Maybe she did not mean it, maybe she did. But if there was even a chance she did, he wanted to be the one to show her what love really was. Later, in Aika's room, she lay flat on her back on her bed, twirling a strand of hair between her fingers. Denki sat in her desk chair, feet propped on the furniture, scrolling his phone. They shared a comfortable silence, the kind that two people close enough could enjoy. Aika told Denki that she had been trying to find it and that she felt very close. Denki's breath caught. He understood what she meant without needing further explanation. She said she thought she would just know when it happened, that everything else would stop. Denki grinned to hide the wild pounding in his chest and asked quietly if she would tell him if it was him. Aika considered the question and answered that maybe she would. When he asked if she would tell him even if it hurt, she tossed him a sour candy as a light aside and said that if it hurt, then it was probably real. Denki laughed, but the sound did not reach his eyes. He wondered aloud if they were all doomed, and Aika teased that maybe it was just him. Denki looked at her as if he wanted to say more, to urge her to look at him properly, but Aika was already leaning back with her arms behind her head and her eyes on the ceiling, making everything seem casual. Denki smiled quietly, secretly hoping she would one day find what she sought in him. A familiar knock sounded at the door, the same rhythm and the same time as always. Katsuki came every evening. Aika opened the door with an air of casual amusement and teased him, prompting him to tell her to be quiet. He walked in, avoided eye contact, and settled on the edge of her bed as he had been doing each night. Aika closed the door slowly, letting her presence fill the room. She wiggled her fingers in the air and asked whether he had been checking her hands again. Katsuki denied it, and she said they were fine. He did not reply. His elbows rested on his knees and his jaw was tense. Aika flopped down behind him and watched the slope of his shoulders, noting how he seemed to be holding something in. She observed that he was always tight, controlled, and ready to explode. Katsuki said he was not supposed to relax around her because she was not serious, and when she asked if that bothered him, he admitted that it made things harder. When Aika asked what he meant by harder, he did not answer. She shifted forward just enough to close the small space between them, an unspoken move that left the evening hanging with the tension of things unsaid. Her legs are tucked under her, hands folded neatly in front of her. She asks if he thinks that, if she meant it, he would fall. He scoffs and insists he is not like those other idiots. She agrees that he is much more difficult. He tells her to stop. She asks why, and he answers that he cannot tell if she is faking. She leans in close enough that he can feel her breath on his neck and asks what if she is. He repeats that she should stop. She asks what if she is not. Silence stretches. He closes his eyes for a second, jaw clenched as if holding something back. She does not touch him. She simply waits, her presence steady and composed. He does not move away, but he does not give in. Not yet. She asks softly why he keeps coming back. Katsuki remains on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, fighting a private war. Aika sits behind him, silent. She shifts forward, knees pressing softly into the mattress, moving up behind him without touching, just hovering. She murmurs that he is trying so hard to act like she does not affect him. He says that she does not, and the lie tightens the shoulders she can see. She lowers her voice, deliberate and slow, and asks him to sit still. She raises a hand and holds it over his back without touching, offering warmth. She watches the back of his neck tighten and his breathing grow shallow. She could touch him. She chooses not to. That would be too easy. She leans in close so he can feel her presence near his ear and exhales near his neck. He flinches, jerking forward in a small, involuntary movement. She pulls back immediately, a quick smile and quiet triumph in her eyes. She notes that he flinched. He turns halfway to meet her gaze, sharp and shaken. She says she finds it interesting the way he pretends she is not getting in, even when he sits in her room every night. He breathes hard and insists that she does not mean any of it, the words more of a plea than a statement. She tilts her head and asks if it would be easier if she did mean it. His hands clench tighter. She leans in one last time, keeping her distance, and tells him softly that he keeps coming here hoping he will not fall. He answers that he is not falling. She asks why, then it feels like she is always catching him. She pulls away and lies back on the bed as if nothing has happened. Katsuki stands and walks to the door, hand on the knob, but he does not leave. He stays there for a long moment before admitting that he hates the way she does this. She replies quietly that she knows and that he will be back tomorrow. Izuku waits in his usual spot outside her dorm room, leaning against the wall with his phone in hand. He glances up the second her door opens and slips the device into his pocket. He greets Aika quietly. His hair is slightly damp, a few dark curls clinging to his forehead, and his blazer hangs open with his tie tugged unevenly from rushing. She pulls her sleeves over her hands before stepping into the hall and responds to him, tucking her chin into her sweater against the cool air. They start walking, their footsteps muffled against the carpet. She likes these mornings, the quiet before the day begins, the way words are not always necessary. A small observation nudges at the back of her mind and she remarks that he always gets miso soup for breakfast now. He blinks mid-step and admits that he does. She asks why, and his green eyes flick down toward her covered hands for a moment before he rubs the back of his neck and explains that the soup is warm and good for him. She lets the quiet hang between them, noting the small, domestic reasoning. They pass through the main hall where the smell of breakfast grows stronger. Her mind drifts back to the first time she had held her hands toward the steam from his soup, feeling the simple comfort of the warmth. At the cafeteria line, she takes a tray and her usual donut and watches him place a bowl of miso soup on his tray without looking at the other options. When they sit, the bowl rests between them, steam rising into the cool air. It is close enough for her to reach but not so close that it feels forced. She cups her hands around her donut and, when a tiny draft brushes her arms, leans in just enough to gather the warmth from the bowl and press it along her forearms. The heat seeps in slowly and eases the morning chill. He looks anywhere but at her, cheeks faintly pink and jaw tight as he focuses on his own breakfast. She says nothing, but a small, stubborn warmth blooms in her chest that has nothing to do with the soup. With Izuku it is never like with the others. With Katsuki or Denki there is always a part of her deliberately testing, teasing, pushing. Izuku makes her forget the rules. The quiet routines they share, the warmth he carries for her, the way he smiles as if she is the best part of his day leave her feeling unsteady. She tells herself it is part of an experiment, another way of learning what love might be, but whenever she looks at him a small ache she cannot name stirs in her chest, and she does not try to define it. Because with him, she did not want to play games. That terrified her almost as much as it thrilled her. Aika opened the door before Denki could knock and told him he had taken too long. She was barefoot in cozy shorts and a long-sleeve tee, one fuzzy sock slipping down her ankle. Denki tossed a bag of gummy candy onto her bed and replied that she had just texted him and he had been literally in the hallway. Aika muttered that he was slow and turned away. He followed her in without asking because he always did. She flopped onto the bed and reached lazily for the gummies while Denki settled on the rug, back against the bed frame and legs sprawled out like he owned the floor. He popped a piece of candy and said she had mentioned she was close, to which she affirmed that she was. Denki asked whether she thought it was him, explaining that he had been showing up to get emotionally destroyed every day and would like to know if it was paying off. Aika smirked and finally looked at him, telling him he was cute when he was needy. He replied that she was terrifying when she was vague. She scooted off the bed and sat on the floor beside him, knees touching his thigh as she reached for another gummy. When he asked whether she wanted to win, she answered that she always did and urged him to try harder. He warned that she did not make the rules. She corrected him that she made the variables. Leaned in with a lower voice, she asked how he knew he was not just the control group. Denki opened his mouth and closed it, calling that cruel, then admitted it was kind of attractive. She noted she had thought so. She moved closer, faces only a foot apart, and asked whether he was scared. Denki said that he was terrified but that he happened to like it. Her hand slid forward to rest lightly on his knee, applying gentle, steady pressure rather than any dramatic gesture. She told him he was the one she played with the most, and he answered that it was because she trusted him, which she corrected to because he let her. He leaned in inches from her mouth and said he would let her ruin him if it meant she would stay. That answer flickered something behind her eyes, not guilt, only a ripple of heat she had not expected. Aika asked him to hold still and leaned in slowly, kissing his cheek close to his mouth with a brief, warm touch before pulling away with a smug smile. Denki asserted that he had flinched, then declared it had been like death. She said they were the same thing. He fell back onto the rug with a groan and an arm flung over his eyes, calling it psychological warfare. She insisted it was science and that she was not ready to be done with him. Aika watched him, head tilted, fingers rolling a gummy between them. He was still warm from earlier and still echoing that line about letting her ruin him. She let the thought sit only a moment, then shifted slightly so her knees were beside his hip, measured now and purposeful. Denki peeked through his fingers and froze when he saw her above him, legs folded by his side and hands resting lightly on her own thighs. He joked that she looked like she was about to dissect him, and she suggested maybe she was. He grinned, but it was nervous. She leaned forward with hands placed carefully on either side of his chest, not pressing, simply creating a boundary. Her hair fell forward a little. He did not move. She said she wanted to know what happened when she did not stop. The question pulled the breath out of him. She was not smiling, just watching and studying. Her palms hovered above his chest, warm and steady. She asked softly whether that was okay. Denki swallowed and said it was. She pressed her palm gently to his chest over his shirt, sensing heartbeat and silence. He shuddered slightly but did not pull away. Her other hand came down beside his face to steady herself, and she noted that he was breathing too fast. He replied that she was on top of him and then that she should not get off. She lowered herself just enough to sit closer, weight light, almost not touching. His hands twitched against the rug, grounding himself. Her hand moved from his chest to the side of his neck, thumb tracing the line of his jaw with warm, controlled touch. She leaned in so their noses nearly touched and asked if he was still okay. He nodded and then joked that he thought this was the part where he died. She hummed and instructed him to be quiet and observe. She kissed him briefly, gentle and intentional. Neither moved away at once. When she finally broke the kiss, she rested her forehead against his for a moment, eyes half-lidded. Denki let out a long breath, feeling as if he had been holding it the entire time. He said the moment had felt different, and she agreed. After a pause, Denki noted the obvious that she had kissed him twice. Aika retrieved her spiral-bound journal from under the bed, the one labeled "Why Do Boys Act Weird Around Me?" and flipped to a clean page. She began to write methodical observations without speaking. Denki asked, half joking, when science had become so affecting. Aika snorted softly but kept writing, neat and steady. She recorded her observations in the moment, that she had initiated both kisses and that he had been passive but receptive, that his breath had been held and that something had shifted between them even as the overall intensity remained consistent. She made a few careful notes about his reactions and the change she had seen. Denki watched her write, blinking at the ceiling and feeling a little bewildered. Aika, focused and clinical again, treated the moment like an experiment while the two of them processed the new and quieter shape of what had happened between them. Aika noted there was no immediate defense mechanism and tapped her pen against her lip. She told Denki that he had not played. Denki sat up, hair a mess and face flushed, and explained that he could not play because he had been busy falling apart. Aika responded that was interesting. Denki replied that she sounded as if she did not consider it an emotional breakdown. Aika closed her notebook carefully and tucked it under her pillow before turning back to him and asking if he was okay. Denki answered that he was not. Aika asked if he still wanted to play tomorrow. Denki said he wanted to more than anything, groaned, and flopped back onto the rug, calling science exhausting. Aika suggested he flirt harder next time. Denki warned her not to tempt him, and Aika left the conversation there. Denki sat up slowly, something shifted behind his grin. He asked if she was ready in a low voice. Aika paused as he stood and reminded her that she had said next time, then stepped toward her and said he thought he was already in it. Her breath caught slightly but she did not step back. She asked what he was doing, her tone light but a little tighter than before. Denki said he was flirting harder and closed the distance between them until their bodies were inches apart. His hands hovered near her hips without touching, and he offered to give her something to record. Aika narrowed her eyes and said he was being bold. He told her she had started it. He moved closer, voice warm and electric, and asked what her journal would say about him when he was the one in control. He pressed his forehead to hers in a deliberate, charged gesture meant to remind her that he was more than a test subject. Aika pressed her hands against his chest in a grounding motion. When he eased back, he teased whether he had short-circuited her pen. Aika blinked, and for the first time that day she had no immediate reply. She finally noted that it was recorded. Denki smirked and told her to write fast. Aika asked if he had tried to flip the variables on her. Denki grinned and said he was rewriting the whole experiment. Her hands rested on his shoulders and she tugged lightly at the collar of his shirt, pulling him a fraction closer so their bodies aligned and the air between them hummed. She warned him to be careful. He teased that she sounded like a subject trying to take over the lab. She said she would rather be the dangerous chemical unstable and without a warning label. She closed her eyes for a moment, then, with controlled movement, walked him backward until his back met the wall beside her bed. She placed her palms against his chest and leaned in without a kiss, letting her presence hover close. Denki admitted he was burning, and when Aika asked why he had not run, he said he wanted to see what happened when she finally did. He steadied her at the small of her back so they could feel the warmth and the electric buzz of the moment without breaking the fragile line they were standing on. He asked what she planned to write down. Aika leaned forward and let her lips brush along the side of his neck in a quiet, possessive gesture, then whispered that the subject had exceeded predicted limits and that she was considering a second column labeled dangerous variables she wanted to keep. Denki's hands tightened on her waist in a way that showed how close he was to losing restraint. He complained that she was cruel. She said she was curious and dared him to lose it. For a second he almost did, breath shaky and hands moving, but he stopped at the edge and asked her to say when. Aika hesitated, not out of fear but because this was the part she had not predicted, the moment where the line meant more than the experiment. Her voice faltered and she answered when. Denki closed the distance without hesitation and held her closely, conveying everything he had been feeling without words. Aika matched him with the same intensity but with a measured steadiness, as if committing the moment to memory rather than rushing it. He pulled back once to catch his breath, flushed and slightly trembling, and murmured that it felt different. Aika agreed. They stood there for a moment, flushed and breathless, in the middle of her dorm room as if the air itself had opened. Aika reached past him without breaking eye contact and moved toward the little red thermos on her nightstand. She said she wanted to test something. Denki swallowed and told her she was terrifying. Aika observed that he liked it. He admitted, reluctantly, that he did. Aika unscrewed the lid of the thermos slowly and steam curled into the air. Her hand hovered above it, cupping the rising warmth, and her fingers glowed gently, controlled. Aika focused, gathering heat between her palms. She explained that the energy she held was at ambient temperature and said that Denki should watch closely. Denki's eyes followed her hands as she lifted one slightly above her head and produced a faint glow. She released the energy and a soft pulse of warmth moved through the room. The warmth was noticeable and lingered in the air, like the comfortable heat after a long bath. Denki shivered and then exhaled sharply, saying that it was not fair. Aika tilted her head and asked why. He replied that she had weaponized the atmosphere. She stepped closer and continued to raise the temperature to test his reactions. The change made him visibly uncomfortable. Sweat formed at his neck and he wiped his forehead. Denki told her that she was making it hard to think, and Aika responded that was the point. She explained that heat affected nerve sensitivity and skin reactivity, keeping her tone clinical. He protested that it was cruel, and she answered that it was science. As she adjusted the ambient warmth, the buildup reached a limit and a sharp static flicker jumped from his shoulder to her wrist. The discharge did not hurt, but it was unmistakable. Denki blinked in surprise and tried to explain that the heat and the room had caused it, but Aika observed that he had sparked. Aika stepped back to her bed and took her journal. She flipped to a new page, sat cross-legged, and recorded her observations out loud as she wrote. The subject had reached a maximum threshold. External SMLTN had included sustained proximity, thermal shift, and prolonged restraint. The result was a spontaneous Quirk discharge. The conclusion was checkmate. She clicked her pen and stated that he had sparked. Denki collapsed face first onto the rug and mumbled that he hated her, then immediately contradicted himself by saying that he loved her. Aika acknowledged both statements and noted that she was still collecting data. She confirmed that she would write about it. After Denki left, Aika had barely cleared her journal from the desk when a knock sounded at the door. She already knew who it would be and opened it to find Katsuki standing there, hands in his pockets and his shirt loose at the collar, expression unreadable. He asked if she was all right. She said that she was warm. He said that he would check anyway. He stepped in, closed the door, and stood by the window with his arms crossed, watching like someone inspecting a wound that could not be seen. Aika leaned against her desk and asked why he kept coming. He muttered that he had to make sure she was not burned. She did not argue. Observing his tension, she decided to test him the same way she had tested Denki, but without flirtation or provocation, only with controlled thermal influence. She picked up a thermos from the nightstand, unscrewed the lid, and cupped the steam. Her hands began to glow faintly as she focused. Katsuki's gaze shifted. He recognized what she was doing and uncrossed his arms. He asked what she was doing in a tone that served as a warning. Aika did not answer directly. She let the warmth disperse into the room, rolling outward in a measured wave. The heat was steady and persistent, impossible to ignore. It settled like humidity on the skin. Katsuki shifted his weight, his shoulders twitching. He asked if she was trying to cook him, and she replied that she was just testing something. She stepped toward him slowly but did not touch him. He watched her like a match held dangerously. Close. She noted that he did not seem to like the heat. He countered that he had not said that. She observed that he was sweating and that she was producing heat. She added that the warmth could affect skin sensitivity and raise blood pressure. He snarled that she was not being slick, and she pointed out that he had not left. Katsuki breathed harder and rolled his shoulders as if trying to shake something off. She did not press the issue further. Instead, she waited and held the temperature steady, measuring his reactions. His expression hardened, burning with a mixture of resistance and something like longing, but he did not make a move. For a moment the air between them crackled with tension, a contest of will rather than touch. The standoff held, neither acted to escalate it. The moment passed without further escalation, and the unresolved tension remained as they stood in silence. It happened suddenly and Aika let him. They leaned into a kiss that matched equal parts intent and agreement. Her hands flared with heat, one flattening against his side and the other resting at his hip. He hissed between clenched teeth, not in pain but in want. He told her that she was burning him, and she told him that he liked it. He answered that he certainly did. He lifted her slightly, pressing her gently against the wall so they were close without force. The moment shifted. The kiss slowed, becoming less about dominance and more about two people meeting halfway. She breathed that there it was, and he replied that she had finally given. She reminded him that he always asked, and he said that he always did, softer this time. She said she made him work for it, and he murmured that she was dangerous, his voice rough. He added that she kept coming back. They stayed pressed together for one more beat, close, flushed, breathless, but then she paused. Her lips parted as if she might kiss him again, then she pulled back just enough to let the air settle between them. Katsuki remained where he was, hands on her waist, eyes locked on hers, waiting and wanting but not asking. He muttered something about saying something smart. Her fingers trailed down his chest in a last whisper of warmth before she let go. She replied simply that no, she would not say anything. She knew that speaking might give too much away and spoil whatever fragile thing they were holding. So she stepped away, calm and controlled, and walked back to her desk. He watched her go, left through the door without slamming it, and glanced back once before he left, the heat of the moment still lingering between them. She sat at her desk with her hands still warm and her lips still tingling, but she did not write right away. She stared at the page, pen suspended, heart offbeat. Finally she noted a possible variable, love versus lust. She wrote that heat affected more than skin, that some subjects resisted while some gave, and that she needed to find out what love was first. Until then, she would continue experimenting. She dropped the pen and face-planted onto the notebook, muffling a long groan. A knock came at her door, exactly like always, not loud or rushed, just the familiar sound of Izuku. She opened it to find him already smiling. He handed her a hot coffee and told her good morning, explaining that he did not know what the other drink was because he had run out of ideas, but he had made sure it had whipped cream. She took her cup, peered at the other one with a small spark in her eyes, and leaned in for a sip. The cold sweetness hit her tongue and she realized it was white chocolate raspberry, surprising herself. Izuku blinked and asked if she could tell that from a single sip. She grinned into her coffee and said that she took her sweets very seriously. He laughed softly at that and she laughed with him. He looked at her for a fraction longer than usual, then quickly looked away. The morning air stung her cheeks, but she was still half wrapped in sleep as they walked together toward the cafeteria. He instinctively took the shady side of the sidewalk, leaving the thin sunlight for her, one of those quiet constants that seemed to follow him. They sat at their usual table and she reached for her usual donut, then glanced at his tray to see miso soup steaming like it had the last 2 mornings. He pushed the bowl toward her and mentioned that she looked cold again. She cupped the steam in her warming hands, gathering the heat and rubbing it into her forearms until the chill eased. She thanked him. Her hands rested on a paper napkin while he talked about class, training, and a new note in his notebook, but she was mostly watching him, the way he focused on his food and pretended not to notice her watching. Something inside her whispered to try the warmth on him too. She waited until he took a spoonful of soup, then lifted her hands to her hot latte and gathered the heat. This time she could not intensify it, her heart would not let her. She spread a quiet, ambient warmth across the table instead, a gentle blanket barely noticeable except for how it made the air feel kinder. Izuku stopped mid-sentence and asked if she had done something, noticing that it felt warmer suddenly. She admitted that maybe she had used her quirk. He laughed, gentle and genuine, and said that it felt nice, not overpowering but like it made his shoulders relax. She told him that she was glad he noticed. His soft, nervous smile caught in her throat. He clarified, a little flustered, that he meant her quirk, not her personally, and she told him that he did not need to apologize. He blushed more than before. She insisted that she meant it. She let the warmth continue for a while. Not flirting, not teasing, just letting him feel safe. Letting herself feel what it was like to be near someone without pretending, if only for a moment. She felt the slight skip in her heart and the faint flush rising in his ears. He looked at her as if she had quietly changed his whole morning. She thought she needed to figure out what love was first, but with Izuku it almost felt like she already knew. She couldn't bring herself to admit anything yet. She refused to give it a name until she was sure. Denki swung the door open with a little too much flair and announced his arrival playfully. Aika did not look up from her journal and addressed him by nickname, treating him as a subject in her mental notes. He teased that she no longer pretended he was anything more than data, and she shot back that he was the most entertaining data she had. He shut the door and held a bag of candy and 2 sodas. His hair was fluffier than usual and he looked suspiciously well-rested, as if he had crashed hard after an emotionally intense evening. He offered peach rings and explained, with mischievous pride, that they felt symbolic, sweet and sticky and dangerous when eaten too fast. She accepted one and chewed, studying him casually. She asked whether he had recovered from his spark, and he tumbled back onto her bed with melodramatic humor, admitting his pride was singed at best. She stretched and made a light joke about testing limits again. He groaned and grinned. She sat beside him on the bed, cross-legged and calm, soda in hand and candy between her fingers. He looked at her like a puzzle that might both wound and comfort him, and either outcome would be worth it. She asked if he had done any experiments that morning, and when he hinted yes, she guessed his nickname for a test subject. He objected to nicknames and she tossed him a peach ring, which he caught easily. He boasted he trained for that, and she wondered aloud if he trained for other things too. She shifted closer, hand moving to the side of his neck in a casual gesture. Her palm felt unusually warm. Denki swallowed. She said she was establishing a baseline because this was science, and he protested that she was cheating. He warned she would ruin him again. She said that would only happen if he lost. He narrowed his eyes and then grinned, inching closer. She leaned back slightly. The faint warmth at her fingers made his breath hitch when she brushed his jaw. Aika observed his flustered state with clinical curiosity. Anticipation, she noted to herself, was a symptom. Obsession was another. Their faces came very close, not kissing, not even breathing properly, simply hovering and testing the limits of proximity. The moment stretched so thin it might snap. She sat up straight, palms resting lightly on her knees, the professional observer returning. She declared a new test with a calm, almost clinical tone, and Denki offered a theatrical groan. She promised it would be enjoyable and reached for her notebook, labeling the experiment and its variables. When she moved forward with the first staged contact, she placed a brief, chaste forehead touch against him, short and soft, nothing NTMT, and recorded his reaction. An audible exhale, a startle, and visible tension in his neck. He complained that it was unfair, and she documented the flinch and the sigh. He protested his life being narrated. She proceeded to the next contact, leaning in to offer a slightly longer, affectionate gesture near his cheek that made him twitch and clench the bed. She noted a trembling response, heat in his ears, and a break in eye contact. His protests were half joking, half panicked as she kept cataloging every response. Aika scooted closer until their thighs were touching. He stared at her as if his body had forgotten how to behave. She moved her hand near his neck and placed a warm, lingering touch just below his ear, then pulled back slowly. He shivered noticeably. She remarked that the neck was a sensitive spot and recorded that even minimal contact produced a maximal reaction. He argued that he was only human and asked whether she wanted to continue. He blinked, chest rising and falling, eyes wide, hair visibly charged. She laughed softly and announced another comparative test in the name of science. When she bridged that close space again, they shared a brief, tender moment where their breath mingled and they stayed close, but then they separated. The gesture was gentle, assured, and neither desperate nor needy. Aika felt herself soften a little, Denki noticed. She cleared her throat and imposed a new rule to keep the experiment fair. The subject could not initiate touch. He burst into laughter at the contrast between her scientific posture and the intimacy of the situation, joking that she was balancing between science and mischief. She insisted the rule was to maintain objectivity and recorded it, muttering that he was already messing up her heart rate chart. He teased her about glowing and she playfully threatened to throw her notebook at him. Regaining her composure, she leaned in again and performed a proximity test at his collarbone, letting her lips and breath hover close but not crossing into anything XBLCT. He reacted with a startled arch and a thud of a leg against the mattress. She annotated the stuttered response with giddy satisfaction. He called her a devil in exasperated amusement and warned he might short-circuit if she continued. Her breath warmed the space near his jaw while she paused, realizing the moment had shifted from experiment to something more honest. She asked him if he was okay, dropping the clinical tone. Denki opened his eyes, hazy and dazed, and admitted in a rougher voice that he felt something real and unquantified. Denki confessed that each time she did this he fell a little harder. Silence followed. Aika swallowed and her glow flickered like a candle hit with a breeze. She cleared her throat and tried to calm the internal chaos Denki had caused. Aika announced the next variable firmly, trying to seem professional despite her obvious embarrassment. She proposed testing uncommon contact points, specifically those classified as non-erogenous zones. Denki looked deeply suspicious and requested clarification. Aika told him to control himself and shifted her weight, knees folded beside him as she prepared for the next step. Test 6 was the arm. Aika lifted his hand, adjusted his sleeve, and applied the prescribed stimulus. She recorded a light goosebump response and a shiver, noting that the subject might be touch-starved. Denki acknowledged the observation with a rueful comment that it was true but not the point. Test 7 targeted the back of the hand. Aika turned his hand palm down and performed the procedure between his knuckles. Denki went completely still, as if his body were afraid to move and ruin the moment. Aika marked an emotional pause and an unexpected tenderness response. Denki admitted that he wouldn't allow that kind of attention unless she truly meant it. For Test 8 she proceeded to the chest area as part of the controlled experiment. Denki braced himself for the result. Aika noted a strong physiological reaction, a respiratory stutter and full body tension, and she recorded that the chest response must be used with caution. Denki, half laughing and half exasperated, joked that he had seen the god of electricity wink at him. Aika laughed too, then wrote her conclusion in her notebook. A moment of quiet, Aika said there would be one more test. She moved a little closer, maintaining professional focus while allowing the moment to remain emotionally charged but appropriate for the experiment. Test 9 combined a vocal overlay and intentionally phrased line with a subtle stimulus to gauge the subject's response. Aika whispered a playful, non-provocative phrase meant to elicit an emotional reaction rather than anything explicit. Denki's breath hitched and he gripped the blanket under him, clearly overwhelmed by the intensity of the feeling. Aika noted the immediate reaction, recorded the data, and paused the experiment to let Denki recover. Aika told him she liked it when she broke him. Denki was done. His head thunked against the pillow, arms limp, mouth open. He groaned that he wasn't even sparking anymore, that there was nothing left, and joked that she had drained the battery and won the Nobel Prize in killing him softly. Aika leaned up and grinned, full and devious. She asked if he was okay. Denki gave her a thumbs up from where he had collapsed. When Denki left and the door clicked shut, Aika flipped back to her earlier note about a possible variable, love versus redacted. She tapped her pen, and then, with no expression, decided to repeat the test on Katsuki with no verbal cues, measuring instinctive response only. She did not smile or smirk. She stood, warmed her palms, and waited. Katsuki arrived just like always, without a knock or a message, and opened the door as if it were his. He muttered that she left the place unlocked again. Aika replied that he kept coming in. He glared and then looked away, asking if she was okay. She said she was fine. He asked if she was still burning too hot. She said no and then asked if he wanted to be. Aika stood in front of him barefoot, in a loose sweater with her hair tied up, no glow showing. Katsuki stared as if she were holding a secret. He told her he could tell she was doing something and then asked her to stay. Aika stepped closer and rested a warm hand lightly on his shoulder. She told him he was tense. He muttered that he was always tense. She suggested seeing what happened when she touched him like she wasn't messing around. He accused her of messing around and told her to stop. She closed the distance and gave a brief, neutral gesture of closeness, then withdrew. Katsuki's brows twitched and he steadied his hand on her wrist as if to ground himself. He demanded what she was doing. Aika said nothing. He swore but did not let go. She moved again in a quiet, intentional way without making a dramatic display. Katsuki stiffened but did not flinch. He admitted he hated when she acted like it meant nothing. Aika stayed silent. His hand slammed against the wall behind her, not touching her but needing somewhere to put the sudden surge of tension. He growled for her to stop and told her to walk out if she would not. She did not move. Aika lifted his hand and held it for a moment. The unexpected tenderness unsettled him. His chest rose, his eyes hardened, his jaw set, but something shifted inside him, neither anger nor the thing she feared, something quieter he did not want to admit. He accused her of not being real. She replied that she was not being anything. He said that was the problem. For the final step, she pressed her palm against the same spot on his chest where Denki had been touched, offering warmth and a steady presence. Katsuki's hand came up to her back without thought, not in aggression but in need. He spoke her name, Aika, low and raw, and she froze at the sound, feeling the weight of it. She pulled back, eyes lifting, and then exhaled softly over the same place on his chest. His breath caught. She felt it, and then delivered the last part of her test in a low, direct whisper. She wondered aloud how long he could hold back. She offered no smile, no smirk, only silence and waiting. Katsuki did not pull back. He simply waited, chest sharp with breath, then stepped forward until the space between them closed. His movement was automatic, as if his body decided before his mind had the chance. He reached toward her but did not seize. For a moment their proximity spoke more than words could. Katsuki muttered that she was dangerous, and he told her that she was the one staying. He told her to shut up and leaned in until their foreheads brushed. The closeness overwhelmed both of them. Aika remained silent, offering no confirmation or explanation, only stillness and heat. After a long beat, he forced himself to step back, slow and deliberate, as if peeling away. He accused her of not being real and asked if he himself was. He gave no answer and turned toward the door, hand clenched at his side. Before he left, he glanced back once with eyes that could have been either a warning or a plea. He warned her not to expect him to let whatever she was doing happen again, and then he left. Aika stood motionless for a long time, palms warm and chest tight. She finally moved to her desk and flipped to a page in her notebook headed Love versus Lust. Beneath it she recorded her observations about Katsuki, 0 verbal cues, reactions consistent with a specific subject profile, no visible spark but strong tension, and a final result of prolonged contact accepted. She noted that a whisper seemed effective and correlated with an increase in physical proximity. Katsuki did not slam the dorm door, though he wanted to. He walked to his room with hands clenched, heart pounding, throat burning as if a whisper had unsettled him from the inside. He tried to tell himself he was holding out, scoffing that he could do it for as long as necessary, but when he closed his eyes images of her voice and expression crowded in. He told himself she was playing games and not being honest, repeated it like a shield. The words failed to keep him steady. He finally admitted aloud that he no longer cared whether she was serious or not. He only wanted her to return and to maintain the closeness he had felt. That realization made him stop resisting. He was no longer trying to figure her out. He only wanted to be near her, even if it was a risk. Aika sat cross-legged on her bed in the soft morning light, notebook open. Her fingers warmed themselves on the cover, feeling a nervous thrill she could not place. She wrote a new test plan for Izuku Midoriya, noting the objective to repeat a sequence of nonverbal physical stimuli previously used on other subjects, with special attention to his pre-contact fluster, increased heart rate, physical warmth unrelated to Quirk, involuntary smiling, light nausea, and a possible risk of losing objectivity. She paused, unsure why she felt so nervous about him, then doodled a small sun and added the observation that he seemed warm before she touched him. A soft knock at the door made her heart jump. She opened it quickly. Izuku arrived balancing 2 hot drinks. He was startled as Aika quickly drew him into the room, steadying himself with the second cup. He managed a quick, awkward explanation about the drinks and seemed flustered. Aika admitted that she was nervous, and Izuku froze, his face flushing and his hands tightening around his drink. He stumbled through a flurry of embarrassed remarks, trying to compliment her and then correcting himself, until she reached out and touched his wrist to quiet him. She then carried out the planned sequence of brief, non-NTMT tests to observe his reactions. With each step his reactions grew more flustered and unsteady until he was leaning back against the bed, visibly affected and unsure how to respond. She set his cup on the nightstand and they both paused, the room settling into a quiet charged with unspoken feelings and the careful study of one another. A hush fell between them. They shared a quiet, innocent moment that left both of them surprised and contemplative. Later, when the room was quiet again, Aika sat on her bed with her notebook open and a pen in her hand. Her fingers still felt warm, but not from her Quirk. She stared at the line she had written before he arrived. Possible variable, love versus lust? The page was ready and the data was there if she wanted it. She could have written about his reactions, the forehead, the cheek, the way his heartbeat matched hers, but she did not. Instead she underlined the question once, then again, pressing harder the second time as if bold ink might provide an answer. It did not. She closed the notebook gently and lay back with the blanket pulled halfway over her, hands resting on her chest. Aika sat cross-legged in the middle of her bed as sunlight spilled over her journal. She flipped to a new page and titled it Test Subject, Kaminari Denki. She noted that he called her baby and then scribbled a few playful, experimental objectives to observe him, doodling little hearts in the margins. She shut the journal and picked out an outfit. She chose a dress that was modest but flattering, something that zipped in the back and moved easily. Standing in front of the mirror, she used her Quirk to produce a soft, deliberate flush across her cheeks, pleased with the controlled effect. She adjusted her hair with a practiced flick and smiled at her reflection, thinking that Denki had rubbed off on her in small, unexpected ways. She confirmed that the controlled flush looked natural, struck a confident pose, and headed for the door. When a knock sounded, she tilted her head, smiled, and murmured that she was ready as she moved to open the door. Denki opened the door and blinked, clearly taken aback to see her standing there in the dress, cheeks flushed perfectly. Her hair curled, bouncing slightly from the intentional dramatic turn. Aika leaned on the doorframe and greeted Denki by his nickname. Denki made a noise that was not English, then cleared his throat as if trying to regain control. He wondered whether she was there to do science or to torment him. She answered that it was both and smiled. She let him in, swaying as she walked, and he followed like a moth to a warm, dangerous light. They settled on the floor near her bed with snacks and fizzy drinks as usual. She did not reach for anything. She was watching him, her notebook tucked away behind her. She teased that he was already staring. He accused her of designing the outfit to cause that. She asked if he liked it. He admitted, half joking, that his brain had momentarily shut down. Phase 1. Finger tracing. Aika reached over and took his hand gently, warming her fingertip and tracing lazy circles in his palm. Denki stared as if the touch had opened a door to another world. He complained that it wasn't fair. She hummed in response and trailed her fingertip up across his wrist and along his forearm. He shuddered visibly. When she asked if he was okay, he admitted he felt like he was losing his mind. Phase 2. Helping with a zipper. She turned away, lifted her hair, and asked him to unzip the top because it was stuck. Denki froze for a moment, nerves showing, then reached for the zipper. He eased it down an inch and made a soft sound. A brief, vulnerable moment passed between them, and Denki murmured her name. Aika teased that he was doing it on purpose, and he pretended not to know why he was flustered. Phase 3. A teasing tug. Aika turned back, smiling in a way that was both mischievous and sweet, and hooked a finger through his belt loop, giving a small tug that pulled them closer. He reacted automatically, then steadied himself and brushed her cheek with a warm, confident hand, noting that her face was flushed. She denied it. He teased further, and she challenged him. He leaned in and hovered close without closing the distance, hand resting lightly at her waist as he asked her to tell him when. Her hands glowed faintly. Her pulse raced and her carefully laid plan felt like it was burning up. She exhaled, met his eyes for a second, then flopped back onto her hands with a dramatic gasp. Denki grinned and called it checkmate. She snapped at him to be quiet, grabbed her journal, and scribbled furiously while he stood smug and flushed. Eventually she threw a fuzzy sock at him to send him out. He dodged, flashed a salute and a wink, and left. The door clicked shut. Aika's smile faded into a muffled, full-body sigh into her pillow. After a moment she sat up and reached for her journal. New entry. Subject Kaminari, D. Test Subject 3. Finger tracing, dangerous results. Will attempt again. Unzip test, more powerful than anticipated. Risky proximity. Belt loop pull, fatal. Avoid in future unless prepared for war. Conclusion. Denki is distracting. Subject demonstrated high flirt stamina. Counterattack effective. Unexpected result. I lost. She drew 3 hearts with angry faces, then flipped back to an older page and stared at one phrase she had underlined twice. Love versus lust. She closed the book. Later that evening, Aika sat at her desk with her legs tucked under her and a mug of cooling tea beside her. Her notebook lay open and she chewed the end of her pen, eyes narrowed in scheming focus. She wrote a new test subject name at the top of a fresh page, Bakugo. Katsuki, and sketched a quick doodle with steam coming from his ears. She noted that he resisted flirtation and might be immune, then smiled to herself and resolved to see if she could make him break. Her room smelled of tea and citrus candles. She curled up in her usual way, journal resting on the bed but untouched. There was a quiet knock followed by the door opening without waiting. Katsuki stepped in casually as if this were routine, dropped to the floor next to the bed with a grunt, legs stretched out and arms resting on his knees. Aika barely showed surprise. She asked if he was checking for burns again. He said he wasn't and stayed silent when she asked what he was doing. After a moment of comfortable quiet, she offered tea and poured from the thermos on her nightstand, handing him a mug. He accepted with a soft grunt of thanks, and she sat back beside him, not too close but close enough. They drank in silence for a while. Then her fingers began to move, casual and slow. She watched him like someone studying a wild animal, unpredictable, dangerous, maybe a little tired. He raised an eyebrow and asked if she was done staring. She hummed and moved closer, crossing to sit behind him and asking for his hand. He refused, but she reached forward and took it anyway. She started tracing small circles along the center of his palm and up toward his wrist, warm and rhythmic. Katsuki stiffened slightly but did not pull away. His grip on the mug tightened a little. His breath slowed and he focused. Aika said nothing and continued the steady, gentle tracing, her warmth remaining just enough to be noticed without burning. When she reached his forearm, his jaw tightened and he shifted his posture, trying not to react. He swallowed and muttered a low question about what it was for. She shrugged and kept going, attentive and unhurried. She did not look at him. Aika reminded him that he had let her do it. There was a pause. She made a small sound and then ran her finger once along the curve of his knuckle. His hand twitched but he did not pull away. Aika asked if he always came in like this. Katsuki asked what she meant. She said that he looked like he lived here. Katsuki asked if he had to explain himself now. She smiled and did not answer. He did not either. When she finally let go of his hand, he did not move for a second, as if deciding whether he had liked it. She picked up her tea and asked if that had been weird. Katsuki said he had had worse. Aika asked from whom. He sipped, smirked, and told her it had been her. The candle flickered. Aika remained seated on the bed, knees drawn close, elbow on her knee, watching him from the corner of her eye. Katsuki stayed on the floor beside the bed, back against the frame. Quiet. Present. Too present. Aika broke the silence and asked why he kept coming back. He did not snap. He lifted his eyes, sharp and unreadable, and asked if she wanted him to stop. She did not answer, so he shrugged and said it was quiet here, that she did not talk much and did not pretend to care when she did not. That was rare. Aika leaned back, fingers pressed lightly against her lips, and told him he did not have to. Katsuki replied that neither did she. She paused. She asked what he meant. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes, accusing her of pulling all of this, the warmth, the touches, the flirting, as if it meant nothing. She said nothing. He watched her closely and asked what it meant. Aika smiled softly, warm and composed, and said she was just having fun. He asked if that was all. She answered that what else would it be? He stared at her for a long, hard moment, scoffed, and said she was full of it. After another pause, she plucked the empty tea mug from his hand and asked if he wanted more. He did not look at her and agreed. She returned with his refilled tea. There were no more questions, no more truths, only warm silence. He took the mug and sipped. Aika sat back down beside him, close enough for his shoulder to brush hers when he breathed. She did not speak right away. She began to let a gentle warmth settle into the space around them, subtle and natural like summer easing into spring. He shifted and rolled his shoulder, asking if she was turning the oven on again. She denied it and he teased her, but did not move away. He leaned back and let the warmth press around him. Aika bit her lip and leaned forward a little. She proposed, casually, a hypothetical request that she then let trail off. He glanced at her. Her cheeks were a faint pink and her lashes lowered like she was testing something invisible. He noted that she always got that expression before she started something, the look that hinted she was about to be a problem. She grinned and called it just her face. He huffed. She moved to the dresser and rummaged for something, the motion fluid and deliberate, almost like dancing barefoot. Katsuki watched her, trying not to stare. His eyes flicked down and away and back again, fingers tightening around the mug. She turned halfway toward him, lips parted as if to say something, then shook her head and laughed softly. When he asked what was wrong, she said it was nothing. She sat back down even closer, angling her body toward him and letting her shoulder brush his. Her dress shifted and one strap slipped from her shoulder casually. She said she should change into something cooler and rested her chin on her hand, letting the warmth and tension between them hang in the air. He watched her swallow and then she took a slow sip of her tea. Katsuki shifted again and leaned his back against the side of the bed. Their thighs brushed and she did not flinch. The candle flickered, the silence hummed. He set his empty mug down. He muttered that she was going to keep staring at him all night. She asked if he was complaining. He grunted. Her voice dropped and she told him he was tense. He said he was always tense. She said he did not have to be, stating it like a fact as she shifted closer and pressed her knee against his thigh. He called her name in a low voice and told her to stop, asking her to stop whatever she was doing. She tilted her head, feigning innocence while the corners of her lips curled. She turned her back to him and lifted her hair, then asked a small favor. Time seemed to slow. His heart thudded in his chest. He hesitated. Of course he hesitated. She was a trap. A minefield. He knew she was not entirely sincere, but he was already standing behind her, staring at the zipper as if it mattered. He murmured, asking if she was serious. She answered that she would not joke, her voice sweet, and did not turn around. Her neck was bare, her back straight, her breath steady. He reached out slowly, one hand on her shoulder, fingers hovering above the zipper. She felt the warmth before his skin touched her. He gripped it gently and pulled it an inch, exposing a little more fabric, then withdrew his hand as if burned. She remained facing away, smiling softly, cheeks flushed. She thanked him quietly. He clicked his tongue and asked if she was okay. She replied that she was not. She turned, eyes locking on his, and closed the small distance between them with a tug on his belt loop that drew him forward. He braced himself on the mattress as they hovered close. He muttered that she was playing dirty. She reminded him that he had come into her room, and neither of them pretended otherwise. Heat passed between them. Everything in her aligned: the teases, the tests, the tension, and she recognized what she felt. The atmosphere shifted. They shared a charged moment that did not go further. He pulled back, gathered his shirt, and left the room, the door clicking shut. The silence that followed still carried the echo of his breath on her neck and the memory of how close they had been. Aika lay on the bed, skin flushed and chest heaving, fingertips still warm from where they had gripped the fabric. She reached for her journal on the nightstand and, after a long pause, wrote that Katsuki Bakugo equaled lust, circled it once, then added a question about whether lust could lead to love and whether love could lead to lust. She closed the journal and sat with the thought. The sun was barely up. The hallway was quiet. Izuku arrived right on time and raised his hand to knock. Aika yanked the door open and pulled him into her room like a morning sprite, slamming the door behind him. He found himself blushing and stammering a greeting, asking if something had happened because she seemed unusually energetic. She told him she was simply in a good mood, hair mussed, socks fuzzy, oversized shirt slightly rumpled, dangerously cute. Izuku noticed the faint candlelight on her desk and the lingering scent of peach tea and softened a little more. She sat cross-legged and invited him to sit for a moment before breakfast. He set down their usual drinks and lowered himself to the floor beside her bed, already fumbling in his bag for something to ease the conversation. Probably both. Aika simply watched him. In the silence that followed, before she could test anything, before she could flirt, before she could gather data, she paused. He was smiling. His hair was messy. His notes were crooked. His shoelace was untied. And he still looked at her as if she were made of light, not fire. Her hands were warm in her lap, but not glowing. For a moment she forgot why she had pulled him inside at all. Izuku asked if she was okay. Aika blinked and told him she was, smiling faintly. The silence afterward was soft and comfortable. Izuku had been stealing glances at her every 30 seconds like it was a compulsion. Before she could decide what to call it, Aika reached for his hand, asking for it to steady him. She cradled his palm, letting her fingers rest there for a moment. Then she traced gentle, slow circles first on his palm, then his wrist, then the soft dip near his thumb, more to calm than to probe. Izuku's voice broke on her name as he asked what she was doing. Aika replied that it was nothing, because she was not thinking, just watching him unwind. His hand twitched in hers, but he did not pull away. He flinched at every new circle as if something inside him short-circuited. His cheeks flushed and his whole expression went soft. Izuku remarked that her hands were warm. Aika told him they were always warm. He swallowed audibly, and she followed a line up his wrist to his forearm until she felt his pulse. His entire body tightened, and then she noticed the difference. He was not trying to control himself. He was not playing along. He was completely, vulnerably present. Her fingers paused, stilling like she had touched something fragile. He looked up at her, dazed, eyes wide and lips parted. Aika let go of his hand quietly, gently, as if she had held something too pure to keep. Aika said they should go. Izuku sprang up, suddenly remembering breakfast, and scrambled for his bag as if the moment had not just shifted both of them. She watched him awkwardly collect his things, heart racing in a way that was not like her feelings for others. This was a quiet chaos she had no formula for. She did not think it was lust or control. He had not restrained himself, yet he had not reacted like anyone else she knew. She felt dizzy and unsettled, wanting to know what this was. She told herself she needed to keep testing, to keep pushing. With his hand on the doorknob, Izuku asked if she was ready to go. Aika opened her mouth, closed it, felt her stomach twist, and called for him to wait. Izuku paused with his hands still on the knob. Aika announced that she wanted to change and asked him to wait outside. Izuku agreed and stepped out respectfully. She moved to change clothes while he waited, and he kept his distance. Alone, Aika dressed into a different outfit, thinking about what had just happened. She was still flushed, still anxious, still curious. The encounter had not been lustful, nor had it been an attempt at control. Instead, it had been something else, unexpected and quietly powerful. She found herself whispering into the silence, wondering what Izuku was. She held her frustration and her need to understand and reminded herself why she had been testing in the first place, because feelings could be misleading and people hid their truths. She changed her clothes not to entice or to show off, but simply to continue figuring it out, another step in the experiment. Clarity. Aika told her reflection that this was test 3. Forcing a smile into place, she opened the door and announced that she was ready. Izuku stood there, hands nervously fidgeting at his sides as if he had rehearsed a dozen ways to say she looked nice. Aika stared at him, caught by that gentle smile, those soft green eyes, and a patience that both warmed and unnerved her. A sudden thought that she might not be trying hard enough punched through her chest. On impulse, she grabbed his belt loops and pulled. He stumbled forward with no resistance and they collided, toppling onto the bed. Their sudden fall left them both stunned and racing with adrenaline. For a moment they were very close, charged and breathless. Acted impulsively in that moment. Izuku reacted by stopping her. Izuku's mind scrambled between surprise and a fierce, bewildered desire. He felt his whole body tense and his heart slam, thinking that she had made the first move and struggling to manage how much he wanted to respond. He kissed her back instinctively in that instant of confusion and warmth. Then as the closeness continued, he forced himself to pull away. When Izuku drew back, he looked apologetic and shaken. He told Aika that he could not go further. He set her hand gently to still it and said that she was amazing and that if what she wanted meant the same thing to him, he wanted it to be something special for her, with someone she truly loved. He explained, with a voice that trembled and hurt, that he cared about her a lot and that he did not want to be something she would regret if she did not feel the same way yet. He stood, offered her a soft, sad smile, and said he would wait outside before stepping out and closing the door. Aika sat on the bed, breath caught and eyes wide, hands still glowing faintly in her lap. She felt a sharp heat in her chest that turned to something cold: shame, confusion, guilt all at once. She had not intended for things to go that far. She had been testing, searching for an answer. She touched her palm to her chest as if to soothe the ache. He had thought she was trying to force something, and yet he had still smiled at her. She looked at her journal and, without writing anything new, underlined one phrase: love versus lust. She sat in silence and let the moment settle. Izuku leaned his back against the outer door, hands clenched and chest heaving. He tried to steady his thoughts, replaying how hard he had worked not to give in. She had made the first move, and a part of him had wanted it. Another part had been louder, insisting that this needed to mean more. In the pulsing quiet of his mind, the same truth kept returning. He loved her. Izuku felt a quiet dismay. He remembered her smile, the one that was just a little too perfect, as if it had been put on. He wondered if she even knew what she was feeling, or if she knew what he felt. He did not want to be something she figured out by accident. He wanted her to kiss him because she loved him. His heart ached, and yet he still wanted her. He would still wait. The walk down the dorm hallway was too quiet. Izuku walked beside her, a step too far, not touching, hands buried in his jacket pockets and shoulders tense, but wearing that familiar smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Aika walked calmly beside him, outwardly composed but still replaying what had happened earlier. She had leaned in and he had stopped her, and both of them were pretending it had never happened. Her hands were folded neatly behind her back, as if nothing were wrong, though she was painfully aware of his every breath. They passed a sleepy classmate. Aika offered a quick smile and a wave. Izuku nodded politely. They were both practiced at pretending. Outside, Izuku instinctively angled toward the shady side of the sidewalk, leaving the sunny stretch for her. There was a small comfort in that simple, familiar routine. A little later he suddenly mentioned that the forecast had said clear skies, his voice a little too cheerful. Aika agreed that it might be a good day to train outside in class. They both acknowledged the small exchange and moved on. Izuku tried again to break the tension by bringing up the cafeteria's strawberry jam. Aika finally smiled for real and admitted she had missed it. His shoulders loosened, and by the time they reached the elevator they were almost laughing, almost teasing, almost like before. She bumped his arm with her elbow when he made a stupid pun about toast. He blushed, she grinned, and for a brief warm moment they felt normal again, even if both were walking around a crater. At breakfast, Izuku set his tray down across from her with a too bright grin and commented that he had almost tripped over two classmates again. Aika teased that he needed a built-in collision alarm. He joked that maybe he needed eyes that actually looked where he was going. They laughed together. Steam rose from Izuku's miso soup, and the heat drifted toward Aika. She cupped her hands around the bowl to draw the warmth into her palms and smoothed it over her arms. When she glanced up, Izuku's steady, warm gaze was already on her. She froze for a half-second under the quiet weight of his look before she looked down again. When she wiped a bit of sugar from the corner of her mouth, Izuku visibly short-circuited but said nothing. Both of their cheeks flushed, and their feet accidentally bumped under the table. Neither of them pulled away. Later Aika asked if they were supposed to be let out early. Izuku said he had been thinking of working on notes, maybe on the rooftop spot. Aika said she liked the sun there. He added that he liked the quiet. They glanced at one another and held the look a beat too long. Both smiled and looked away. The moment remained safe and gentle, but the current underneath it had grown stronger, and both of them were doing their best not to be swept away. The rooftop was nearly empty, just wind, sun, and two students sitting shoulder to shoulder on a sun-warmed bench, not quite touching. Izuku's notebook lay open across his lap, his pen hovering above it for several minutes. Aika had her knees tucked up and sipped from her thermos as if it kept her grounded. She asked what he was working on. He explained he was sketching tactical formations for small group recon, joking that his handwriting was so bad it might as well be sketches of explosions. Aika laughed and teased that another classmate probably did sketch explosions in class. The pause that followed was comfortable, the breeze tugging at her hair and the sun warming their skin. Their shadows spilled onto the concrete like they had always belonged there, side by side. Izuku glanced at Aika. She was not actively using her quirk, but she seemed to glow, as if made of light and warmth, something he still could not name. He thanked her for coming up with him. She answered that she always would. He fidgeted with the spiral of his notebook and admitted that it felt easier with her to think, to breathe. Aika looked at him, the ache in her heart a good kind of ache, and she agreed. They did not reach for each other, did not bring up what had happened before. 20 minutes later they walked down the stairs, sun on their backs and their hearts oddly full. Aika almost forgot, for a moment, the chaos she would face later. They spent the next PRD trading playful banter before returning to the day's lessons. Not her quirk. Just her. Denki noted that her heartbeat was fast. She replied that she felt like she was dying. He leaned closer, their faces inches apart. He restrained himself from making a deliberate move, keeping his hand to himself, the air between them charged. She teased him, suggesting he wanted her to fall for him that hard. She smiled and said she was pretty sure he already had. Denki's hair gave a tiny electrical pop. He slumped back into the beanbag with a groan, admitting he hated her, and she countered that he loved her. They traded the teasing like a game, both flushed and amused. Aika lay on her side on the rug, watching him with a smug, careful expression. She had seen the way he'd looked at her, the look that might undo her, and she knew he still might say something to change everything. Denki turned his head slowly toward her, eyes half-lidded and voice softer. He accused her of having come to kill today. Aika smiled, cool and confident, reminding him that he had still come into the lion's den. He admitted he was an idiot, a willing one. He propped himself on his elbows and closed the small space between them again. Her knee brushed his jeans as she shifted closer. She told him he wasn't going to win this. He noted that she said that every time and meant it. She leaned in, hovering, her presence like heat waiting to ignite. She reached out and brushed his jaw gently, a small, deliberate gesture. She asked, with lowered voice, if he still felt no sparks. Denki, breathless and roughened, said not yet. His fingers twitched with the strain of wanting to reach for her and pull back, a physical hesitation that showed how real everything had become. Aika tilted her head and teased him about being afraid to touch her. He admitted, quietly and honestly, that he was afraid if he did he would lose control. That was not a flirtation, it was the truth, and it landed between them with sudden gravity. The warmth and tension inside her flared in response, but she kept her composure mostly. He warned her not to start unless she was ready to lose. She answered that she meant it every time. He asked, almost helplessly, what if he already had? That admission felt real to both of them. Denki leaned forward so close their breaths mixed. He told her to say the word. She asked what word he meant. He said any word would do and that he would be ruined if she spoke it. She let her hand rest over his heart, feeling the rapid beat and the warmth beneath her palm, an earnest, vulnerable touch rather than a tease. He confessed that it was her warmth that made everything feel hot. She asked why he wasn't talking. He said that if he spoke he might say something he couldn't take back. The weight of that possibility left her shaking but determined. She slipped a hand behind his neck and gently drew him closer. Their foreheads touched and they breathed together, so near that silence held everything unsaid. She urged him to say it. He answered with her name and then, plainly and raw, he admitted he wanted her. He made it clear he wanted more than teasing and chaos. He wanted to be the one she chose. He wanted to be someone she could look at and mean it. Aika's breath caught. Hearing it aloud was worse, and yet, for a flicker of a second, she wanted it too. They leaned in and shared a charged, lingering kiss, intense and emotional but not described in detail, then pulled back, both of them breathless and surprised by the depth of what they felt. The moment left them shaken and quiet rather than triumphant. There were no sparks, no easy laughter, just two people who had let down their guards and realized this had meaning. They held each other in a close embrace, hands steady now, letting the emotion between them settle. Each small touch felt like a dare and a promise at once, a quiet permission to be honest. They stayed like that, close and quiet, each feeling the weight of the confession and the fragile possibility that followed. Denki had wanted to go further, but before anything could happen a sharp snap of static jumped between them and cut the moment short. Aika yelped in surprise. Denki froze, mortified, his hair frizzed and his hand twitching as he stammered an apology. She was still breathless, cheeks flushed and disheveled, but she found herself smiling and teasing him about the spark. He groaned and flopped face first into a pillow as if defeated, thinking he always lost. Their arms brushed as they lay there, both a little shaken and unsure what their game had become. The room settled into a warm quiet. The air still carried the faint scent of Denki, sugary and citrusy, while the blanket lay half off the bed and a gummy worm stuck to Aika's sleeve. Later, she sat at her desk with a notebook open and her pen hovering over the page, staring at her own messy scrawl. One line was clear: Katsuki Bakugo lust. She still believed that. He was fire and friction, a challenge she could name. When she looked down at the next line, Denki Kaminari, the space beneath it remained blank. Her pen hung in the air as if a word were on the tip of her lips but never formed. She tapped the pen to her chin, thinking. Lust? Flirting? Not anymore. Control? Definitely not. Confusion? Maybe. Maybe everything. She wrote, almost as an admission, Denki Kaminari, possible lust. Possibly loves me? The sentence stared back, too real and too open. She erased it in thick, ugly strokes until only smeared ink and a racing heart were left. She rested her forehead on the notebook and closed her eyes. It had been supposed to be a game. Evening fell like a secret. Aika stood before her mirror with a steady calm instead of the flutter she had felt earlier. She smoothed her dress, nothing flashy but chosen, fitted, strategic, and added a hint of color to her cheeks. Her notebook on the desk remained mostly blank except for that single clear line about Katsuki. She tapped her nail against the page and decided she would confirm that one. A firm, steady knock sounded at the door. She opened it. Katsuki stood in the doorway with his fists shoved into his hoodie pockets and his jaw tight, eyes locked on her and hard to read. He moved inside without sitting, letting the door click shut behind him. He looked like someone who had come for confrontation rather than conversation. Aika leaned against her desk with controlled heat, trying to match him. Katsuki asked if she was done messing with him, his voice low. Finished. Aika replied that she was far from finished. She stepped closer slowly, letting the space between them shrink, her fingers hovering but not touching his clothing. She reminded him of how hot his skin had gotten the last time they were alone. He muttered that she had never finished what she started, the bite in his voice betraying the frustration beneath his fury. He pulled off his hoodie in a sharp motion, as if the fabric had been choking him. Aika watched, recognizing how exposed he looked when he was angry. She reached out and traced a finger up his arm, deliberately gentle. He shuddered and then abruptly grabbed her wrist, not to hurt but to anchor himself and to make sure she was real. He warned her, ragged now, that if she was playing with him he'd react badly. Aika dared him, eyes daring, asking if he would finally do something about it. For a moment the room held its breath. Instead of escalating into something physical, Katsuki's hold loosened and his expression softened into something like admission. He pressed his forehead briefly against hers in a sudden, choked confession of frustration and longing, the intensity of his feelings laid bare without words. Aika felt the honesty in that small, non-XL contact and wrapped her arms around him in a short, steady hug, both of them breathing hard but contained. It was not the victory either of them had expected, and it left them both raw in a different way. Aika told him that he hadn't let her do anything earlier, flustered and defensive. He answered with a voice that was cooler now but still edged with heat, part arrogance and part something more vulnerable, and the argument stilled into a tense, unresolved quiet as they both tried to understand what the other really wanted. Deep and dangerous, the moment hummed between them. Aika bit her lip and Katsuki noticed. His gaze dipped for a heartbeat before coming back up, slow and predatory. He murmured that if she wanted to play, it would be on his terms. He closed the distance with a controlled, grounding touch to her shoulder and a hand at the base of her neck, firm but not cruel. He told her she would not get to touch unless he allowed it, and she would not be able to tease unless she could handle the consequences. His forehead met hers, and he made it clear that she could not pretend any of it meant nothing. Aika's thoughts scattered. She felt hollow and helpless and clung to the thread of her pride long enough to whisper that she wanted to know what it all meant. He leaned in, close enough that their faces barely moved apart, and declared that, at that moment, she belonged to him. They shared a long, intense kiss that left them both breathless. When he pulled back, he insisted that she say please before he continued, and the unspoken rules of their game settled between them. The air pressed around them like heat. Katsuki held her with an intensity that felt like hunger and caution all at once, and Aika felt every pulse of it. He warned her that this would have consequences, and she listened, voice shaky as she asked for a promise. He corrected her that it had been a warning, not a promise. What followed was private and consuming, a charged encounter that marked a shift in their relationship. Later, they lay quietly, the room full of their uneven breathing and the cooling afterglow of what had happened. Aika stared at the ceiling, feeling as if everything inside her had been rearranged. She could still feel his smirk like an imprint on her skin. Katsuki propped himself on his side and regarded her with the same fierce hunger as before, his amusement softening into something almost tender. He asked if she was okay. She did not answer, cheeks burning with pride and frustration. She shoved a pillow at his face in half annoyance, half play, and he laughed full and real and disarmingly human. She muttered that he was the worst, face down and flustered. He dragged the pillow away, kissed her shoulder, and claimed that he was, instead, the best. The claim hung between them, cocky and certain, the new balance of power settling into their shared silence. Katsuki told her she kept pulling him back. She did not argue because he was not wrong. After a pause, Katsuki asked softly if she was all right. Her throat tightened and she nodded, barely. She felt many things at once. Okay, ruined, giddy, terrified, and somehow steady. He leaned in and pressed his forehead to hers. For a moment there were no games, no tests, only warmth, breath, and stillness. She lay tangled in the sheets, still reeling from the night. Then Izuku's voice echoed in her head, saying that with someone you love. The words made her stomach drop and her skin flush with an unfamiliar shame. She turned toward Katsuki, who was dozing beside her as if it had been just a good night, and an uneasy question settled in her. Was it supposed to feel like this? She sat up carefully, pulled the sheet over her shoulders, and tried to steady her shaking hands. Izuku's voice came to her again. She stared at the wall, at the notebook across the room, at the messy bed, and found she did not know what to write. She wondered whether what had happened was lust, control, a mistake, or simply something she did not yet understand. She took a breath and tried to steady herself. Aika barely had time to fix her hair before a knock came at the door. When she opened it, Izuku stood there smiling, 2 drinks in hand. He greeted her cheerfully and offered the drinks as he always did. She reached out and tugged him inside, less chaotic this time, more deliberate. She guided him to sit by her bed and placed a hand on his chest not as a test, but because she wanted to feel grounded. They sat close. Aika touched his chest again in a quiet, affectionate way and Izuku flushed but did not pull away. He replied that she was warm today, and she murmured that he was too. She leaned in and gave him a brief, gentle kiss, tender and unhurried. His hands went to her back, steady and careful. When they separated, he told her that he really liked being around her. Aika felt something complicated in her chest but smiled and returned that she felt the same. She noticed him dazed, quietly hopeful, still holding on to the moment. He was still breathing her in, and she reached up to touch his face, teasing that he was still blushing. He shook his head quickly and said no, unless she wanted to stop. She leaned in once more and kissed him again, and then they simply held each other close for a time. Izuku said he wanted to be with her, sincere and steady. She shifted closer and settled against him. He wrapped his arms around her with a careful curiosity, and she felt safe enough to let herself relax. When she murmured that he made her feel warm, he admitted that he thought it was because of her that she always made him feel that way. For a moment she forgot why she had started this. His embrace was steady and gentle, his heartbeat a quiet reassurance. Her expression grew thoughtful as she realized she needed to say something important. Quietly, almost as if confessing to herself, Aika told him she was still trying to figure it out. Izuku blinked and asked what she was trying to figure out. She did not open her eyes. She did not yet want to see his reaction. She said softly that she was trying to understand love, what it was and how it felt. Izuku stayed close and listened without flinching, his arms tightening a little around her. When he asked if today felt like progress, she admitted that she did not know, only that it felt closer than she had expected. She opened her eyes and told him that it felt closer. He looked at her with a gentle, bittersweet smile and said he hoped he was helping. Aika's throat tightened at the simplicity of that no pressure, no declaration, just him being himself. She told him simply that he was helping. He blinked, surprised by the sincerity, and she traced slow circles on the fabric over his heart without looking at him directly. She explained that she had been paying attention to how she felt in certain moments, what stuck with her and what reached her. When someone really listened, she said, it made her feel warm inside in a way that had nothing to do with her quirk. Aika said she felt safe and exhaled. She told him that when someone remembers little things like whether she liked lemon in her tea or how she sat curled up her chest fluttered, and she did not hate it. She glanced up at Izuku, eyes soft and uncertain, and said that when she was near him it felt like she forgot she was supposed to be figuring anything out. Izuku was stunned, eyes wide and color rising in his cheeks. He admitted that he did not even know what to say. Aika murmured that he did not have to say anything and rested her head on his shoulder. She confessed that she still did not know if she had found what she had been searching for, but she thought it might feel a little like this. They sat together for a while, silent, still, and real as the sun rose. For the first time since her experiment began, Aika was not trying to study love, she was simply letting herself feel it. Izuku's heartbeat was steady beneath her hand, and his breathing was uneven from what they had shared. Aika leaned back enough to look him in the eye, a tiny smile and a glint of something tender and brave on her face. They shared a quiet, tender moment together, and then paused as reality intruded. Izuku whispered her name softly. Aika replied that they were going to be late, and she pulled back a little to meet his gaze. He looked torn, flushed and breathless. Aika asked if he cared. Izuku laughed shakily and admitted that he kind of did, and that others would probably think he had gotten into a fight with Kaken. Aika sighed and flopped down beside him dramatically, calling herself the responsible green bean. Izuku laughed, then gently linked his pinky with hers and suggested that maybe tomorrow they could stay a little longer. Aika grinned at the ceiling and answered that tomorrow could be 10 minutes. The dorm hallway felt painfully quiet, too early, too empty, full of the echoes of what had happened behind Aika's door. Izuku walked beside her, his hand close to hers so that its nearness still hurt. They were not touching, but their skin remained warm from the moment they had shared. Aika stole a glance at him and saw that he was flustered but glowing, trying very hard to walk like a normal person, like someone who had been overwhelmed by what had happened. He was so pink, she thought, and then, with a little smugness, she told herself it was because of her. After a pause, Izuku admitted that she had looked really happy back there. He meant not just during what had happened, but even before. Aika answered that she had been happy. Izuku turned a shade of red that seemed impossible. As they walked, Izuku drifted to the shady side, letting Aika walk in the sun. It was second nature to him now, even after everything that morning. He liked watching the way her shoulders eased when the light touched her skin. He liked showing up at breakfast with miso soup he did not always want, because it meant she could cup the steam in her hands and warm herself. He liked handing her a hot coffee and taking his usual cold drink, waiting for the small, wordless moment when she took a sip with a spark in her eyes. Those small things were ordinary on the surface, but to him they were everything: quiet, everyday ways to care for her without saying it aloud. It was not obligation, it was ritual, devotion disguised as routine. Still, beneath that comfort something heavier stirred. He did not want only her laugh or her teasing. He wanted to be the one she reached for without hesitation, the one she chose fully and fiercely. Every smile fed that quiet hunger, every touch deepened it. He longed to be hers, but she was still searching, and he knew it. At the cafeteria doors he stopped and scratched the back of his neck, asking whether they should sit together. Aika blinked, then smirked and made it clear that of course they would. He forced himself into casual words, masking the awkwardness, and they walked in side by side, two heroes in training in ordinary step. Her cheeks were pink, his hair extra fluffy from restless tossing and turning. Breakfast had become automatic. She did not even need to ask, simply cupping her hands over the steam. He asked if the soup was still cold, already smiling as if he expected the answer. She moved the heat over her forearms and conveyed that it was. He shook his head with a fond grin and told her he would keep bringing it. She rolled her eyes, but the small spark in her chest said she would not mind. Denki watched from a distance with a juice box, squinting and wondering what was going on between them. Later, as the warm-blooded girl stood up from beside him, he remembered the quiet, meaningful moment they had shared earlier. He remembered the intensity of that moment and the way she had looked at him, as if he mattered. He could not believe he had not resisted in the way he usually would. He had overthought everything, worried about ruining things, but with Aika he had allowed himself to be vulnerable, to let her in. When she had said she was still trying to understand love, he had felt like part of an answer. Watching her pile a sugary selection on her plate, cheeks still a little pink, he had the sense that she was glowing. Aika could not stop smiling. It was embarrassing. Her whole body felt as if it was vibrating with something warm and foolish. She had acted on impulse earlier, doing something she had not planned, and he had responded in a way that suggested he felt similarly. She realized she liked that more than she expected. This was not good for the controlled experiment she had intended. She was supposed to be observing, comparing, studying, but with him she kept forgetting she was conducting anything at all. She risked a glance at him. He was trying not to look back, which she found both adorable and terrifying. Across the room, Denki watched with the eye of someone cataloging an experiment. Aika had walked in with him as usual, but today she seemed giddy, soft and warm in a way he had not seen before. He refused to accept it. At first she flirted with him hard and played with his head, but watching them now made his stomach twist. Their legs brushed, she leaned a little closer, and Izuku fumbled his fork. Denki swallowed and felt as if he had lost this round. Aika stumbled into her dorm and shut the door behind her, cheeks still warm from the morning and her head buzzing. She tossed her bag aside, flopped at her desk, and opened a notebook to a page that read simply, "Izuku Midoriya?" The pen hovered, then she slammed the notebook shut when the door burst open. Denki swept in like a storm, proclaiming that he had noticed. Aika berated him for barging in without knocking. He grinned and blamed her for starting a war, brandishing a gummy worm as if it were a flag. She set the pen down and asked if he had come to complain about breakfast. He said no, he had come to remind her who had invented the game between them. He moved forward with casual ease but clear intensity. There was something like jealousy and a hunger to compete in him, but above all his favorite thing, competition. He leaned one hand on her desk and blocked her path, asking how her data collection was going. She replied coolly that he probably would not like to know. He moved a little closer, earnest and daring, and suggested he might offer some new results. She laughed, sharp and delighted at the challenge. He admitted, without pretense, that he was desperate to win her attention. She took that in, amused and wary. She leaned back in her chair with legs crossed, arms folded, expression cool, and made it clear that if he wanted to play, she would play too. She suggested testing some new variables. Denki smirked and invited her to hit him with her worst. Aika leaned close, her mouth brushing his ear, breath slow and warm. She told him she had been thinking about him that morning and asked what he would do. His breath caught. He turned his head slowly, nose nearly touching hers, and said he would ask if he could make sure she was still thinking about him that night. She jerked back as if electrocuted and he grinned, pleased with himself. She traced a finger along the edge of his collar in a casual, heat flicker motion. His pupils dilated, but instead of pulling away he took her hand and held it, teasing that she was using actual heat. She shot back that she was heat, and he murmured that he still wasn't backing off. She said his name softly, almost like a secret. He leaned in, voice sharp, and asked her to say it again. She obliged, whispering his name once more. He pressed close and kissed her briefly, an earnest, emotional touch that cut through the teasing and left them both a little stunned. When they pulled back, Denki's grin was utterly satisfied. Aika's face flushed, hair messy, the notebook forgotten on the desk. Her heartbeat was scattered. Denki's spark danced subtly at his fingertips when his hand brushed hers, a small, involuntary crackle that made her breath hitch. He froze for a moment and apologized, but she reached for his wrist and wrapped her hand around it, warm and steady, saying she didn't care. He blinked, surprised and delighted, and asked her to say it again. She looked at him and repeated that she didn't care. The spark flared a little brighter, enough to change the air between them and make her shiver. He brushed his thumb along her jaw and teased that maybe she liked a little danger. She shot back a sharp retort, and they both laughed. They fell into easy banter, lights and warmth between them. Denki leaned over her, bracing his hands on the arms of her chair so their faces were close. He observed that she was blushing. She countered that he was too, but he admitted he had no interest in hiding it. Their noses came very close. He slid his hand down her arm to her knee and slowed his approach, not teasing now but quiet and intent. She matched him, palms warm against his chest, and they shared a long, meaningful look. They kissed again, softer this time, gentle and full of something like needing and wanting and the messy bravery of two people who had been circling each other for too long. They paused, breathless. Aika pushed back from the chair and they laughed quietly, still close but calmer. For a moment, the room was filled with a comfortable, electric hush, sparks and smiles and the steady, complicated beat of two hearts. Then a sharper memory echoed through her thoughts, Izuku's voice, reminding her of someone she loved. The phrase lingered and tightened around her ribs. It didn't shout. It simply wrapped itself into the moment and made her hands go still. She pulled away slowly, taking a breath, eyes wide with a feeling she had not let herself name. Denki watched her, flushed and disoriented, his hands still resting where she had held it. He asked if she was okay. She nodded, swallowed, and gently removed his hand from her arm. She told him they should stop. He agreed, and they both shifted back, catching their breath in the sudden quiet. They sat side by side for a while, the charged energy between them turning into something softer and more restrained. Conversation drifted back to ordinary things as they steadied themselves, both aware of what had happened and what needed to be held carefully for now. She says okay. The silence between them is awkward but not cold, heavy and unspoken. She smooths her hair and adjusts the skirt of her dress, avoiding his eyes for a moment. They sit together in the quiet. Her breath is fast and shallow. Denki sits beside her, hands still trembling from the near disaster they barely contained. She tries to steady herself, heat and tension coiling beneath her skin. She wants something she can't name, and that wanting sits like a live thing in her chest. Denki is right there, and the pull toward him is almost unbearable. She moves closer, and they share an intense, private moment that leaves them both shaken. It grows quickly and then is interrupted. Denki yelps as an alarm blares from his phone, filling the room with a ridiculous, digital noise. He fumbles beneath her to grab the device, cursing under his breath as he fumbles. The alarm screen reads "Clean your hairbrush" with a little sparkle icon. He groans and admits that he forgot to turn it off from yesterday. She studies the phone and then looks at him slowly, eyes hard with something close to anger. She climbs off the bed without speaking. Denki collapses back, stunned, hands over his face as if struck. Seeing us that he ruined it. She presses a pillow to her face, muffling her reaction. After a moment, she hurls the pillow at him and hits him squarely in the chest. He points out that he thought he was winning. She reminds him that she was going to let him. They sit in strained silence, breathing quickly, bodies still flushed from the emotional intensity of moments before. Denki mutters that at least his brush is clean. The room settles. He lies flat on his back, shirt slightly rumpled and hair a mess. Aika sits beside him, legs folded, lips still swollen and hands clenched in her lap. Her cheeks burn with embarrassment over what almost happened. He lets out a long, sheepish sigh and rubs his eyes, then attempts to speak to break the tension. She doesn't meet his gaze, she stares at the wall. He tells her that he should probably go, and she nods in response. He rises carefully, smooths his shirt and hair, gestures awkwardly toward leaving, and asks if he will see her tomorrow. She bites her lower lip and answers with a quiet affirmative. He looks back once more at the unmoving figure on the bed and then leaves. The door clicks shut. Aika is alone, and the silence that follows feels enormous. She collapses back onto the bed, hair tangled and dress twisted, still buzzing from the emotion. She stares at the ceiling, heat pooling in her stomach and her throat dry. She thinks that she wanted him not for power, not to prove anything, not for notes or experiments, but simply because she wanted him. She presses her hand to her lips and then to her chest, feeling the steady race of her heartbeat. She realizes she had been willing to let it happen and that part of her still wants it, but frustration tightens around her like a fist. There is a knock at the door. She jolts upright and swings it open as if she had been waiting. Katsuki Bakugo stands there with his arms crossed and shoulders tense. Hair messy. Jaw tense as if he were holding something back. He opened his mouth to speak, but her eyes stopped him cold wide, glassy, still wanting, still flushed from whatever had happened before he arrived. He could feel it in the air, in her skin, in the way her chest rose as if she could not catch her breath, in the way her eyes did not blink. She grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him inside, kicking the door shut behind them. The slam echoed, then silence settled over the room like the pause before a storm. Katsuki stepped toward her with slow, controlled movements. He asked if she was all right. She did not answer. Her fingers clenched in his shirt again, tugging slightly, pleading without words. Her lips parted as if to say something, but she did not finish. In a single composed, commanding motion that might have come from an intense scene in an action anime, he took her wrist and pinned it to the wall. He told her he knew what she wanted, his voice low and edged with something dangerous. Heat bloomed in her throat and belly. She did not say no. He closed the distance between them and kissed her fiercely. Their embrace was urgent and desperate. His hands found her, holding her close. She did not pull away. For a moment the world narrowed to the two of them, breath and heartbeat and the friction of need. They moved toward the bed. Their contact remained heated, but the details of that intimacy passed unspoken. It was an intense, private moment in which both sought what they felt they needed. When Katsuki paused, he asked her to tell him to stop. She met his gaze and told him not to. His restraint was taut as a rope about to snap. He muttered her name like a plea. She matched him, whispering that she wanted him. He pressed kisses to her neck with a possessive intensity. For a heartbeat she felt anchored and undone at once. Then a sudden catch in her breath. A flash of green eyes, a memory of someone she loved, cut through the haze. The thought arrived at the worst possible moment, and she forced it away, telling herself this was not about love but about need and power. She tried to bury the question and lean into the present. Katsuki did not stop unless she said so. The scene that followed was a blur of close contact and shared urgency. Both of them were shaking with the intensity of what they were giving and taking. She clung to him as if he were the only steady thing left, and he held her with a rough, possessive strength. Words were sparse. Katsuki demanded that she admit what she wanted, and she confessed that she wanted him. He pushed further, asking her to say she needed it. She answered with a broken, breathless admission that she did. There was a tense, searching moment as he looked into her eyes, as if seeking permission and reassurance in equal measure. Then they let go of the questions and gave themselves over to each other. Clothes were disarrayed and heated breaths filled the room. Details of their actions remained private and unrecorded. They moved together with raw, animal urgency until at last they were spent and holding each other close. Afterward, they lay tangled and breathing heavily. Katsuki's voice was rough as he murmured her name and asked soft, clipped things whether she was okay, whether she regretted it. She answered in quiet that she was all right, that what had happened had been what she wanted in that moment. They both knew the line between need and love had been blurred, and neither offered an easy explanation. She thought again briefly of the person whose eyes she had seen, and of whether chasing this feeling would leave the rest of her hollow. He watched her with guarded intensity, as if trying to read what she would decide next. For now, they stayed close, breathing in the afterglow, letting the tension ease without forcing answers that would not come tonight. They spent the night together, and when it was over both of them lay in the quiet, breathless. His arm draped over her, one leg tangled with hers. The sheets were rumpled and pushed down to their ankles. His chest rose and fell steady and slow, an oddly comforting beat she couldn't quite understand. Aika stayed still, her heart pounding. She kept thinking, I just did that. We just did that. Her lips were swollen and sore, her hands still trembling, every part of her feeling too full and too raw. He was already asleep, as he always was after burning so bright and crashing so hard. She wondered at herself she had not stopped him, and she had not wanted to. She knew it had not been love. She had known that before. She watched the way his lashes rested against his cheeks, the little part in his lips as he breathed, the faint tension in his hand as if even sleep couldn't let him fully relax. He looked up beautiful, she thought, and it hurt in a small, confusing way. She swallowed hard and fought the ache in her throat. Her hand found his resting on her stomach. She gripped his fingers for a second, then let go gently and slid out from under him. Barefoot and quiet, wearing one of his shirts, she walked across the room to her notebook, the one she had meant to be done with that night. She flipped past the mess and found the last legible line, Katsuki Bakugo Lust. She stared until the ink blurred, then added slowly, but not love. The honesty settled in her like heat that wouldn't fade. She closed the notebook and pressed her palm to the cover. For now, she decided she would keep the truth there. She crawled back into bed. Katsuki stirred and, without need or demand, wrapped an arm around her to pull her close. This time it was for comfort rather than something sharper. She let him, and at last she slept. Before dawn, Aika woke to the weight of the room, heat, scent, and everything left unsaid. She opened her eyes and saw him standing by the door, holding his shirt as if steadying himself. He thought she slept. He hesitated for a long moment, fingers twitching as though he might return. Instead he pulled his shirt on, ran a hand through his hair, and muttered to himself in frustration. Then he slipped out the door without making a sound. Aika watched the space he'd vacated, the dent in the pillow, the faint warmth on the sheets. She did not reach for her notebook. She did not follow him. She realized she did not yet know whether she wanted him to come back or whether she was afraid he might. Both options felt like the worst possibility. Katsuki walked the dark hallway without looking back. His steps were slow from the weight he carried, not careful, but heavy with everything that still clung to him, the memory of her breath, the ache in his chest, the way she had looked at him. He cursed under his breath and wondered what that had been, what he had allowed himself to take. He told himself he wasn't supposed to let things go so far, and yet he kept picturing her laid out beneath him, calling his name, letting him in as if nothing else existed. The memory both thrilled and terrified him. He pressed himself against the wall and breathed hard, feeling shaken even now. No one had ever made him feel like that before, and the thought both frightened him and held him fast. A soft knock sounded at the door once, then twice in unhurried rhythm in the still house. Familiar. Her chest tightens as the sky outside the window shifts from indigo to gold. A new day. A clean slate. Except it's not. She's still in yesterday's skin and the guilt is curled under her ribs. She doesn't say anything at first, just lies there, frozen, staring at the ceiling as if it might offer answers. A knock at the door breaks the silence. Izuku knocks and tells Aika he came early and hopes that's okay. He mentions he brought her hot coffee and a peppermint mocha. His voice is gentle, still sleepy, still sweet, an anchor in the room. Her heart lurches at the contrast. She bites her lip and sits up slowly, shoulders taut with memory. She doesn't go to the mirror or fix her hair. She simply walks to the door in the same sleepwear she had slept in, fingers trembling. Aika opens the door and Izuku freezes, eyes wide and cheeks flushing. He stammers an apology, insisting he should have waited, then turns as if to leave, embarrassed and flustered, half explaining that she looked like she wasn't fully dressed. Aika stands in the doorway, hair mussed and eyes shadowed with tiredness, watching him with the careful, quiet look she always gives when someone is close in a vulnerable moment. Aika tells him not to worry and that she often sleeps like that. Izuku admits he had a strange feeling and woke up wanting to make sure she was okay. The admission lands in her chest. She wasn't okay, and he didn't even know, but he came anyway. She thanks him softly, calling him sweet, and he laughs helplessly, still avoiding facing her. Guilt rises like a second heartbeat, but she doesn't bring up last night. She can't, so she asks if he wants to come in. He protests about her not being properly dressed, and she teases him that she'll put some pants on, calling him a dork. That makes him risk a glance. When he sees her smile he turns fully, still blushing, and nods that he would like to come in. Aika pulls on a pair of soft sweatpants and pads back to the door. The room is dim and cozy, lit by the soft blue of morning seeping through the curtains. Blankets are a mess, pillows scattered, notes half tucked under the bed. Everything about the space feels lived in and warm, much like her. Izuku asks if she couldn't sleep, and she shakes her head as she sits on the edge of the bed and pulls her knees up beneath the shirt. She says it was too hot and there were too many thoughts. He rubs the back of his neck and says he understands. She scoots to the far side of the bed and pats the space beside her, suggesting they stay for a while. They have about an hour before they need to move. He hesitates but quickly slides onto the bed beside her. The initial awkwardness fades into a quiet ease. Her head finds his chest, his arm wraps gently around her back, and their legs tangle beneath the covers. She murmurs that he's warm. He replies that she is too. The silence between them is the kind that soothes. Her eyes flutter closed as his steady heartbeat calms her. As gold light creeps in through the curtains, she allows herself to pretend, to rest in the small safety of being held. She asks herself silently if this moment means something, if letting him in, letting herself be vulnerable, has a larger meaning. Izuku, looking down at her curled under his chin, feels the same careful certainty he has felt for some time. He holds himself back from saying too much because he wants to give her what she needs in the moment, even if that means waiting. Aika thinks his answer to her unspoken questions was good, sweet, thoughtful, heartfelt, but the feelings inside her remain complicated. She cannot tell whether what she feels is want, need, comfort, guilt, or something larger still locked away. Memories of other people and the way things unfolded the day before tug at her mind, but she does not want to be the villain. For now she simply wants to be held. Sunlight grows warmer across the bed. Her breathing evens, limbs relax, but thoughts keep turning. She shifts slightly, tilting her chin up so her nose brushes his jaw. He flinches softly, then meets her eyes with no teasing, no games, only something fragile and genuine. They share a brief, comforting kiss, gentle and unhurried. Izuku keeps his hands steady on her back. She rests her fingers lightly against his hoodie. When he pauses, forehead resting against hers, he asks if this is okay. She nods, eyes soft. He kisses her again, slower and tender, checking in quietly each time to make sure she remains comfortable. When he finally breaks the embrace, he says they should get going. Aika stays in his arms for a moment longer, then lets him help her stand, both of them carrying the quiet warmth of that morning with them as they face the day. He stopped her before things went too far. Aika blinked at him, still breathless. She thought Midoriya was really something. He smiled, bashful and sincere, and told her she was worth slowing down for. Gravel crunched under their shoes as the dorms faded behind them. The cafeteria was still far enough away that no one was around, and neither of them spoke because both were somewhere else entirely. Aika had said he was something soft, half-smiling, breathless, and he wanted to take it as a compliment. He did, but questions kept surfacing. Was she surprised he had stopped? Was she hoping he would not? Was he the only one she did this with? His stomach twisted with jealousy and insecurity, and he tried to chase the thoughts away, telling himself she had trusted him, had let him in. Still, the desire to be her favorite nagged at him. He peeked at her from the corner of his eye. She was quiet and thoughtful, chewing the inside of her cheek as if arguing with herself. He tried so hard not to fall harder. But she was right there, and it was getting impossible not to. Meanwhile, Aika was at war with herself. She kept flipping through the same thoughts about Katsuki, Denki, and Izuku, trying to sort out lust from want from respect. She had walked him straight into temptation and he had not fallen. He had not melted or crumbled like the others. That should have been forgettable, but she could not stop thinking about the way he had looked at her, not like she was a prize, but like she mattered. Her hands were sweating. He looked ahead, cheeks pink, and she felt something in her chest flip over. She forced herself to look away before she could admit anything she could not take back. They reached the cafeteria doors. Izuku opened the door for her without words, offering a tiny smile that made her heart flip. At the table he ate slowly and methodically, a comforting rhythm of fork to mouth, chew, swallow, sip of juice. Aika, who normally mirrored him nibbling, teasing, picking at a muffin, had not touched a thing. When he glanced up from his tray, he saw her elbows on the table, chin propped in one hand, the other arm limp at her side. Her eyes were on her plate but not seeing it, her brows were furrowed and her lips pulled tight. She was somewhere else. He did not speak or pry. He reached across the table and lay his hand gently over hers. Aika did not flinch, but her body went still, as if a switch had been flicked. He had noticed without needing to ask, and the realization felt like a confession. She shifted her gaze to him. His eyes were soft, not accusing or suspicious, simply steady and warm. She believed he would never hurt her, never play her, never lie. Her heart thudded so loudly she thought he must hear it. Izuku pushed his miso soup aside the way he always did and offered her a tiny smile, giving her comfort and warmth in that moment, and she took it. Her room was quiet in a way that felt wrong. No teasing music, no bouncing energy, no snack setup or playful entrance, just her sitting cross-legged on her bed with a notebook in her lap, eyes glassy and thoughts spinning. When Denki pushed the door open without knocking, his usual grin faltered at the sight of her stillness. He tried for lightness, holding up a package of sour straws and kicking his shoes off, but there was no reaction. He scanned her face. She was not curled up, not glowing, just sitting there, uncertain. He tried her pet name, his voice softer than usual, and she finally looked up with surprise and something like guilt before smoothing into something quieter. She patted the bed beside her and he dropped the snacks on her desk and flopped down without ceremony. After a moment of silence, Aika breathed in deeply and exhaled slowly. When she told Denki she had another test, his attention snapped fully to her. He lit up and asked if he could know what it was, leaning closer with playful softness, asking if it was dangerous. She did not laugh or tease, she only said it might be. Beneath the surface, her thoughts spun. She had been through complicated moments with Katsuki and Denki, and Izuku had intervened and simply held her instead. She did not yet know what she wanted, but she knew she needed to feel in control again, even if that meant taking risks. Denki watched her closely, noting the way her fingers twitched on the notebook and how her hair fell into her face without her pushing it away. He wondered if someone had gotten to her first. He reminded himself that it had never been a race, but the urge to win for her remained. He believed he could catch her if she broke down, even if it cost him. He was loud and a little too much, but he resolved to give her everything and to be there for her if she needed it. He shifted closer, careful not to touch, willing to be whatever she needed in that moment. Then waited, not yet ready to move. He half smiled and joked that he might need to sign a waiver. Aika shifted slightly on the bed, settling into a pose that was unmistakably hers. Denki recognized the opening salvo of their familiar flirt war, but something felt different. There was no playful glint in her eye, no cocky smirk, no tossed candy or cheeky challenge. She was watching him quietly, curiously, like she was studying him instead of trying to distract him. She told him he looked tense. He laughed, short and dry, and said that she had said the word test like she was about to break his heart. She tilted her head and asked whether he would let her do that. He swallowed and wondered what kind of question that was. She moved closer, keeping her motions deliberate and measured, as if gauging him rather than teasing him outright. The air between them felt charged. He noticed the change and felt his own composure wobble. She asked whether he was going to pass this one too. He admitted to himself that he still didn't know what the test was. Maybe she was playing. He tried to play it cool, folding his arms and pretending nothing was at stake, but his grip on the pillow betrayed him. She matched his banter with a practiced ease, using every look and gesture she knew to unsettle him. He reminded her, grinning cockily, that he had taught her many of these tricks. She parried, keeping her expression neutral, and the back and forth felt like a decades-old game they both knew by heart. Then the atmosphere shifted. She stopped teasing and became serious. She let a faint warmth gather in her palm as if to underscore the point, and Denki's voice cracked when he denied he was nervous. In that instant he realized this was no longer a game to her. She made a deliberate, NTMT gesture that left no room for doubt, and he gasped. Denki felt vulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with bravado. He fought the urge to speak, not wanting to ruin whatever she had started. She watched him with a small, complicated smile, and for the first time he understood that she had decided something for herself. He reached out and cupped her cheek gently, noting how she was flushed and breathless. He told her she was glowing, and this time he wasn't teasing. He leaned in with intention, and they shared a long, decisive kiss that felt like the end of the world. Their movements were quiet and sure, not frantic in embrace that confirmed a choice they had both teetered on. Hands found backs, shirts shifted in the scramble of the moment, and they held each other as if to steady themselves against whatever came next. Then up again, his arms wrap around her as if he needs to hold all of her. He shifts and settles over her, keeping her close. Her breath catches. Denki leans close and whispers against her jaw that if she wants to win, she should not hold back. His lips trail down her neck, slow and soft. He pins her hands gently to the bedspread, not rough or forceful, only claiming, and she lets him because she wants this and because she needs to know. One hand holds her, the other moves along her thigh with care, like he's memorizing her. Her chest rises with each breath, lips slightly parted, eyes searching his. Denki tells her that she wants this, not as a question but as fact. Aika nods, telling him that she wants to know. He presses a kiss to her temple and asks what she wants to know, but she cannot answer because her heart is racing. Instead she reaches toward him, a quiet plea, and he hears it. At her ear, Denki admits that she's driving him insane. He kisses her jaw, neck, and collarbone, telling her that every time he leaves the room he feels like he leaves a piece of himself with her. He says she is not just clever or dangerous or ridiculous, she is everything he cannot stop thinking about. He pauses with his forehead against hers to make sure she understands that this is real. He lowers his voice and asks to be allowed to show her that it's real. The room goes electric with silence, not awkward but held, like the whole world is waiting. She stares up at him, cheeks flushed and steady-eyed. One deep breath and she decides. She says when. Denki forgets how to breathe for a second. Then he kisses her like a promise and murmurs that he has her. She lets go not because she is weak, but because for the first time she does not need control. She only wants to feel, to know. The kiss deepens, slow and intent, and they share a long, tender moment of closeness that changes something between them. They do not rush. They hold each other, sharing warmth and quiet. Denki keeps asking her to tell him if anything is too fast or if she wants to stop, and she presses her lips to his cheek and promises she will. That assurance is all he needs. They stay wrapped in one another's arms, trusting and present, sharing a kind of intimacy that is more about being known than anything else. Denki breathes that she is beautiful, and it is not a line but truth. She returns his affection, and together they let themselves be vulnerable without pretense. Their fingers intertwine as they cling to each other, voices breaking with emotion rather than need. Denki had imagined closeness 100 times, but nothing prepared him for the realness of it, the way she trusted him, the way her breath caught when she looked at him. It was not just desire anymore. It was the ache of finally touching something he had been reaching for. Every small sound and shiver felt like proof that she was there and not a dream. She exhales as she finally lets go, and that is the moment he realizes he has given her what she needed. They fall into each other's arms, breathless and aching, both satisfied by the closeness they have allowed themselves at last. Electric. Denki collapsed gently beside Aika, one hand still wrapped in hers. He asked if she was okay again. She nodded, barely. Her thoughts, however, were louder than ever. The room settled into quiet. Denki's breathing evened out, his arm draped loosely over her waist, his fingers tangled with hers. The warmth of him lingered on her skin, and the ache in her muscles was a pleasant hum. Her heart did not race, it drifted, floating and suspended in something she could not name. She stared at the ceiling, still and silent, and the question she had been trying to answer all this time, the one she thought the night would solve, rose again heavier than before. Is this love? She replayed everything in her head, the way he had touched her, tender as if she were precious, the way he had whispered her name as if it meant something. Every moment had been good, better than good. Still, she did not feel full. Her chest felt tight instead of warm, and her mind wandered even as she lay in the arms of someone who had given her what she had asked for. Something was missing. She pressed a hand to her chest. It remained glowing and warm, but not ignited in the way she had expected or hoped. It was not disappointment or regret, it simply did not answer the question. She glanced sideways at Denki as he drifted toward sleep. His hair was tousled, his lips parted slightly. He looked soft, like someone who had given her everything he had, and she felt grateful. At the same time, her throat tightened because Denki had sparked, had given, had held her like she mattered, yet her heart and mind were still somewhere else, and she hated that. She turned away from him in the dark. In the quiet, a voice she had been trying not to think about whispered that with someone you love. The room remained warm and still. Denki's breathing settled into a near-sleep rhythm, his chest rising and falling against her back, his arm wrapped lazily around her middle. Aika lay awake, wide-eyed, the ceiling blurred in her vision. Her heart balanced in that delicate space between peace and unrest, and she could not fall asleep yet. She breathed Denki's name, barely audible. His head stirred slightly and his chest rose with a deep inhale. Sleep-drunk and gentle, he shifted. Aika rolled to face him, eyes still glowing faintly in the dark, hair tousled, cheeks flushed. He blinked slowly, voice rough with sleep and warmth as he asked what was wrong. Aika said that she did not want to sleep yet and asked if they could talk. He stretched enough to press a kiss to her forehead and agreed. She hesitated, then rested a hand over his chest and said that the night had felt different. She explained that she had expected certain things but had instead found herself not thinking about notes or results. She had simply felt everything. He brushed a thumb over her cheek and asked what she meant. She said she had not been thinking, just feeling. Denki smiled, not cocky or smug, but quietly, deeply happy, and told her he felt the same. His hand traced lazy patterns down her side and he added that it had not felt like a game, not like their other encounters. Aika admitted she had liked how he had looked at her, as if she were important. He chuckled softly and told her she was. They fell quiet again, comfortable in the dark. Part of Aika wanted to confess the ache inside her, the missing piece, but she could not do it yet. Instead she scooted closer, pressed her nose to his neck, and let his warmth soak into her skin. She asked him to stay awake a little longer. He promised he would always stay awake with her, and they lay there entwined, breathing together, as if that might be enough, even though part of her still ached and wanted to understand why it was not. The afterglow lingered. Denki felt the tightness in his own chest. He could feel her breath where her head rested against him and should have felt invincible, yet he felt exposed and aching. He called Aika's name hoarsely. She stirred and lifted her head slightly. He said he did not know how to say what he needed to say. She told him to say it badly if he must, and that was all he needed. He swallowed and admitted that she had wrecked him. He explained that he could not sleep and could not think straight, that every time she looked at him he felt like he might short-circuit, not from a game or teasing, not from anything physical, but from everything about her. He turned to meet her eyes, serious and vulnerable, and confessed that he loved her. It was not a half-truth or a joke. It was a plain, raw confession. Aika sat up as if electrified, eyes wide and hands braced on the bed. She demanded to know what that love felt like, not the pretty or poetic version, but the real thing. Denki answered quietly and honestly. He said it was terrifying. It was waking each day wondering if the other person would pick someone else. It was watching her flirt with the world and still hoping she would come back. It was knowing she might be treating things like a game and yet handing over every piece of himself because he would rather lose to her than win with anyone else. He said it was wanting her even when it hurt and choosing to love her every day, even if she did not love him back. Aika listened, stunned. The words did not fit neatly into her mind. She felt like pulling them apart to examine them, but her throat tightened and her hands trembled. The truth lived in his voice, in his stillness, in the way he looked at her now. Denki told her gently that he understood she did not know the answer yet and that it was okay. A short quiet followed to hold that moment between them. Denki told her he was not asking her to say it back. He brushed her hand and asked her not to pretend it wasn't true. Silence filled the room, thick, heavy, charged, but not in the way she had expected. Aika's chest rose and fell faster, her eyes darting between him. Her hands gripped the blanket. It was not the cold that made her shiver but his presence, his words, and the quiet that followed. She swallowed hard and said that she needed time to think, that it was all too much. Denki watched without reaching for her, without trying to fix anything. He simply nodded slowly to show that he heard her and that he would wait. She turned her head away, guilt flickering in her chest, not because she felt nothing, but because she did not yet know what she felt. She admitted she had not planned for any of this and that she did not want anyone to say those words until she understood them herself. He reassured her that she did not have to say anything more, and she asked if she could sit with it a while longer. Denki exhaled and leaned back against the headboard, telling her she could take all the time she needed. They stayed side by side but not touching, two young people tangled in feelings larger than they had intended to create. When the door clicked shut and Denki left, the warmth he had left behind lingered on the sheets and in the air, but it felt haunting rather than comforting. Aika lay staring at the ceiling for a long time, fingers fidgeting with the hem of the blanket, lips parted and motionless. The sparks were gone, only the dull ache of a truth she had not asked for remained. Eventually she sat up, wrapped a throw around her shoulders, and moved slowly as if her limbs were not entirely hers. At her desk her journal lay open from earlier. Previous headings still scrawled where she had been trying to make sense of Denki. She turned the page and, without scientific terms or data, wrote with a pen the messy pieces of her heart trying to understand themselves. She recorded that Denki had said he loved her and that she believed him. She acknowledged that she had been the one to push the relationship forward, that he had been kind and patient and had waited for her, and that she had expected that to be enough, but it had not felt like the love she had imagined. She considered whether her mindset had been wrong, whether she had been forcing something that was not ready to happen. She flipped to a clean page and wrote a single name, Katsuki Bakugo. The pen paused. She recognized that she owed him the truth not about Denki or about Izuku, but about herself, about why she had been behaving the way she had, why she had pulled people into her games and kept bringing them back. He knew she had not been entirely sincere, and he still came anyway, but he deserved to know why. She closed the journal slowly, taking a small breath and listening to her heartbeat as it tried to remember what honesty felt like. A solid, familiar knock sounded at the door. He was early. She had not expected him so soon, not after everything, but she opened the door anyway. Katsuki Bakugo stood there with wild hair and dark eyes, his gaze sweeping over her with a faint lift at the corner of his mouth. He walked past her as if he were at home, the door closed and locked behind him. For a moment it was just them and the unspoken weight of what they had done and had left unsaid. Katsuki asked if she was sure about what they were about to do, his voice low and edged with something dangerous and hungry. Aika swallowed and told him she was not sure in the way he assumed. The tone in her voice stopped him, suspicion flaring. She took a breath and explained that she could not go forward that night, not like that, and not without telling him something important. He stood motionless, jaw tight and shoulders rigid, demanding to know what she meant. She admitted that she had been experimenting trying to understand what love meant to her and that she had dragged him into that without telling him. She clarified that her experiments had been about understanding her own feelings rather than about using him, but she acknowledged the harm of failing to be transparent. Katsuki's silence was heavy before he exploded into frustrated words, asking whether she thought she could fool him, whether he had been returning to her for fun. She listened as he confessed that he had sensed something was off but had kept coming back because he had hoped for something real. His voice broke, and the room quieted once more. Aika could barely form words. Tears stung her eyes. She offered the apology that felt most fitting. Katsuki exhaled sharply, the tension between them unresolved but laid open at last. Katsuki turns toward the door and tells Aika she should have told him from the start. His hand rests on the knob but he pauses and, without turning, asks if she has found her answer yet. Aika whispers that she has not. He tells her to let him know when she does, then opens the door and leaves. The door closes and she is alone. The click barely finishes when she moves, barefoot and breathless, across the room. She yanks the door open and bursts into the hallway just in time to see him halfway down. Aika calls his name. He stops with his shoulders tense and does not turn. She pleads that she feels awful for what she has done to him. That makes him turn, expression unreadable and edged with something like hurt. Katsuki asks flatly if she really feels that way. She nods and says she never meant to hurt him and never expected anyone would fall for her the way they did. He interrupts with a cutting remark that falling for her is now painfully obvious. She flinches, breathes, and then, softer, says she is not asking for forgiveness but asks him to stay, just for a little while and some tea. It is not a Stockton or a test, just a girl in a hallway asking someone she hurt not to leave her alone with it. Katsuki stares, sees how small she looks in her honesty and vulnerability, sighs, and walks back toward her without touching her, muttering that it better be good tea. The door closes behind them. The small sound echoes in the thick silence. They do not speak. Aika moves first with hesitant, careful steps as if every movement might set something off. Katsuki remains by the door, standing and watching her cross to the tea setup. Her hands follow familiar motions: mug, kettle, poor muscle memory from doing this 100 times, but never with stakes this high. She sets the mugs between them. One reads "You are my sunshine" and she inwardly curses her choice. She sits on the edge of her bed. Katsuki finally lowers himself into her desk chair, stiff and wary. Steam curls from the mugs. The room is too quiet. He picks up his mug and tries to sip, muttering that it is hot, then sets it down and rubs his lip. Instead of apologizing, Aika reaches slowly toward his mug, hesitates, and gently taps the side with a calm pulse of her quirk to disperse the heat. She does not look at him. He notices the slight hum of her fingers and his grip relaxes as he lifts the mug again, holding it but not drinking. Aika stares at her own mug, taps the rim, and stirs 3 times but does not fix her drink. Katsuki shifts, crossing and uncrossing his ankle. When she finally sips, she winces. He dryly remarks that she is allowed to fix her own too. Her lip twitches but she does not laugh. She admits she kind of likes it when it burns. He snorts and looks away. Leaning forward with elbows on her knees, Aika speaks that she hates this between them, the distance, the way they forgot how to talk, the fear of simply breathing near him. Katsuki replies slowly that he has not forgotten. He is just not sure if he is allowed to be the same person as before. The silence stretches as they sip, fidget, and breathe too loudly. Aika sets her mug down and confesses that she has not been fair to him, not from the beginning, that she treated everything like a puzzle she could solve by getting close to him. She looks up with raw eyes and says she wants him to know something personal. She admits that she does not love him, and then adds that she realized she was strongly attracted to him. Her words settle heavily between them. Aika reaches behind her, pulls a worn notebook from under a pillow, and places it on the bed beside her. She tells him he can read it if he wants. Everything is in there, every test, every theory, every note. She warns he might not like what he finds, but it is the truth and she wants to give him the opportunity to know the whole truth if he chooses. She looks away and clarifies she is not asking for forgiveness. She is done lying to him. Katsuki sits still, neither advancing toward the notebook nor moving away. He breathes, heavy with the weight of a truth he suspected but did not expect to hear aloud. He studies the notebook like it is a ticking thing. Then, quiet but sharp, he asks if she really wrote it all down. Aika nods. He asks if every detail is there. She nods again, smaller. He asks if it even includes the nights he stayed. She swallows and answers yes. Katsuki laughs, a sound with bitter, broken edges, and mutters a single word in a voice that holds the same sharpness as before. Katsuki told her she was something else. She flinched but did not look away. He leaned back, jaw tight, arms crossed, not defensive, just steadying himself. He exhaled and said that what bothered him was that she never lied with her actions. Every time he thought that might mean something more, she was already writing the next page. He shook his head, voice quieter, not angry but tired. He told her he was not going to read it. She looked up. He nodded toward the notebook and said he did not need to see what she had been thinking when she looked at him like he mattered, only to record it like a hypothesis. He said he already knew she had used him. His voice did not rise. That was what made it worse. He also said he knew what it had felt like for him, that every time had felt real, and that even if it had been false for her, it had not been false for him. The silence that followed was charged and wounded, too honest to be polite. Katsuki stood and thanked her for the tea. He walked to the door, paused with a hand on the knob, and without turning back he asked her to figure out what she actually wanted. Then he left. He paused and told her not to write it down. He left, and this time she did not chase him. The silence in her room felt thicker than it ever had. It was not heavy like heat or soft like comfort. It was simply still. Aika stared at the blank page in her notebook. She had opened it 3 times and closed it twice, and now she just sat. One hand hovered over the paper as if waiting for her fingers to move on their own. The notebook did not glow. Her hands did not glow. Nothing was glowing anymore. At last she flipped back to a page she had already written. She had labeled Katsuki as intense and traced the edge of the letters. It still felt accurate, still sharp, still like something she had wanted maybe too much. No edits. She turned the page. Denki had been written as loves me. She left the words there and flipped again to Izuku, which remained a question. She did not even bother trying to guess anymore. She stared at the blank space and then scribbled in lowercase that she did not know. She put the pen down, stared at the page, and asked herself what this was supposed to feel like. There was no answer, only the echo of Katsuki's footsteps, the memory of Denki's breath near her ear, the weight of Izuku's hand on hers, and a page waiting to be filled. She looked at the clock. 2:46 a.m. Her eyes burned from more than the light. The notebook lay open in her lap, the pen balanced between two fingers that felt numb. The words blurred into a chaotic map with no destination, her heart bleeding through what felt like a high school science project. She scratched out what she'd written about Izuku because it made no sense, shut the notebook quietly, and slipped it under her pillow as if it might settle her thoughts. She crawled under the blanket. Her bed still held the faint trace of Katsuki. Her lips still tingled at the memory of Denki being close. Her heart ached as if Izuku's hand hovered over it without touching. She lay on her side with her legs curled and her face buried in the pillow and finally let herself cry soft and tired, not loud or dramatic. She wondered how she could ever come back from this, from what she had done and from those she had hurt. Maybe she would understand soon. Eventually her eyelids grew heavy and sleep took her, not with peace but with quiet, because morning was coming and she knew exactly who would knock first. She blinked the sleep from her eyes when the door creaked open. Izuku stood there in a green hoodie, sleep-ruffled curls, a plastic bag with warm bakery rolls on one arm and 2 drinks in his hands. The smile he had worn faded the second he saw her. She was a wreck, cheeks flushed from more than warmth, eyes glassy and puffy, voice slow to come. Izuku did not flinch or stammer. He stepped inside without a word, closed the door gently behind him, and set his hands empty. Izuku asked if she wanted a hug, his tone soft and simple. Her lip trembled and she nodded, so he opened his arms. She stepped into them slowly, as if her bones did not work anymore, finally admitting how tired she was. He wrapped her up as if afraid she would slip through his fingers. One hand cradled the back of her head and the other rubbed small, slow circles between her shoulder blades. He murmured that he was there and that she did not have to say anything yet, he was just there. She did not speak. Her hands clutched his hoodie like a lifeline and she stood held in Izuku's arms until the weight of everything she had done and everything she did not understand finally broke through the last thread holding her together. Her crying began as a shaky breath, then a whimper, and then her knees gave out. Izuku caught her instantly. He reassured her that he had her and that it would be okay, soothing her with hushed words and steady motions. He scooped her up as if she weighed nothing and carried her to the bed, gently sitting her on the edge as if she would crumble if he moved too fast. Her fingers remained clenched in his hoodie, so he knelt in front of her and stayed there, instinctively close. Her sobs came in broken waves, nothing theatrical, and he had never seen her like this. She was not crying over one person in particular but because she had lost control, because the girl who used to have heat in her hands suddenly felt cold, because she had thought herself stronger, smarter, better, and now no longer knew who she was. Izuku did not tell her to stop or try to fix anything. He rested his forehead gently against hers and told her that she did not have to be okay right now, that he was there and that she only had to breathe. She began to breathe again, slowly and painfully. Through the blur of tears and shame and confusion, she felt his fingers brush the tears from her cheek, not claiming or asking, just staying. Eventually the storm inside her slowed, her breathing evened and her grip on his hoodie loosened. The weight on her chest did not vanish but became something she could carry again. Izuku, still kneeling, watched her with kind, wide eyes and said nothing. When she let out a tiny, hiccuped sigh and wiped her nose with the back of her hand, Izuku managed a small smile and said that she needed some tea. He rose and moved over to the tiny dorm tea station with careful, soft motions. He frowned a little at the array of jars and mugs as if choosing one was a matter of ceremony, then held one up. Izuku squinted, sniffed the tea tin, and sneezed. He murmured that it wasn't the right one. Aika watched from the bed, eyes red and chest heavy, but something inside her cracked. A small, broken laugh escaped her. Izuku glanced over, sheepish, and brightened when he saw even that little smile. He admitted that he wasn't very good at this while his eyes darted back to the jars. Aika wiped at her cheeks and croaked that the other tin was the one. Izuku nodded quickly, focused, like he was making a careful brew instead of searching for peppermint. Before the kettle was even plugged in, Aika lifted a hand and pressed it gently to the bottom. The water began to bubble within seconds. Izuku stared, impressed as always. He whispered that it was still so cool, and she simply stared at him, messy hair, puffy eyes, a heart in pieces while he tried to figure out her mug shelf like it was a puzzle. She did not tell him what was wrong, and he did not ask. When Izuku brought over the steaming mug, handed it to her, and sat beside her with their shoulders touching, Aika almost cried again. She felt the strange ache of kindness given without pressure or expectation. The tea was warm in her hands, warmed not just by her quirk but by him and by everything he was. They sat quietly with steam curling between them, her fingers wrapped tight around the mug as if it were keeping her grounded. After a long silence, Aika began to say that she had been trying to figure it out, but Izuku shook his head gently and quickly. He told her that she did not have to explain anything to him, not if it hurt. His voice was soft but firm. She had just stepped inside from after school when Denki barged in, shutting the door behind him and leaning back against it as if creating a playful, crowded space. He joked that she looked floaty and asked whether he had to flirt it out of her. His smirk was playful, but his eyes searched her face with sharp curiosity. Aika raised an eyebrow at the word floaty. Denki elaborated that she had walked into class glowing like she had been kissed by a cloud, and he teased that it was odd no one else had that honor. He asked what was going on. He noticed immediately that she was slower with her comebacks and pressed, teasing that she was usually quicker with her replies. He offered to warm her up a little, his tone suggestive but light. Aika hesitated, guilt tightened her chest, but she concealed it. She stepped in close and gently cupped his cheek, warning him that he might melt today's resolve. Denki's eyes flickered down to her face and back up. He dipped his head and brushed her temple with a brief, friendly motion. He said he'd been enjoying the change in her and that he liked it. Aika scoffed, shaky, then pulled back to compose herself and crossed the room. Denki watched her, amused. He quipped that she had been climbing all over him like a human oven last time, and Aika tossed a pillow at him to buy herself time. He caught it easily and joked that it was strange she kept inviting him in anyway. When she tried to snap back, Denki stepped forward and braced a hand against the wall near her face without touching her, asking if she was going to fluster him today or just play games with her emotions. Aika blinked, surprised by the line, and gathered herself into a slow, dangerous smile. She said she might be saving all her energy for a knockout move. Denki grinned and encouraged her to try. She slid her fingers along his wrist slowly and murmured that she wasn't ready yet. He challenged her to test him. There was a charged pause. Denki reached out and caught her wrist, not roughly but with firm intent. He suggested they play dirty then. Aika began to protest, but Denki moved closer and kissed only the air near her cheek in a teasing, provocative way before pulling back. The moment was confusing and left them both breathless. A tiny, involuntary static pop jumped between them from the residual electricity in Denki's fingertips, and Aika's fingers lingered where they had been. She stepped back, smug and glowing from the exchange. Denki stood there blinking, clearly affected. He had expected a stronger reaction. When he grabbed her wrist in a deliberate, warm hold, he proposed continuing their teasing. Aika tried to speak but cut it short, and the moment hung thick with tension. Aika abruptly called for a timeout, breaking the atmosphere. Denki laughed quietly, the sound low and cocky, and the moment dissolved into something charged but undefined. Denki told Aika she did not get to call time when she had started the game. She tried to twist to face him, but he shifted with her, staying close and never breaking contact. Denki accused her of thinking she could heat him up and then tap out, one hand sliding gently up her arm. Aika's quirk flared and a puff of warmth escaped her palms. Denki noted that she was glowing and sounded half in awe, half exasperation. Her breath hitched, she was losing it. Denki leaned close and placed a brief, chaste kiss near her neck, then told her that unless she said she surrendered he would not let go. He turned her around so they faced one another. Both were flushed and breathing hard. Aika kept one hand against his chest as if she might push him away, though neither believed she would. Denki challenged her to make the next move. Aika smirked and admitted she was going to cheat, her hands radiating warmth as she acted. She pushed him down onto the bed and took the upper hand, declaring a new rule that if she made him spark again she would win everything. Denki stopped grinning and looked stunned. When he sparked hard twice, Aika threw her head back in triumphant glee, celebrating like she had scored a goal. Denki, half embarrassed and half defeated, called her evil, and Aika basked in the victory. Then Denki unexpectedly grabbed her wrist and brought her back down to his chest, holding her there with a wild, dangerous grin and asking if she really thought that was the end. He pointed out that she had sparked twice and insisted he could be affected too. He shifted the balance by maneuvering into a dominant position and promised to show her what surrender really looked like. Aika stared up at him, stunned and still glowing, heat flickering from her fingertips. Denki closed the distance and whispered that she was not the only one who knew how to cheat. His tone was low and charged. The contest between them felt far from over. The closeness made Aika shiver, and Denki teased that her usual smug control might not last. She tried to hold to her facade, insisting he was still losing, while he laughed with an electric rumble and let a spark leap between them that made them both jolt. The tension-built words and small gestures exchanged like moves in a match until they were both breathless and on edge. For a moment they were tangled in a private, intense exchange that neither fully named nor explained. Afterwards they pulled back, both flushed and a little stunned. Later, in private, they gave in to the heat between them in a way that remained theirs alone. After that, they lay quietly for a moment, breathless and changed. They collapsed together, breathless and quiet, the room still warm from the afterglow of Aika's quirk. Aika stared at the ceiling. Denki's eyes were still closed, his hair a total mess. Denki muttered in disbelief about how intense everything had been. Aika blinked, then laughed for no clear reason, maybe from the lingering heat, maybe because she felt something she couldn't name. She knew one thing for certain: she would not come out of this unchanged. The room glowed faintly. Residual warmth clung to the air. There was a soft scent of ozone and heat. They lay on their backs, trying to catch their breath, cheeks flushed, limbs tangled. Denki breathed out that he loved her. Aika jolted upright as if her body had heard the words before her mind did. She turned to look at him, wide-eyed, the glow fading from her fingertips. Denki blinked, realizing what had slipped out. He sat up slowly, pushed a hand through his hair, and admitted that it had come out without meaning to, but that it was true. Her chest tightened. Her hands trembled. Her thoughts spun again already. Why did they keep saying it? Why did it feel different each time? Did she want this? Was this what love was? Something still felt wrong. Denki said nothing for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and raw. He asked if she did not feel it, did not feel the same way. He told her she had made him feel like it mattered, like he mattered, and that he had hoped this time might be different. He admitted that he could not understand how she could look at him like he was the sun in one moment and treat him like an experiment the next. He asked, quietly and vulnerably, what they were even doing anymore. For the first time, he sounded like someone who could fall and needed to know whether anyone would catch him. Aika sat very still, spine straight, the faint glow at her fingertips like a candle's last flicker, utterly wrecked inside. Denki's words echoed louder than any power she had ever used. She wanted to tell him he mattered, but the words stuck between guilt, confusion, and emotions she could not name. She looked at him, the boy who had always let her play the game, who had chased and laughed and burned with her without pulling away, and felt the sudden weight of what she had done and what she had withheld. Her thoughts surged. He loved her. She had kissed others. This had felt different, slow and messy and almost like something real, but it had not clicked. She had chased a feeling, hoping it would fix whatever was hollow inside her. Denki's question hung in the air. What were they even doing anymore? She didn't know. She closed her eyes, opened them, and knew she had to speak. Aika confessed that she had never meant to hurt him. Her voice shook as she told Denki that she had not known what she was doing at first, and then it had become something she kept chasing. She admitted she had turned it into an experiment and had not intended for it to be that way, but everything had become complicated as she tried again and again to reach whatever she was searching for, and every time it had slipped through her fingers. She choked on a laugh at how absurd it sounded aloud. Tears pooled, and when they finally came they were raw and honest. She said she had wanted to feel real love more than anything and had used everything she had to try to understand it. She acknowledged that he had been there for all of it, that he had let her try, that he had never pulled away, and that he had treated her gently and kindly through it all. Aika presses her palms into her eyes and breathes hard, trying to steady herself. She insists that she never faked what they had and swears she did not, but admits she isn't sure she ever saw Denki clearly. Her gaze lifts slowly, and for once she isn't glowing, just bare. She tells him that he loves her and confesses she still doesn't understand what love feels like. She pauses and swallows hard, admitting she does not know if she will ever feel it the same way he does right now, but that Denki is the reason she even has a heart. Her next breath is soft and wrecked. She apologizes repeatedly for hurting him. Aika's breath hitches and then she explodes in frustration, demanding to know why no one explains what love is. She cries with fury, pain, and helplessness, asking why others seem to know it so easily while all she has are guesses, nervous reactions, and confusion. She pulls at her hair, cheeks streaked with tears, wondering if love is supposed to feel like butterflies, like fireworks, like wanting to be close to someone forever, or like feeling complete just by being near them. She suddenly stands and paces, unhinged and lost. She reflects that she thought it might be Denki, she thought it might be Katsuki. Katsuki felt like heat, while Denki makes her feel everything. Laughter, ache, and like the center of the universe, but she still doesn't know if she loves him. She sobs louder, confessing that she doesn't know if she's capable of loving anyone. She clutches her chest as if something inside is tearing and says she wants to be able to love so badly she can't sleep. She describes spinning and failing to make sense of it, and every time she thinks she has, she ruins it. She ruins him, Izuku, Katsuki, and herself. She collapses back onto the bed, hands shaking, shoulders quaking as tears slip down her chin. She admits she used to think she was naive and that love would come someday, but now she fears it might never come for her. She wonders if she has already broken it before she ever found it, and then folds in on herself as the silence becomes deafening. She is still trembling, still crying, still aching, and she doesn't care what he says next because, for once, everything is out. Aika cannot stop. Her hand twitches, eyes wild, and she grabs the battered notebook she filled with questions, observations, and messy guesses pretending to be answers. She calls it the experiment she poured everything into and hurls it across the room. The pages flutter like wounded wings in the air and the notebook slams against the wall with an ugly thud, landing just inches from Denki's head. He flinches. Aika gasps, hands flying to her mouth, knees giving out. She sinks to the floor and sobs again, insisting she did not mean to strike him. She apologizes, shaking, saying she only wanted it to mean something and wanted one of them to feel right. She admits she thought that by trying enough, experimenting enough, and pushing herself enough, the answer would come, but it never does. She curls inward, hands covering her mouth, eyes fixed on Denki as if he might disappear because she feels she deserves to lose him. Denki stares at her, stunned and hollowed, like the oxygen has left the room. He laughs a short, shaky, bitter sound of disbelief, then tells her that if this is the truth, then that's all he is. An entry, a scribble, a variable. He cries, raw and ugly, and asks if she has any idea how long he waited for her to see him as Aika, not as jokes or sparks or flirting but as himself. His voice rises in desperation rather than anger. He presses a shaking finger to his chest and says he took every test, every whisper, every look, let her pull him close only to be pushed away again, and told himself it was fine, that maybe this time she would finally feel it too. He explains that he thought if he loved her hard enough she would learn to love him back. He steps toward her and stops, the thought of getting close again hurting. He accuses her of treating love like a science project, trying to understand it by experimenting with them as if they were chemicals to be mixed until one of them exploded. Quietly, he adds that she made him explode. Denki wipes at his face, tears still falling, and clenches his shirt at his chest. He says he gave her every part of himself willingly and happily, even when it hurt and even when he knew it wasn't real for her. He cannot keep being her experiment. He tells her he would have waited forever if she had opened up to him, but she didn't. She played with him and let him think, and yet, he confesses, he would still do it all again because he still loves her. Then he declares he is done begging to be loved back and walks out, leaving the sparks, the heartbreak, and Aika's shattered silence behind. Aika does not move. She only stares at the empty doorway as if Denki's shadow still lingers. His words echo louder than her own screams and louder than the notebook on the floor. Her legs finally give and she sinks to the floor, hands in her lap and eyes unblinking. The room grows cold. The warmth she once wielded easily no longer comes. There is no desire, no thrill, just the ache of being empty. Aika had thought that if she loved him hard enough, he would learn to love her back. She felt suddenly nauseous. She had believed she was in control, just learning, but he had loved her, and she could see it now. Her eyes blurred. She told herself she had used him. She had used him not just for notes or for feelings. She had taken his heart and treated it carelessly. They had been close in ways she now regretted. She had convinced herself it was acceptable because she did not understand love, but she did understand now, even if she could not feel it. It was not the heat or sparks or the ache in her chest. It was not physical intimacy. Love was what Denki had given her, and she had crushed it anyway. She folded over her knees, body trembling at the weight of that realization. She understood that she had hurt him, and for the first time she stopped thinking about her tests and the chaos inside her own heart. She thought only of Denki, his voice breaking, his face wet with tears, his back as he walked away. Her own heart, the one she had been trying to understand, finally began to break for someone else. Denki made it halfway down the hallway before he slid to the floor. He had already cried. Now his chest just hurt. He had given her everything he could. His jokes, his time, his devotion. In return he had felt curiosity from her, not love. Maybe deep down he had always known that, but he had wanted her to choose him. Now he knew the truth. He had been chosen, but not for love, only as a step on her way. Even so, he realized with the sharpest pain that he would do it all again if she asked, and that thought scared him. Back in his dorm room, lights off and hoodie still on, Denki lay on his bed with his arms across his eyes and his chest rising too fast. Silence hummed around him. He had meant every word he had said that day. They had built up for weeks, months. He loved her, and he had not fully realized how much until it had spilled out through ragged breaths and the sound of his own breaking heart. He had seen her look lost, not playful or confused but completely adrift, and it killed him. He wanted to scream, to go back and erase it, to be the one she chose, but he was not. So he lay in the dark, heart pounding, wondering what it would feel like to be enough. Aika sat still on the floor of her dim room. Her fingertips brushed the spine of her notebook without opening it. She had never hated anything she created before. The words inside felt cruel now. The tests, the calculations, the diagrams of boys with hearts she thought she could decode. She had treated love like a formula, but it was not just science. It was what Denki had said to her, that he had believed he could teach her to love by loving her hard enough, and the guilt tightened around her throat. She had pushed that love until it was exhausted and had asked it to prove itself repeatedly. He had passed every test, and she had not recognized the answer. She ran her fingers across the notebook again and wondered if she was the villain after all. Denki opened his drawer and found a tiny plastic ring he had gotten from a vending machine weeks ago. Aika had joked that it was dumb when he mentioned it, and he had once thought it would be amusing to give it to her. Now he gripped the ring in his fist and breathed as if it still meant something. Aika picked up the honey jar Izuku had given her and held it to her chest, wondering if she was even worthy of kindness, comfort, or true love. There was a soft, familiar knock at the door. Her chest tightened before the sound finished because she recognized who it was. She stepped quietly to the door but did not open it or look through the peephole. She rested her hand flat against the cool wood, took a deep breath, and told the person outside that she needed some time. Then she turned and slid down the wall inside, curling her knees to her chest, as silent as the hallway beyond. Hours passed. She heard class bells through the window and muffled chatter in the distance. Footsteps went back and forth in the hallway. None of them stopped at her door, except for one pair that never left. Late in the afternoon, Aika rose with heavy limbs and no sparkle in her eyes, nothing but the slow thud of her heart and the quiet hum of someone who had come undone. She opened her dorm door and found Izuku Midoriya sitting on the floor outside, back against the wall and arms resting on bent knees. His head was down, hair messier than usual, and his eyes were a little bloodshot. When he looked up and saw her, his expression softened rather than smiled, as if the tension he had held since morning finally released at the sight that she was okay. Aika asked if he had waited all day. Izuku nodded once and reminded her that he had said he would be there and had not known how else to help. She leaned against the doorframe as if she could not hold herself up much longer and admitted that she thought she needed to be held. Izuku rose to his feet without hesitation and held her when she reached for him, as if he had been made for that purpose. There were no questions and no conditions, just comfort. She clung to the fabric of his shirt as he pulled her close, and for a moment the hallway became a small pocket of safety where time softened and both of them simply breathed. His arms wrapped around her without hesitation, and for a brief second she let herself sink. But it wasn't like the other times. This time it wasn't need or want or heat or desperation. It was grief for who she had been, grief for who she might have hurt, grief for the one person she couldn't afford to damage. She pulled back. Izuku noticed immediately. His hands remained light, ready to let go, and his eyes searched hers gently. He said her name softly. Her throat worked, and she told him she did not want him to come in. He blinked, momentarily confused, clearly ready to walk with her into the room as he always did. She shook her head and quietly told him she was not okay but did not want to make him not okay as well. That broke him a little. His brow furrowed and concern showed, but he did not push or ask questions. He stepped back enough to give her space and then nodded, promising that he would stay nearby. Her breath caught and her eyes brimmed. She almost asked to be held again, almost pulled him into the room, but instead she reached forward and brushed her thumb once across his cheek with a trembling hand as a silent thank you, then closed the door. Izuku sat back down against the wall. He stayed where he was because that was what she needed. No pressure, no expectations, just his quiet presence and care, whether she recognized it or not. The sun hung low, warm and honeyed, unfairly soft for how shattered everything felt inside Denki's chest. He walked down the dorm hallway, dragging his hand along the wall like muscle memory. He was not really thinking, or maybe he was thinking too many thoughts crashing into each other until they canceled out. Before he realized where he was walking, he turned the corner and stopped cold. Izuku was sitting there, right outside her door, back resting against the wall, arms loosely on his knees, a small notebook open in his lap. He was doodling something silly, but Denki did not need a genius IQ to know why he was there. He had not left. Denki's heart did not just ache, it contracted, sharp and humiliating. He wondered how long Izuku had been sitting there and whether she had opened the door for him. Izuku glanced up, sensed someone, and offered a soft smile that said he did not know everything but meant no harm. He greeted Denki quietly. Denki swallowed, furious at the gentleness rather than at Izuku himself. He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked at the closed door, still shut and locked and not for him. He asked if she was in there. Izuku confirmed that she had said she needed time. Denki laughed once, bitter, and muttered that he was sure she did. Izuku's brow furrowed slightly, but Denki turned and walked away. As he left, he muttered under his breath that Izuku was the only one she wanted to come back to. Denki did not go back to his room. He could not. He knew that once the door closed behind him the walls would feel too close, the air too hot, the silence too loud. So he kept walking, down the stairs, out the doors, onto the gravel path where the moonlight felt colder than usual. His mind screamed and was silent at the same time. He dug his hands into his pockets and paced toward the back of the dorms where the wind bit a little sharper and where no one would see if his eyes stung or ask if the spark in his chest had finally blown a fuse. He had not meant to say she had chosen Izuku, but the thought came out anyway and something cracked inside his ribs. She had chosen him, not by saying it but by everything. By the door that did not open for Denki, by the parts of herself she did not share, by the pain she did not trust him to hold. The worst part, the part that felt like betrayal written in his own handwriting, was that he still loved her and still wanted her even now, even after being burned and left smoldering. Love was not supposed to feel like a losing game. He slumped onto a bench, elbows on his knees, and let tears sting just a little. He whispered to no one that he had given her everything and asked what he had to do to be enough. There was no answer, only the wind and the fading echo of a door that never opened. Izuku's legs went numb and his back ached from leaning against the wall. His neck was stiff from how many times his head had drooped. He had not moved much since she had told him she needed some time. He had not asked why, had not knocked again, had not pressed his ear to the door. He had simply stayed, because that is what you do when someone you care about is hurting. He held a paper cup of now cold tea he had made for her earlier that morning in case she needed it. It had been almost the entire day. Some classmates passed and gave puzzled glances. Uraraka had asked once if he was okay, and he had smiled and said he was fine. Todoroki had nodded and handed him a protein bar. But he had not left. Something about her voice that morning, raspy and quiet, had told him that if he left she might think she did not matter. When the sun dipped low and shadows stretched across the hallway, he blinked awake from another near doze and the door creaked open. Startled and hopeful, he looked up and saw her standing there, hair messy, eyes rimmed red, shoulders curled forward like she was holding the whole world inside her chest. She did not look like she was crying now, only like someone who had run out of tears. He did not smile or speak, he simply watched as her gaze flickered to him and then away. She told him he should go, but she did not close the door. He stood slowly, legs stiff, and set the tea gently down beside her door. He said that he would go but promised he would come back tomorrow. She did not respond, and the door did not close. He stepped back and, without looking at her, told her she did not have to be okay yet, trailing off as he left. Denki told her not to be alone before he left, leaving quietly and softly the same way he had stayed. Denki sat alone, shoulders hunched, hands pressed to his face as if he could keep the storm inside him from spilling out. He had not spoken since leaving her dorm. He could not remember how to breathe. The thought that if he had loved her hard enough she would learn to love him back replayed in his head like a cruel loop. His chest ached in a way no current could explain. He had thought the spark between them meant something. A shadow moved behind him. Heavy, familiar footsteps approached. He did not look up. Katsuki stood there for a long moment without speaking, hands in his pockets and eyes fixed on the horizon as if the night might offer answers. Eventually Katsuki admitted that he had come there too, after that day. Denki lifted his head slightly and wiped his face with the back of his sleeve, asking which day he meant. Katsuki made a sharp, bitter sound and said that Denki knew which one. The silence stretched but it no longer felt cold. Denki asked if Katsuki had cried. After a long pause, during which Denki had not expected an answer, Katsuki quietly confirmed that he had. He explained that he had not made a sound. He had sat with his fists clenched so tightly he feared he might break himself. They fell quiet again. Denki, voice hoarse, confessed that he had thought he had meant something to her. Katsuki's jaw tightened and he told Denki that he did mean something. Denki scoffed that it did not feel like it. Katsuki finally turned toward him, eyes lowered and heavy but not burning with anger. He told Denki that she was drowning in it, that Denki had given her something she did not know how to hold, and that Katsuki had given her what she had thought she wanted. Katsuki added that the only person she always looked at as if she feared it would hurt if she did not was him. Denki sank under those words as moonlight softened the courtyard bench, casting two silhouettes beneath its silver wash, neither speaking, neither moving. One barely breathing, the other practiced at holding pain inside. Denki asked if Katsuki thought she regretted everything. Him, Denki, the choices, the tests, her journal. Katsuki said that if she did not feel it now, she would in time. The bluntness of the answer struck Denki more than its sharpness. Denki asked softly if Katsuki was not mad at her. Katsuki exhaled and admitted that he was of course mad. He said he had always suspected she had been playing with something she did not understand, and that Denki had let himself believe otherwise. Denki owned that he had wanted her to be that way. They sat with the unsaid between them, two boys in the ruins of a war they had both lost. Then Katsuki spoke, quieter, wondering aloud if Denki ever wondered what it would have felt like if she had chosen one of them. Denki admitted that he had dreamed about it once, though now he did not know if she had ever been something he could claim. The ache between them remained. Denki leaned back and muttered that they were idiots. Katsuki told him to speak for himself, but without bite, only resignation. Two hearts, shattered differently by the same girl under the same moon, sat side by side. They were not moving nor healing yet, but they were no longer alone. Aika did not move at first when the familiar knock came. She knew who it was before a word was spoken. She stayed frozen under the blanket on the floor where she had fallen asleep, rereading her notebook, pages scattered like the ruins of her thoughts. The knock was gentle and familiar. She knew it was him. Izuku told her through the door that he had come again, just as he had said he would. His voice was quiet and warm with no expectation, only steady softness. Aika squeezed her eyes shut. She was not ready, but he had come again. She pushed herself up slowly, dragging the blanket around her shoulders without opening the door. Her voice cracked as she told him she knew he had come. She said she had not thought he would return after everything, unable to finish the sentence because the pieces were too many and too broken. Izuku reminded her that he had said he would be there and that he had meant it. He did not try to fix her or tell her she was wrong. When Aika pressed her forehead to the door and confessed that she did not know who she was anymore, Izuku did not offer solutions. He only said he still cared. A single tear slipped down Aika's cheek. She told him she was not ready, and Izuku told her he knew. She asked if he could just stay again, and from the other side of the door he promised that he always would. The hallway was quiet when Denki approached, the kind of stillness that follows a storm. He had not been sure he would come again that day, or why he wanted to know. His steps slowed when he saw Izuku sitting outside Aika's door once more, back against the wall and arms drawn to his knees. Head tilted toward the floor as if listening for something only he could hear, Denki did not speak. Right away. He felt the weight of the silence between them, the weight of everything Aika had not said and everything she had never let either of them mean. He almost turned around, but he did not. Denki finally asked if she had said anything yet. Izuku looked up and blinked. Denki almost wished he had not looked at him, because Izuku's face was too kind for someone who had no idea what was really going on. Izuku offered a faint, exhausted smile and explained that not much had changed from yesterday, that Aika still needed time. Denki leaned against the wall beside him, leaving a few feet of space between them, and laughed once, dry and bitter, saying that made three of them. Izuku glanced sideways and asked if Denki was okay. Denki's jaw clenched. He wanted to say yes, to be the charming flirt, the joke-cracking sparkplug, the boy who bounced back, but instead he admitted that Aika had made him think he was the one. Izuku listened without judgment. Denki said that he had wanted to be the one so badly that he had tried everything. He had tried to outflirt it and to outfeel it, and that he had even said he loved her. His voice cracked and he did not hide it. Izuku noticed and said that she had not said it back. A long silence followed. Izuku's breath caught. Though he did not show much, Denki's words hit him hard. He realized he had not known how close they had been. Memories of little gestures came flooding back with agonizing new context. The flirty glances in class, the times Denki seemed to be walking toward her dorm after school, the inside jokes, the way she always laughed a little too loudly with him. He had thought it was just Denki being Denki, but now it all burned. Izuku forced a slow breath and reminded himself he could not be truly angry. Aika had never promised him anything or lied to him. Still, it hurt because when she kissed him it had felt real, because when she cried in his arms it had felt like he was the only one who could hold her together, because when she smiled even a broken smile it had felt like it was just for him. He wondered if he had been wrong or just another piece of the puzzle. Izuku quietly admitted that he did not know. Denki muttered and asked whether Izuku would have wanted to know. Izuku hesitated, then said he would have wanted to understand so he could help. His words were honest and gentle, but they stung. He sat with his knees tucked up and looked at the door again, saying maybe Aika really did not know what love felt like yet. Denki agreed, and then added that maybe none of them did. They fell silent. Later, Izuku sat alone in the hallway, the quiet pressing in on him but not as loud as Denki's words looping in his head. He found himself repeating what Denki had said. He had told her he loved her and she had not said it back. He leaned his head against the wall and closed his eyes, his fists curling in his lap without him realizing it. His earlier words about what love should be echoed back, heavy and sour. He had waited, and now he did not know whether waiting had been kindness or cowardice. The door opened and Izuku startled. Aika stood there with dull eyes and shoulders drawn inward. She did not look shattered so much as emptied, as if whatever storm had been inside her had already burned out. Izuku asked if she was okay and then asked if he could come in. She nodded and stepped aside. The room felt wrong, cold and stripped of warmth. Her bed was unmade, notes stacked messily on the desk, and a mug of tea sat untouched on the nightstand. Izuku told her that he had seen Denki and that Denki had said things Izuku had not known. Aika's body tensed and Izuku asked if they were true. When Aika asked which things he meant, Izuku said he meant that she had been with Denki, that Denki had told her he loved her, and that she had not said it back. She swallowed and asked what he was thinking. Izuku said he was trying to understand and needed her to be honest. She nodded faintly, then her knees gave out. Izuku moved instinctively but stopped when she lifted a shaking hand and asked to be allowed to talk. Aika confessed that she had lied in what she had not said. She had started writing things down out of curiosity, feelings and reactions, and told herself it was not hurting anyone. Then it had become something else. She admitted that it had become an experiment. She told Izuku that she had tested things on Katsuki and on Denki, and then on him. She said she had crossed lines, all of them. Izuku's jaw tightened. Aika began to say more but stopped. Instead she admitted that she had been involved with Katsuki and Denki, a decision she regretted. Izuku's breath stuttered and he reacted with a broken, stunned tone, saying that she had been with Katsuki and Denki and asking if that had really just been testing. Aika could barely nod. Izuku's voice did not rise but his breath was shaky as he said that he had felt like a test too. He asked whether when she had pulled him into her room, when she had kissed him, and when she had looked at him like he was something special, whether those things had been just variables in her experiment. Tears welled in her eyes as she tried to reply, but she could not finish. Izuku remembered that she had written everything down, the patterns, the reactions, what it had felt like and what it had not, and the realization cut him off. Aika stood trembling, struggling to hold herself together as Izuku processed the confession and the betrayal in silence. A short pause followed while both considered what had been done and what consequences it would have for all of them. Izuku continued, accusing Aika that she had given herself to them and still wondered if it felt like love, and asking if she did not know because it did not feel like him. His voice cracked, his fists clenched, and he demanded to know what that made him, whether he had been nothing more than a control group. Aika's hands began to glow. Her chest collapsed inward with guilt, and she knew he was right. She could not move. Izuku remained kneeling across from her, holding himself together with every muscle in his body, jaw clenched, shoulders locked. His brow folded as if he were trying to will the pain back down. A small, guttural sound escaped his throat and his chest sagged as his face dropped into one hand. Aika's breath caught. She had never seen him like that. Izuku admitted that he had suspected something was off but had not wanted to believe it. Tears slipped between his fingers as he rubbed at his eyes, slow and trembling. He said she had been in his head even. After the mornings, the coffee, the walks, the breakfasts. He had kept thinking maybe she was scared, that she did not know what love looked like, and hoped that if he waited she might choose him. He said he had been right there every time, and it still had not been enough. Aika lunged forward onto her knees, confessing that she had wanted to choose him but had held back because choosing him offered no safety net. She could not lose him and pretend it was part of learning. Her fist struck the floor and glowed brighter. She insisted she did not love Katsuki and that she had tried to love Denki but could not. She stated plainly that she could not love him back. A sound and a shadow made her freeze. She lifted her head and saw familiar, scuffed shoes in the doorway. Her stomach dropped and her blood ran cold. She breathed the name Denki in a strangled, broken whisper and then muffled it with her hand as if she had no right to say it. The name echoed in the tiny dorm room like a confession. Denki had not meant to eavesdrop. He had been worried and told himself to check on her, just to make sure she was okay. The moment he heard her voice through the cracked open door, shaky and raw, he stopped and could not breathe. He stood frozen in the hallway as her words reached him. As she admitted she could not love him back, Denki's fingers curled against the wall and his heart sank. He realized this was not a choice he had lost so much as a role he had never been meant to win. He pressed his palm to the doorframe to steady himself, chest burning with grief. He was lost. Every round, every game, every war felt like another loss. He watched Aika crumpled on the floor, knees folded in, shoulders curled as if to make herself smaller. His mind screamed to leave, but his heart ached. Aika saw Denki and her blood turned cold. Tears streaked her face, her mouth parted in disbelief, and she could barely breathe. She had not intended to call his name aloud, but she had, and it broke something inside her. Denki stepped forward slowly. The door swung shut behind him with a soft click. He knelt in front of her not to comfort or rescue but simply to be present and to see her. He told her that she had said his name like it hurt. He really saw her for the first time not as an idea or a role but as a person cracked open and raw. There was no spark or grin, only Denki, steady and quiet. He said he had thought he knew, that he had thought he was the risk she was taking and the one she was afraid to choose. Then he admitted that he had been wrong. He had not been the one. He had been the proof she needed that love could not be manufactured. He told her that she had not been choosing between people so much as asking whether love could be made to happen. A deep, tired exhale left him as something inside him stopped fighting. He acknowledged that he had kept giving everything, hoping it would be enough. He remembered her saying she wanted to love him but could not, and he looked at her fully, without any pretense. No mask. Aika let out a sob, ugly, cracked, and full of guilt, and Denki sat beside her on the floor. He did not touch her or offer his hand. He sat amid the wreckage of everything she had built and burned. Aika accused him of cruelty and told him that she had loved him and that he had not even flinched. Silence settled between them again, hot and painful. Izuku's thoughts were a storm, silent, deep, and aching. She had said it, not the experiment, not Katsuki, not Denki, she had said him. Aika declared that she did not love Katsuki and that she wanted to love Denki but could not. Those words branded Izuku with a truth that brought a profound sadness. She had been breaking piece by piece all this time. He had known something was wrong, but not on this scale. She had used her warmth like a weapon, tearing herself apart, trying to understand something that perhaps was not meant to be understood that way. She had been afraid to admit that with him, she already knew. He glanced toward the door where Denki had stood moments before. His chest tightened not with jealousy but with grief for Denki, for Aika, and for himself. He wanted to comfort her, to hold her and promise she would be okay, but he also understood this was not about him. She had to choose because her heart knew, and right now it was still fighting itself. So he sat beside her in silence and told himself that if she chose him it had to be real, not because he stayed or because he was easy but because she finally called him home. He waited, not to win but because she mattered, even if it broke him. Denki crouched in front of Aika, hands trembling but steady, brows furrowed and jaw set. His eyes were heartbroken. Izuku sat just behind her, still and quiet like a lighthouse on the edge of her storm. Aika looked to Izuku again, confronting the truth of what she had been. Her hands glowed orange, not the soft warmth she had used before, not the comforting heat she had mastered in quiet moments. This glow was raw, pulsing, desperate. Her fists were clenched so tightly that light bled in streaks between her fingers. Her whole body trembled as the heat in her palms built to a point where it began to hurt her. She began to overheat. Her breathing was sharp, shallow, frantic. Sweat collected on her brow and hair clung to her cheeks. The air felt thick and stifling. The warmth she clung to had stopped helping and had started punishing her. She tried to speak, but the air caught in her throat. She was no longer crying. She was burning. Denki's eyes darted to her hands and he took a half step forward out of instinct and habit, trying to call to her, but he stopped when he saw that the glow was caving inward rather than reaching for him. His jaw tightened and his hand curled into a fist at his side. For an instant it looked like he might try to touch her to ground her, but he did not. He warned her that she was glowing too much and urged her to let go. She barely heard him. Her fists remained clenched and her body shook. Izuku felt the pressure too, the imbalance, the heat with nowhere to go. He knelt beside her slowly, careful not to touch her, his concern quiet but sharp. He told her she was hurting herself and needed to release it. She forced a breath and admitted she did not know how and that she did not know how to stop hurting people. She was locked in a spiral of heat. Denki's breath caught and his hand twitched as if he wanted to help but did not know how to reach her without making things worse. Izuku did not hesitate. He slipped off his jacket and took off his shirt, offering his bare chest as a steady surface to receive the heat. He remained composed despite his nerves and told her she could use him, reminding her of similar training when she had transferred her warmth into another person. Her jaw clenched as she tried to contain the heat and she protested that she would burn him. Izuku gently reached for her wrists and encouraged her again, grounding his words in the memory of the training field. Her lips trembled and her fists loosened. She moved and pressed her glowing hands against his chest. The contact was immediate and intense. The heat surged, sharp and overwhelming enough to make Izuku gasp and lock his muscles, but he did not pull away. Slowly, the heat began to transfer. A golden shimmer pulsed from her palms into his skin and rippled through his body in soft waves. He breathed through it, she cried through it. Her shoulders sagged as the burn in her hands faded and the weight of her quirk slipped away into his chest. She pressed her forehead to his shoulder, trembling and small. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, skin warm and chest tight with an emotion he could not name. He said nothing. Denki watched without looking away or flinching. When her glow faded completely in Izuku's arms, Denki understood. He realized he had been proof that love could be given freely and still not be the answer. Loving her was not what she needed to survive this, and that realization hurt him deeper than losing. He exhaled long and unsteady, and for the first time he did not reach for her, did not joke, did not spark. He sat back against the wall, hands loose and eyes fixed on the fading light. Izuku's arms tightened as he felt her sag against him, not in relief. Not fully. Her body went slack. Izuku whispered Aika's name, breath sharp with alarm. She did not answer, not because she could not, but because she was too spent to even try. Her hands slipped from his chest as her glow dimmed, her skin was ice cold. Izuku's heart dropped. The memory of the last time, the storm, the cold, the way she had collapsed in the dark raced through him. Her lips had been blue then too. Izuku urged Denki to get blankets at once. Denki bolted, knocking over a chair as he rushed to the bed, cursing under his breath. Izuku explained urgently that Aika had used up her reserves of heat, and he lowered her carefully to the floor, cradling her head and pressing his jacket over her. Denki threw a comforter and a fleece blanket over them, hands shaking, and asked what they should do. Izuku did not answer at first. He moved in close beside her, holding her tightly in an urgent effort to share warmth, focused and clear. He tucked the blankets around them and sealed the warmth in. Aika made a faint whimper. Izuku leaned his forehead to hers and told her he had her and that she would be all right. Denki watched, frozen not because he did not care, but because there was nothing more he could do while Izuku held her. Izuku had her, and in that moment Denki understood the bond between them, even if Aika did not yet. Aika still trembled under the blankets. Denki realized she needed more. He remembered her hands and her quirk. He stepped forward cautiously and addressed Izuku, offering himself as an additional source of warmth. Izuku hesitated only briefly, then nodded and gently shifted Aika in his arms, keeping her wrapped in the blankets but lifting her slightly. Denki reached out and took her hands. They were freezing. Despite the haze, her fingers curled into his shirt and drew her palms to his torso. A soft flicker of light stirred between her hands as Denki encouraged her softly. A sudden, instinctive surge followed as Aika drew in his warmth. Denki's steady body heat was different from Izuku's energies but equally life-giving. She drew breath again and again. Color returned to her cheeks. Her lips, no longer blue, parted with a small sound: air, life. She was coming back. Izuku supported her from behind while Denki knelt in front, Aika's hands pressed to his torso. Between Izuku's steady embrace and Denki's warmth, Aika's trembling finally began to subside. Denki never let go of her hands, feeling the warmth drain from him with each passing moment. Izuku never released her body, even as sweat dotted his brow from the strain. At last Aika breathed fully. Her body sagged between them, hands still weakly against Denki's torso, head resting on Izuku's shoulder. She no longer shivered, but she did not have the strength to hold herself up. Her breathing slowed, and her light dimmed to a faint flicker. Denki glanced at Izuku. Izuku gave a slight shake of his head, not in warning but in quiet understanding. Aika's eyelashes fluttered once, then stilled. She looked as if she had been through a battle, and in some ways she had. No more tears, no more questions, no more energy, just sleep. Denki adjusted her hand gently, keeping it tucked between both of his to continue offering warmth, and murmured that she had finally given out. Izuku pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders and rested his cheek against the top of her head. They sat there, still and grounded, guarding her as Aika drifted into a dreamless, aching, overdue sleep. Only the low hum of the nightlight and the soft rustle of fabric filled the room now. Her breathing was even and deep. The emergency had passed, but the tension had not. Izuku settled against the wall, shirtless, one arm braced where Aika had sagged earlier. His gaze fixed on the ceiling, nothing to be solved there, only the quiet ache of looking at her. Denki sat on the floor beside the bed, back against the frame, one knee drawn up, hands resting loosely in his lap. He had not met Izuku's eyes for a while. Denki finally said that Aika always ran herself into the ground. Izuku nodded in agreement. Aika curled inward in her sleep, folding herself smaller as if taking up less space might keep the world from noticing her. Denki observed that she made herself small, as if she feared being asked to leave if she took up too much. Izuku swallowed and thought that she deserved all the space she could get. Denki let out a humorless laugh and said that she had never seemed to believe that. Denki added that Aika had used all her heat again, that he had seen her push until there was nothing left, and that tonight he had not realized how far gone she had been. Izuku said that she hid it even from herself. Izuku asked whether Denki had heard everything earlier. Denki closed his eyes and confirmed that he had. He recalled Aika saying she wanted to love him, and then, almost to himself, he added that she did not love him and never had. Izuku looked down at Aika's sleeping face and said he did not think she had meant to hurt Denki. Denki agreed that she had not intended harm, but he also noted that intent did not erase the hurt. Aika shifted in her sleep and pressed closer. Her hand tightened faintly against Izuku's torso. Denki watched that small motion and said that she had not chosen him, but he had stayed anyway. Izuku, barely above a whisper, said that he had stayed too. Denki let out a slow breath and wondered what would happen next. Denki asked if they should just sit there until she woke up and pretend none of it had happened. Izuku replied that they should stay because she needed them. Denki pushed, asking if they should stay even if she did not love them. Izuku hesitated and said he did not think love was supposed to be about being chosen first. Denki looked at him differently then, not as competition or as the other guy, but simply as another boy who had stayed. Denki muttered that Izuku was too good, and Izuku offered a tired smile and said Denki was the same. The silence that followed lost its edge and became heavy but shared. Minutes passed. Denki eventually rested his head back against the bed and closed his eyes. His breathing evened out and he fell asleep, exhausted and empty. Hours later, dawn softened the edges of the room. Izuku had not slept. He shifted carefully and winced when he tried to free the arm trapped beneath Aika's weight. He thought, faintly amused, that this was how he would die, crushed by an emotionally complex heater and a weighted blanket. He nudged Denki gently with his foot. Denki blinked awake and asked what was wrong. Izuku whispered that his arm was numb and suggested they move Aika onto the bed. Denki squinted and reminded him that they were at the bed. Izuku clarified that he meant in the bed. Denki winced as he sat up and admitted the oversight. Together, slowly they lifted Aika. She barely stirred, only letting out a soft sound against Izuku's collarbone before settling on the mattress. She curled into the blankets, see the fabric near her chest. Her brows twitched once before smoothing. Izuku tucked the blanket around her shoulders and brushed hair from her face. Denki murmured that she looked so small. Izuku said she had been carrying too much. They stood there for a moment. Then Denki straightened and grabbed his hoodie, saying he was going to head out. Izuku turned and asked if he was sure. Denki said he was. If he stayed he would keep hoping and that would only hurt more. Izuku nodded and promised to tell her Denki had been there all night. Denki told him he better. At the door, Denki stopped, spoke quietly without turning, and asked if Izuku thought she had chosen him. Izuku admitted he did not know. Denki nodded to himself and said that Aika had never reached for him when she was falling apart. She had reached for him when she wanted to feel something. But when she could not breathe anymore, she had reached for Izuku. He added that this was not winning but terrifying, and cautioned Izuku not to mess it up. Then he left and the door clicked shut. Izuku stood alone as morning light spilled across the room. He looked at Aika still asleep, still warm, and found that for the first time he was unsure whether to hope. He stayed anyway. Aika remained sound asleep, tucked beneath the covers with her brow finally uncreased. Izuku, now fully dressed and moving quietly, sat beside her for a while, but his arm was sore and his mind restless. He glanced toward the corner of her room where the tea station stood. The tea station was very Aika, warm-toned ceramics, floral tins, little wooden drawers. Cute labels covered an excessive number of jars. A full electric kettle sat ready and at least 14 mugs were stacked, displayed, or just sitting there. He smiled to himself and told himself he could do this. He tiptoed over and opened the top drawer. Inside were loose tea leaves labeled Sleepy Sunshine, Calm Storm, Wake Up and Combust, and a fourth simply marked XXX. He considered the last one either a prank or something inappropriate. He picked up Calm Storm and sniffed carefully, then jerked back at an unexpected mix of peppermint and an odd sharpness. He set it down and began checking the mugs. Each one had a vibe: a cat face mug, a heart-shaped mug, a sunflower mug with a chipped handle, a rainbow mug that encouraged you, a lemon mug that matched. None of the teas seemed to match more than the lopsided clay mug with her name carved into it, handmade and smoothed by imperfect fingers. He touched it gently and smiled, deciding on that one. He tried to fill the kettle but struggled with the lid. He pushed, turned it, and finally managed to open it while nearly spilling water. He filled it without setting anything on fire and then stared at the buttons: a leaf sticker, a snowflake, a sun, and a button with a cow. He wondered if it was for milk tea, cows, or just Aika being Aika. He pressed the sun button and, after a brief pause, a faint click and a light turning on confirmed it was working. He told himself he was now a kettle master. He chose Sleepy Sunshine, which smelled of chamomile, honey, and a hint of citrus, and arranged a small tray by her nightstand with a lopsided mug, a small spoon, and a tiny pink sugar cube from a jar labeled Sweetheart Emergencies. He set it down like a peace offering and sat back down beside the bed, hoping she would like it since he had no idea what was in the other jars. The kettle clicked and Aika did not stir immediately. Sunlight filtered softly through the curtains and dust motes danced in the air. Izuku held the mug gently, turning it slowly as if it might tell him something. The mug bore the word soul carved clumsily on one side and the glaze caught the light. He smiled and brushed his thumb over the chipped edge. On the bed, Aika's lashes fluttered. She stirred, once and then twice, and in that twilight place before fully waking she saw her father. Izuku faded from her vision and was replaced by a sturdy frame with thick arms and burned fingertips. Her father, Mateo, backlit by sunlight pouring through the kitchen window. She was little again, legs barely reaching the floor, holding the mug with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. She had whispered that the rim was crooked and could not be even. Her father had taken it gently like precious work, turned it over, examined the bottom with a craftsman's eye, and then smiled. Her father told her it was perfect, his son, and said she had made it with her hands. He said that made it more valuable than anything in a store. He had held it against his chest like it was warm from a kiln, like it was love. She stirred. Her lashes fluttered. The warmth of the room shifted. Her eyes blinked open, and for a moment Izuku seemed to be by the kettle, fiddling with the buttons. Then the figure changed into her mother, Reina, backlit by sunlight, hair tied up, sleeves rolled, smiling like the morning itself. Steam rose from a chipped teapot as Reina hummed a slow, sweet song under her breath. She poured into a mug and turned to look over her shoulder, telling Aika that she had made her favorite and that Aika always liked the citrus ones. Small again and in fuzzy socks, Aika peeped around the corner and accepted the mug. The light shifted. Her eyes opened fully and Izuku was there by the kettle, not Reina, not Mateo, but real, fumbling with the sugar jar, muttering, shirt on, hair messy, tired. Something shifted. Not clarity, not certainty, but a quiet, terrifying recognition. The feeling was not new. It was the same warmth she had felt sitting at the kitchen table as a child, the same safety of a mug placed gently into her hands, the same unspoken promise of "I'm here" that never needed words. Her chest tightened, not with excitement but with something steadier, heavier, something that did not ask to be chased, did not flicker or flare, something that simply stayed. The thought barely formed and did not finish itself. Naming it would mean admitting she had been standing in it this whole time and running anyway. She did not move or speak. She let the feeling exist without touching it. Because whatever this was, it felt warmer than tea and softer than dreams, and it scared her more than anything she had tested before. The kettle clicked off. Aika breathed in. Gentle light filled the room. She was in bed now, her body aching as if wrung out and left to dry, but warm and stable, alive. She turned her head slightly. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor, back against the wall, a tray in front of him with tea in her handmade mug, the one she'd made for her dad. The room smelled like citrus and calm. He looked up as soon as she shifted. Their eyes met, and for a single instant it felt as if nothing had changed. Izuku greeted her quietly. Aika returned the greeting in a whisper. He brought the tray slowly and set it on her nightstand, hesitating before offering the mug. She stared at it as if it might break her, but her fingers closed around it anyway. He said that it was the only mug that had felt right, and she allowed a faint smile, agreeing that it was. The moment held, but now there was something else between them, something unsaid. Izuku mentioned that Denki had stayed all night and left a little while ago because he did not want to be in the way. Aika flinched, then looked down at the mug as if the tea might hold answers. She told Izuku that Denki should not be in the way. Izuku heard it and felt it as the first brick laid in a wall. He studied her quietly, cautious and aching. He told her she did not have to push them away. Aika said she was not pushing them away, only being realistic. Izuku asked if that was what yesterday had been. The question landed harder than she expected. She realized he knew perhaps not everything, but enough about the experiment, about Denki, about Katsuki, about all of it. She swallowed hard and confessed she did not mean to hurt anyone. Izuku replied that he knew, and she admitted she had hurt people anyway. Silence stretched between them. Izuku did not argue or comfort. He simply sat with the truth, even though it hurt. He told her he meant what he had said yesterday and that he was not going anywhere. Aika, guarded, told him he should not have to stay because she did not want to keep hurting people who cared about her. He urged her to stop pretending she did not care too. That reached through her defenses enough for a crack to appear. She gripped the mug tighter and said she did not know what she felt. She had thought she could figure it out by testing it, by experimenting, but it was messier than that. He agreed. They sat in the aftermath, her hand trembling slightly against the ceramic, his eyes never leaving her face. Aika, whisper soft and without looking up, told him that she had seen him before she was fully awake, first as her dad, then as her mom, and in both dreams they had simply been there, warm and safe. When she opened her eyes again, it had still been him. Izuku did not respond with words because none were necessary. That confession was not a wall but a door. The mug trembled in her hands, not because it was heavy but because she was. Her knuckles went white around the ceramic, her breath shallow and uneven, her eyes glassy as if one wrong inhale could break her. Izuku remained where he had been, quiet and unmoving, giving her space she did not know how to survive. She felt cornered by herself, not by him, and did the only thing she knew. When the truth came too close, she pushed. She spoke a sharp, defensive no. Izuku did not react, which made it worse. Her head snapped up, eyes sharp, voice louder and brittle with panic as she told him she did not want him there. The lie was audible, catching on the last word, but she said it anyway because if he left, then it would end. If he stayed, she would have to face what that meant. Izuku did not move or blink. Something inside her snapped and she demanded loudly why he kept coming back and why he was still there. Her hands glowed faintly, not from stored heat but from emotion, from the burn that always flared when she was too close to something real. She cried that she had hurt everyone, that she had broken everything to answer one stupid question, that she had been selfish and ruined things. Her voice cracked. Then she asked again why he was still there. Silence fell. Izuku stood slowly, neither angry nor urgent, and told her simply and quietly that he had stayed. She froze as he repeated that he had stayed, making clear that she had not made him and had not tricked him into staying. Her hands stopped glowing and her breath faltered. He said he had stayed when she was warm and when she was distant, when she was kind and when she was not. She felt the steadiness of that answer like a small, steady flame. It did not erase everything, but it began to mend some of the breaks. Izuku takes one step closer, not invading her space but simply present. He tells her that she doesn't get to decide. For him that he didn't mean what he said, and the words land heavier than any accusation. Her lips part without sound. Izuku does not say that he loves her or demand that she choose him. He only looks at her, truly looking as he has been doing all along. That look is what finally reaches her. Aika answers quietly that love is not lust, not and not pity. She swallows and lifts her eyes to him without the old defenses, not running but open. She admits that with Denki it always felt like she was running towards something she never quite reached. Her voice softens and then breaks, and the memories shift from recollection to evidence. The stormy hallway when she gave out and someone caught her without hesitation. The training field when her powers flared too bright. The jacket left open, the warmth of another's presence. She realizes that what she had been feeling was not denial of what he was saying, but her own reluctance to admit he was right. She exhales, shaky and raw. The room falls into a quiet that is neither hot nor glowing, only breath. Aika whispers that love is choosing and being chosen in return. The silence that follows is heavy and full. She holds his gaze, not asking him to fix or save her, only waiting to see if he will choose her too. Izuku does not rush her. He kneels, not so close as to overwhelm, but low enough for her to see his eyes clearly, and he tells her simply that he chose her before she even knew what she was doing. He adds that she does not need to answer right now and owes him nothing. Aika stares at him, chest aching and vision swimming. All this time she had thought she was unlovable until proven otherwise, and here he remains, still and waiting, not demanding a decision but refusing to disappear. Her hands tremble as she leans forward and places her fingertips lightly on his chest at the place she always touches. She admits that she does not know how to do this, and he replies that he understands. She says she does not want to be alone in it anymore. It is not a full confession or a promise, but a choice to stop running. Izuku stays, and for the first time she does too. Later, the dorms are still waking up, faint showers, distant music, the clink of bowls in the kitchen. A soft knocking sounds at Aika's door, 3 gentle taps followed by a pause. Izuku stands outside, shirt neatly tucked and a bit of nervous energy in his shoulders, calm in his face and hopeful. He glances down the hallway, rocks on his heels, then calls softly through the door that morning and offers to walk her to breakfast, making it clear there is no pressure, only an offer, the next small step. He waits with his hands tucked into his sleeves and hears faint movement, the shuffle of socks, the soft click of a mug. For a moment he thinks she might not be ready, but the lock clicks and the door opens a crack, widening slowly. Aika appears in the doorway in an oversized hoodie and pajama shorts, hair messy and eyes a little puffy but rested, hands curled in her sleeves. She looks unsure, but she opened the door, and that is the answer. Izuku greets her quietly, and she returns his greeting. She steps into the hallway and pulls the door closed behind her without drama, simply choosing to go. She tells him, voice small but real, that she could eat. He responds that he picked a milder tea this time. They walk side by side, not too fast and not too close, just 2 people choosing to begin again without experiments or tests. The shared kitchen and common area are bright with sunlight and the smell of eggs and toast. Classmates are scattered around, Ida plating toast, Mina in fuzzy socks spinning an apple, Shoto with a single boiled egg. At the far end sits Denki Kaminari, slouched with his hood up, staring blankly at a bowl of cereal with an unmoving spoon. He does not notice them enter, but Mina does and gives a teasing smirk that suggests she suspects something like a breakfast date. Aika responds dryly that unless mimosas are being served, Mina should calm down. Mina grins and backs away, satisfied. Izuku goes to the counter as Aika hesitates, then crosses to Denki and pulls out the chair beside him. She sits without pressing, keeping the space simple. For a while the only sounds are clinking spoons and the soft hum of the kitchen. Denki asks quietly if she is okay. Aika nods that she thinks she will be. He finally looks at her with tired but not cold eyes, and for the first time in a while they simply sit together, not fixing anything but sharing the moment. Izuku sets a plate of toast in front of Aika and adds a small honey packet, explaining that she likes it sweet. She glances at him, surprised, then smiles faintly and takes the packet. Nothing is fully fixed, but something feels whole for the first time in a long while. The rooftop is quiet in the late afternoon when Aika steps out into the washed gold light she has always liked. She sits near the railing with a blanket around her shoulders and a cooling mug in her hands, chest heavy but not frantic, like a bruise that has stopped aching when touched. Izuku comes up to join her, and she smiles faintly at him, feeling the softness of the moment and the steady presence beside her. Izuku asked if he could sit, and Aika nodded. He settled beside her, close enough for warmth without touching. They sat in silence while the light shifted. Aika admitted she kept feeling like she had to decide something, as if failing to name it soon would mean ruining it again. Izuku did not rush to answer. He told her not to choose out of fear, but to choose when it felt honest. She let that settle between them. She confessed that when she was little she had thought love meant being good, that doing everything right would keep it from leaving. Izuku listened with an understanding look. Aika said she had tried to control love, to define and test it, because she believed that would make it safe. Then she realized love did not want to be controlled. It wanted to be met. As the sky shifted from pink to blue, Aika exhaled, shaky. She admitted she was scared to admit what she felt because once she did she could no longer hide. Izuku observed that she had always been bad at hiding and, quieter, told her that her glow always gave her away. Aika let out a small sound that balanced laughter and a sob, wiping at her eyes. She laughed again as tears slipped free, and for the first time she did not try to pull herself together. She stayed, leaning into him, breathing, letting herself be known. Her shoulder came to rest against. He stayed exactly where he was. She murmured that she was still scared. Izuku answered that he was too. Between breaths, she fell asleep with her head on his shoulder, trust heavy and real. Izuku did not move. He watched the stars come out and held the moment like something sacred. Later, the room was quiet in the kind of way that follows everything important. Izuku stood near the bed for a moment and then sat in the chair beside her, letting the silence settle. Aika slept under the blanket with a faint crease between her brows as if her dreams were still working through something. The soft star-shaped night light cast a glow across the room, stretching gentle shadows over her desk and the half-finished mug on the shelf. Aika stirred with a breath and a flutter of lashes, then turned her head slightly and noted that he had stayed. Izuku smiled and told her of course he had. She inhaled deeply, testing whether the world remained steady. When she opened her eyes fully there was no panic or hiding, just something fragile and honest. She said she remembered everything. The storm, the training field, the things he had said, the way he had been there even when she did not know what she was asking for. She described the mornings, the simple jar of honey, and how he watched her when she was quiet. She mentioned how he touched her as if afraid she might fall apart. Izuku did not interrupt. He could not. Aika reflected that she had thought love was supposed to be loud heat, noise, fireworks, but realized that had been her trying to feel certain. What she had felt with him had been quieter, present when she was scared, exhausted, or stopped trying to be impressive. He had still been there. She pushed herself up slightly and the blanket slipped from her shoulder. Her hand found his and this time her grip was steady. Aika named it for him. It was him. She confessed that she loved him. Izuku felt relief and emotion catch in his chest and said how long he had wanted to hear her say that. Tears gathered in her eyes, full but not frantic. He squeezed her hand and leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers to stay close without rushing anything. Aika cupped his cheek to ground herself in the warmth she was finally allowing. He responded with a gentle, brief kiss that was unhurried and true. When they parted, their foreheads stayed together. Izuku asked if this meant he could call her his now. Aika smirked through her tears and replied that he already was. They remained still for a moment. Aika hesitantly asked him to stay a little longer and to lie with her for a bit. Izuku nodded immediately and said he would. He removed his shoes quietly and lay down beside her, keeping a respectful distance until she closed it herself by curling into his side. Only then did he wrap an arm around her, loose, protective, and unmistakably gentle. They did not speak after that. They simply breathed. Aika's fingers relaxed against his chest as sleep returned to her without sharp dreams, and Izuku watched the faint starlight on the walls until he too fell asleep. Outside, dawn shifted the sky from deep navy to lavender and then soft pink, spilling light through the curtains over the tangled blanket and the quiet room. Aika woke first, curled into Izuku's chest, still wearing her oversized tee and sweatpants. Izuku remained beside her with one arm draped protectively across her back, exactly where it had been when she fell asleep. She exhaled with relief and shifted just enough to look at him. He stirred, blinked his eyes open, and wrapped his arms around her without thinking. Their legs intertwined gently, and the morning settled around them as they held each other close. Their breathing synced, slow, steady, safe. They did not speak for a while. They did not need to. Izuku watched the sunlight soften Aika's face and brushed her hair back gently. He murmured that she did not have to say it again, even though she was only half awake. She admitted that she would never tire of hearing it, her voice muffled against his shirt, and added that she would tell him again later. He smiled and asked for a promise. She agreed, but only if he held her like that again. He answered with a gentle squeeze. No more tests. No more running. Just warmth. Just morning. Two people who had finally chosen each other honestly. For the first time in a long time, Aika felt whole. Sunlight poured into the room, bright and shameless about it. Aika blinked awake, still curled against Izuku, her cheek pressed to his shoulder, legs tangled with his, and the blanket half slipped off them both. Her hair was a situation, and the first thing she did was let out a snort laugh into his shirt, remarking that she felt like a disaster. Izuku, barely awake, cracked a sleepy smile and commented that he thought she had drooled on him. She wiped at her mouth and admitted that she definitely had. They broke into sleepy giggles, low and bubbling up from the lightness of being next to someone who already knew everything and loved her anyway. Izuku's laugh shook his shoulders. Aika pressed her forehead against his chest briefly to ground herself in the fact that this was real and she was not waking up alone or bracing for impact. She tried to roll away in mock embarrassment, but he held her gently in place and teased that since she had said she loved him, there was no escaping now. Aika groaned not to quote her, explaining that she had been emotionally delirious. He insisted it still counted. They lay there a little longer, not because they were tired but because neither wanted to be the first to move. Eventually Aika exhaled and suggested breakfast. Izuku smiled and agreed. They walked side by side, just like they always had, but this time their fingers were interlocked without hesitation or second-guessing. They did not talk much, only giggled over nothing and everything. Every brush of their arms made them smile. Every look made them both blush and glance away like absolute dorks. It was absurd and perfect. As they neared the cafeteria doors, Aika slowed for half a second, felt a faint echo of who she had been yesterday, afraid to name things, afraid to choose softness and then let it go. She reached for Izuku's sleeve, tugged him closer, and rose on her toes to press a loud, sunlit kiss to his cheek. Izuku turned bright red and followed her inside, grinning like a fool. Mina, at the counter with a bowl of cereal, looked up and choked, exclaiming that they were glowing. Aika shrugged, completely unapologetic, and admitted maybe. Izuku, very much. Glowing, nodded earnestly and agreed that they were definitely glowing. The room filled with teasing, laughter, and whispers, but neither of them cared, because for the first time their morning walk ended without uncertainty or fear, just giddy joy and a hand that was not letting go. Later that morning they walked side by side again with juice boxes they had taken from the common fridge. Izuku carried both backpacks because Aika had insisted she deserved a post-confession princess arc. They followed the stone path around the garden that Aika loved when the sunflowers bloomed. The air smelled of warm dirt, grass, and faint honey. Their hands remained intertwined, not performative but natural. Aika stopped suddenly and tugged him off the path, straight into a patch of tall grass beneath the trees. Izuku stumbled, wide-eyed and wondering if they were trespassing. Aika said she wanted to sit somewhere dumb and full of bugs with him, dropped into the grass like she had done it 100 times, and pulled him down with her. He followed without hesitation. They lay back and looked up at the sky, saying nothing for a long moment as the wind moved through the grass. Distant birdsong and the soft hush of summer continued around them. The sun began its slow descent, casting a golden haze over the field. Izuku lay on his back with one arm tucked behind his head and the other resting loosely between them. Aika's head rested on his chest, turned toward the horizon, her fingers tracing the hem of his sleeve absent-mindedly. The sky shifted, gold into pink, pink into violet. Aika inhaled slowly and sat up slightly, squinting toward the clouds, and delighted that the sky looked like cotton candy. Izuku blinked up at her, curious at the description. Aika explained how the blue seemed to melt into pink with streaks of purple, and told him that when she was little she had thought it looked like someone had spun sugar across the sky, like she could reach out and grab a piece. She said it made her feel small in a good way, as if the world were big and beautiful and she did not have to be anything else except present for it. Izuku watched her rather than the sky, reached for her hand, and laced their fingers together again, telling her he was glad to be there for it too. Aika's expression softened into an unguarded look she rarely showed. She leaned down to press her forehead to his in a quiet promise and a breath of thanks. Behind them the sky glowed for a few lingering seconds as cotton candy colors dissolved into one another. Aika rolled onto her side, propped on one elbow, and laughed quietly, saying that this was the first time she had simply enjoyed being here. Izuku looked up at her as if she were the sun and suggested that they stay there. They fell back together, not out of need or fear, but simply because they could, and that was everything.